All right, good morning to everyone. We are at the beginning of day two of the 2021 Ismaili Studies Conference. Welcome. It's a nice Saturday morning, at least where I am. So we are actually going to begin the first panel of today. And hosting today's panel is Professor Tazim Qasim, and I will hand it over to you, Professor Qasim.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Andani. I would like to welcome everybody to the second day of this conference. And I would like to thank Dr. Andani and Dr. Badawi for organizing this Ismaili Studies Conference. It is an important step towards building this, hopefully, as a significant subfield in Islamic studies. I am Tazim Qasim, and I teach at Syracuse University. My main area is Islam and Ismailism, and specifically, I have worked on the Ginans and on Satpant. I'm teaching courses on Islam, gender, and Muslim literature. Today's panel's title is Ismaili Devotional Literature. And I'd just like to make a few housekeeping comments. The panelists have about 20 minutes, and I will remind them when they have 5 and 1 minute remaining. The question and answer session will be at the end of the papers, and the first few questions will be from the panelists. I request the panelists to use the raise your hand function. If you want, you can also post your questions in the chat section, but may I request both panelists and attendees that when you post your question, please write Q&A and follow that with the name of the panelist that you are addressing the question to. So for example, in my case, it would have been Q&A Qasim. Please follow these directions because there's a lot of conversation that goes on in the chat section, and this will help me ascertain your questions, identify them. So let us begin then. Let us begin the session, and the first paper will be by Dr. Perwaiz Hayat, and the title of his paper is Yogi Das and Ginans. Dr. Hayat is a lecturer at the Department of Religions and Cultures at Concordia University, Montreal. He received his doctorate from the Institute of Ismaili Studies at McGill University, and his area of expertise is mysticism in the 17th century India, with special reference to the Mughal Sufi prince Dara Shikoh. Dr. Hayat, welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Qasim. It's a pleasure to be here. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. I think this was a historic occasion where, we have a 5-day conference and an occasion where to meet and hear people who were around us. Actually, with Dr. Qasim, it reminds me the old days of McGill. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks again for a very nice introduction. Okay, so we start with the paper. Present study, which I have written, is based on the text traditionally known as Sual al-Javāb, a transcript of an intellectual discussion between Dara Shikoh and Alîdâs. This paper will examine the concept of jogi as it appears in the conversation and its significance in the manuscripts identified as the Sual al-Javāb in India Office Library, British Library, and of course in the Bodleian of Oxford University Library. I will also be referring to a few secondary sources. This will follow with the elaboration of the concept of yogi as discussed in the devotional literature, Ginans of Ismaili Nizaris of the Indo-Pak subcontinent. The inquirer of the intellectual discussion was Dara Shikoh, the crown prince of the Mughal dynasty during the reign of Emperor Shah Jahan. He was the eldest son of Shah Jahan and Mumtaz Mahal, a Qadri Sufi and a scholar who wrote many works such as Safinatul Awliya, Sakinatul Awliya, Hasnatul Arifin, Sir Akbar, Majma al-Bahrain, Samandra Sangama, Jog Bashist. So these are a few basically his works which he wrote. Of course, Sual al-Javāb is something which was written by others, his companions who actually were with him when he was talking to Alîdâs, and they wrote. So basically, these are the reports which these companions wrote. Though he was a crown prince, but never succeed. He did not succeed to become the king because his brother Aurangzeb beheaded him in 1659. The respondent of Sual al-Javāb was Alîdâs, a jogi or fakir from Lahore, or most probably from outside of Lahore, probably maybe from Multan. Not much is available on his biography. Dara mentions his name in his works, in Majma al-Bahrain and in Samandra Sangama. Samandra Sangama is a translation of Majma al-Bahrain, but he has added few things and taken out few things while doing the translation. He himself did that. This is what traditionally it has been maintained. In his works, Dara has introduced Alîdâs as a Hindu yogi and has assigned him the position of an Arif and Wali. Alîdâs seems to have knowledge of Islamic and Hindu literature and was perhaps a part of those communities who were syncretic in nature. However, we don't know much about his activities. He appears mysteriously during the Sual al-Javāb, and then he disappears after the execution of Dara. The theme of ideal fakir or ideal jogi takes up the greater part of the conversation, dominating 6 out of 7 majalis of one of the manuscripts found in British Library. I'll go directly to the his concept where he is talking about fakir and jogi. Now, both are interchangeable. Both are used in Indo-Pak Sufi literature. There could be a Muslim jogi and there could be a fakir, Hindu fakir, and either way, so fakir and jogi somehow are taken same as such. Alîdâs himself was a jogi. It is perhaps understandable that Dara's questions should have also focused on the theme of ideal fakir, or perhaps more precisely ideal jogi. Although the Persian text refers to the term fakir, it seems that Dara was asking about jogi in Hindi language. As I said, that these were the companions who wrote in Persian. Masyanon maintains that this Sual al-Javāb actually happened in Hindi language. And it got translated by companions in Persian, as I said. At least at one place, we see the exact term which was used, and they have copied the same words, word to word, saying the question is about the tariqa-e-jog. So tell us something about tariqa-e-jog. This is what Dara is asking. So there's a probability that this was in the context of when they were asking questions about jogi, when Dara was asking questions about jogi, and they actually translated into fakir. But somehow, we have established earlier that the meaning of both words is same and both have been used interchangeably, so it really doesn't matter. According to Alîdâs, the journey of a fakir or a jogi begins with annihilation, fana, and ends with subsistence, baqa. For Alîdâs, a fakir or a jogi's relationship with God is such that God's shadow is always on his head. His happiness, after all, lies in God's happiness. And the best friendship that a fakir or jogi can enjoy is a friendship with God and his friends, awliya. Regarding worship of God, Alîdâs says that remembrance of an offering thanks to God constitute the life and obligation of a fakir. In Lal Das's scheme of thought, fakir or jogi should not involve himself in the world and its affairs. For him, this world is not a permanent abode. In fact, his body and life are his guests, and he should treat them as temporary possessions. As for the other necessities of life, a fakir or jogi must keep these to a minimum. For him, floor, zameen, serves as his bed and pillow, while the sun and moon are his lamps. His savari mount is his intention of love. As for clothing, a fakir's robe provides him with sufficient cover, satar. Regarding the relationship of fakir with the others, for Lal Das, family and children are the roots of sadness. The only true relationship on this earth exists between a perfect guide, Murshid-e-Kamil, and a follower, Murid. According to Lal Das, a fakir's wish is to inform others regarding their obligations. His charity, khairat, is to guide others towards the path of truth. In Lal Das's scheme of thought, knowledge of self or self-awareness leads to self-destruction or self-negation. So for him, self is the enemy of a fakir. So one has to really work against that. And to negate the self is the highest kamal, is a perfection which he will get. So when he was asked what remains, if the self is gone and ego is gone and self-worship is gone, then what remains? This is what Dara asked him. And he says, if that has departed, then this annihilation will give baqa, subsistence. So basically, self-destruction is fana, it's annihilation. When Dara asked about the habits of a fakir, Lal Das informs Dara that keeping awake is the most important habit for a fakir. Indeed, it defines this very existence. A fakir is wise to watch his diet, and he should be hesitant to eat. When he eats, he should eat less. It reminds the Ginan, Pet bharsho to bhari thasho, avashe nindra. In fact, Lal Das seems to recommend constant hunger. Lal Das's image of the ideal fakir resonates with the understanding of a few contemporary Indian Sufis, as well with the Khoja Ismaili thought of the ideal jogi. Both terms, fakir and jogi, are present in Ginans, composed by Ismaili Pîrs. Pîr Shams is traditionally identified as a Pîr who set the Ismaili Dawa in motion, and who would know better than Dr. Qasim, who wrote a wonderful work on Pîr Shams' Ginans. Although his historical personality remains obscure. Now, Pîr Shams' personality, it seems that remains obscure. This is what Azim also maintains, Dr. Azim Nanji. It is believed that he came from Persia and preached amongst Muslims and non-Muslims in the area of Punjab. He is buried in Multan, and his shrine, of course, is known as Shah Shams. Gupta Ismailis believe that they were converted by Pîr Shams, hence they are also known as Shamsis, and that's the one of the assumptions which I would actually draw from my own work, which I presented as my PhD thesis, that maybe Lal Das came from Multan, and maybe he was from the group of Shamsis, because the internal evidence of whatever he says about himself, that, and plus, the examples which he uses are from the group of goldsmiths, and these goldsmiths were actually Shamsis. So it's quite interesting. He's using examples and symbols from jewelry and gold. So it seems that he himself knew that area well. Pîr Shams uses a different term in one of the ginans for the person who seems to represent the yogi, Abduhu. Zawahir Moir translates this as the master yogi, perhaps based on the content of the ginan. However, it could also be seen as a corrupted form of the Arabic term Abduhu, which means his servant, a title that Quran uses for the Prophet Muhammad. Whatever is the origin of the term, Pîr Shams is giving advice to Jogi, and he says, Abduhu, make the way your bag, contentment your vessel, and make meditation your staff. Wear patience and compassion as your two earrings, and make knowledge your food. The yogi is a master in the world whose mind is not attached to any other thing. In another ginan, and I think this is what I found in Dr. Qasim's book, Pîr Shams differentiates between a yogi and a bhogi, using the antonyms as pun words. He says, "Oh brother, the yogi is one who practices discipline, and the bhogi is one who remains enticed to the world." Later composers continued to compose ginans on the theme of yogi. In a particular instance, one finds a long ginan which preserves a conversation between Ismaili Pir Hasan Kabiruddin and Jogi Kanepa. In the ginan, Jogi Kanepa wishes to know to which sect Pir Hasan Kabiruddin belonged. Pir actually replied to him that I am here to reveal the true panth for you, Sat panth for you. Then he criticizes Yogi, Yogi's outward appearance. And the words of Sila Khan, Dr. Sila Khan has given us a good account of this, and I'll quote her here. He begins with the stinging criticism of all the outward signs by which the Kanepa yogi distinguishes himself. What kind of yogi are you? Asked Kabiruddin. If you shave your head, but you do not shave your mind, the true yogi should don mental earrings. So you should wear mental earrings, this is what Pir says. Smear the ashes of truth on his body, and so on, unquote. Apart from the above ginans of the Ismaili Khoja traditions, there have been two very popular ginans, Jogi So, Jo Juga Jug Jogi, and Ad Thaki Ek Sun Paya. Both have the concept of Jogi beautifully explained. In the first ginan, Pir Hasan Kabiruddin describes the impermanency of the world and things related to this world. Thus, he explains the futility of the outer form, such as earrings and beautiful body, sarovar kaya, and mundra, and says that your heart should become earrings. You should take care of the inner aspect of your body. In fact, he goes that far that those who will die while alive are in true sense real yogi. Jene jug moya re yogi. So this is what Pir says. And one can relate to the hadith, which is very common, that die before your death. Motu kiblata motu. Going back to the conversation of Alîdâs with Dara, we come to the interesting discussion regarding Jogisar and Siddha. Now, Jogisar is found in Ad Thaki Ek Sun Nipaya. So we are going to that particular ginan where the idea of Jogisar is there, and this Jogisar is also very much there in the present in the conversation of Dara and Alîdâs. So Dara has asked, who is Jogisar, in one of the manuscripts, and in another manuscript he has asked, who is Siddha. the answer is similar to both questions, where he says that both are similar. And he says, yogi who has reached the state where one loses the consciousness of sleep and awakening, that level actually gives the yogi the level of siddha or yogisar. So he becomes yogisar and siddha.
Perwaiz, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So Alîdâs then, since explained siddha in that context, that he becomes a perfect yogi, we later hear from Dara Shikoh, and I think he must have taken from Alîdâs this idea, and he applies this idea in Samandra Sangama and praises Prophet, and actually gives this title to Prophet, saying that he is the perfect siddha of the perfects. So interesting. And so he becomes yogisar. So now if we actually see, this was quite common, the idea of yogi or the title of yogi given to Prophet Muhammad. In fact, in the recent memory, people may recall Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan saying, "Main jana yogi de naal." And this is again, he goes to the extent where he says that he is wearing the mala of illallah. So he is a kamli wala. So basically, he is the perfect yogi. Prophet Muhammad is the perfect yogi. So if that is so, then the Ginan is taking us there. Jog ka maram jugesar jane. Very interestingly, here Jugesar is the perfect man. Jugesar is the Imam of the time. Perhaps this is what is my assumption. So if the Prophet is Jugesar, of course, the Imam also becomes, in a way, Jugesar, Siddha. Apart from the Ginans, there exist a few other works of Shamsi Guptis written at the beginning of the 20th century. One such work was written by Junda Ram. Later he became Karam Hussain. And he writes that, Krishna with Radha went to see two people, two persons. One was outwardly yogi, but he was somehow a person who had a bad attitude towards Radha, whereas the person who was material, sort of a person involved in material world, was very sober, very welcoming. And then later, this was Krishna who tells Radha that the first one was a hypocrite. He was not the real yogi. The real yogi was the one who welcomed us later. So again, the inner side is more emphasized, that your inner aspect should be clean, and this is how you can become yogi. Now, based on the internal thought, and I will end with one of the ideas, or one of the Ginanic part, which basically comes from Imam Begum. But the idea is very much there in Alîdâs and Dara's conversation. When Dara has asked that if I belong to God, then why there is a pain and sorrow? And Alîdâs says, because you have a body. And then he gives him an advice. He says that if you will sit with the perfect master, if you will sit with a perfect yogi and the awliya, then of course you will forget your pain, you will forget your sorrow. Imam Begum actually says the same thing. When I found the true master, miseries were gone, and the problems of this servant were resolved. I achieved happiness. Dukh tadya, right? So these are the comparisons one can compare. Looks like whatever Alîdâs is saying is very, very close to Yunanic Ismaili literature. Looks like that he belonged to, or he knew about the Shamsi Guptis. Why I am saying that he may have been a Gupti, because there's another question which we see at the end of the one of the manuscripts, where Dara is asking Alîdâs if someone has taken the veil of Hinduism.
You have a minute, Perwaiz.
Yes. What should the rites, funeral rites of that person? And he says, doesn't matter. A soul has gone. Whatever rites you want to do, you want to burn or you want to bury, it's fine. So it looks like that they were aware of the Guptis, and at least he knew about the Guptis. If he was not Gupti, yet this remains unresolved. Thank you very much. Thanks, Father.
Thank you so much, Perwaiz. That was a fascinating paper to hear. I look forward to reading your paper.
Yes.
Our next presenter is Iqbal Surani, and he will be speaking on From Haridâs to Alîdâs, an analysis of Pîr Shams's hamadil khâla. Dr. Iqbal Surani obtained his PhD in Arabic Studies and Islamic and Oriental Civilizations from École Pratique des Hautes Études in Paris. And his dissertation consisted of the translation, a French translation and commentary of Kalam-e-Mawla and other devotional Ismaili texts. So may I invite Dr. Surani to present his paper.
Okay, thank you very much to have invited me to present. But I would like before to start, to dedicate my presentation to my most beloved friend, late Dominique Silakan, to whom I promised to submit my thesis. And she invited me many times at her home in Jaipur, where that was my she hosted me at her home in Jaipur, and that was my research field. About 25 years ago, I accompanied the band Sabri Brothers on tour in Paris. What a surprise it was when, before they started the concert, they greeted each other with the formula Ya Ali Madad. I was even more surprised when they performed Kal Tarana, Man Kuntu Maula Ali Maula. So until then, I thought the greeting Ya Ali Madad was exclusive, belonged to the Ismaili. And this Man Kuntu Maula Ali Maula, this is a saying of Prophet Muhammad, to whom I am the Lord, Ali is the Lord. This is the transition from, not transition, that from Nubawat, there is a Walayat. And it is important to me to clarify, to give a precise definition of this glossary. And I'm sorry, my English is not that good, but we can understand. For my presentation, I have chosen two ginans attributed to Pîr Shams, which depict the method of conversion from Hinduism to Sanpan, a method adopted by the Ismaili Pîrs in the context of the Indian subcontinent. So I have chosen two ginans, hamadil khalak allâha sohî vasejî, and the second, if we have time, kesari sinh sarup bhulâyo. And I'm very honored that Dr. Professor Tazim Kassam is here, because she's the specialist by excellence of Pîr Shams, and I wish her book, Songs of Wisdom and Circles of Dance, could be translated into French, which will be very helpful for the French scholars and who are wishing to deep their knowledge. So there is a transcription in Latin character of the Ginan Eji Hamadil Khalak, and I will comment. That is my presentation, and I will say it into in Gujarati. Eji Hamadil Khalak Allah sohî vasejî jene kayam kudrat chalai ebi Allah. So in the first stanza, there is the translation, Allah the Creator dwells in my heart, He who eternally leads the universe, indeed He is Allah. In this first stanza, Pîr Shams points out on the majesty of the Creator of the universe, which is visible and is dwelling in the heart. Eji suna be mula, suna be kazi, eshest kene rachai. So the first stanza was on the dil. Everything, the scenario happens in the heart. Eji sun be mula, sun be kazi, yesh rest kene rachai. Pîr Shams questions both the mullah, the clergy, and the Qazi, the judge, who represent the Zahiri references in the religious matter. To question is the first step towards the invitation, the initiation of the quest of the spiritual meaning. The method adopted by the Pîr is to invite people to question, to think, and not to take refuge in the knowledge of others. Now we come to the third stanza. Eji isare matimaye sari dunia nipai. Usme kon Hindu, kon Musalman, ebi Allah. So at the beginning, humanity was one. There was not a specific identity established in terms of religion identity. He said his address is the Hindu and the Mullah, and saying that who is Hindu, who is in Mullah. I think, yeah, Eji Hindu sohî arsat tirat jave Musalman masita ebi Allah. We have two groups of people qualified as Hindu and Musalman according to the respective outer Zahiri religious practices established by the religious dogma, unquestioning adoption of a ritual practice inherited by the custom and tradition. So the Hindu goes for the pilgrimage and the Musalman goes to Makkah. There is an English translation going on because I sent, yes, thank you. So the Hindu is the one who goes to the 68 shrines, and the Musalman, I have kept Muslim, but I prefer to keep the Musalman, is the one who go to Makkah. The word is mosque, but mosque refers to the Islamic tradition to Makkah. And the fifth, where is my English? Okay. Eji mere Shah ko Hindu na jane, Musalman na buje, Shah beta Niranjan hoye re. So the fifth, we have the two keywords, Shah and Niranjan. Shah, of course, is a divine title for the to refer to the say Imam as well, because we say Shah Karim or Sultan Ahmad Shah, and Niranjan is the equivalent of the Masoom, which refers to Imam Ali, who is immaculate. So neither the Hindu nor the Muslim knows of my heart, of my Lord. The Lord is the immaculate, Niranjan, and Masoom indeed is Allah. Oh, thank you, because I have got this. And the sixth is the Eji Man Mera Musalla, Allah Mera Qazi, Kaya Meri Masjid. My heart is my prayer mat, Allah is my judge and my body is my mosque. These we have all the esoteric meaning of the ritual practices. अंदर में बैठ मैं नमाज गुजारूं मोरा का क्या जाने तहत हमारी. All the scenography happens within the heart. I'm क्या जाने मन अंदर में बैठ. Inwardly I perform my namaz, my prayer. How would the fool know about my worship? Indeed is Allah. And there is the eighth is Eji aave to rozi nahi to roza. Esa dhyan mere saibaju darana. So this has become a proverb. Oh, I'm so badly organized. Sorry. So the Pîr described the spiritual practices of the prayer, that was the stanza from 6 to 8. The Pîr described the spiritual practices of the prayer, which is an inwardly personal, individual prayer which is different of the gregarious practices of the majority of ordinary believers. The stanza 6 to 8. The expression "Ave to rozi nahi to roza," I really appreciate Tazim Kasam translation. If I get my daily food, it's feast, if not fast. So this expression has become a proverbial sarcasm from the non-Khoja Ismailis to qualify them. Are you Khoja or Roja? We should. Coming to the ninth stanza, what is the ninth stanza in the ninth stanza is yes, Eji moman sohî jo sob maram jane ilm raha sar chalna e bhi Allah. Eji moman sohî. First, the Pîr was qualifying an ordinary believer, Zahiri believer, as a Muslim. Now we come to the Mu'min. He's the faithful believer, because there is a difference between Muslim and Mu'min. Everybody can become a Muslim just by pronouncing the Shahada. But Mu'min, when we talk of Mu'min, it is the Shia they call Mu'min, the one who has got the real, who are the faithful true believers, and who has to understand the I don't like the secret meaning, the inner meaning, marm. Marm is the equivalence of batin, who have understood the inner meaning and what's upon the path of wisdom, ilm in the sense of gnosis, not of the speculative knowledge. The tenth is I should have kept my Gujarati text, because it could have helped me a lot than this English trans. Where is the tenth? Is Eji gyan mae sarve sud pai koj kar milana. Eji gyan is very difficult to translate. I prefer in the spiritual knowledge, in the gnosis, everything will be revealed. Koj, search. We have to search. Then you will find. Koj gat under tera. Pîr Shams says, I did the wrong thing not to have my Gujarati text with me. Yes, Eji bolya Pîr Shams, suno mora bhai, Pîr bina parkyo taranan. So this hamadil halak, which was composed of 11 verses, in the last verses we don't have that. The text is important. We don't have that Pîr Shams lakia. They said Pîr Shams says. So there is a we face to there is always all the scholars question that as have the Pîr written. To me, Pîr have no Pîr have written anything. It's just it's an oral tradition. He was invited people. Pîr Shams Bola, listen to me. How can we cross the other shore without the guide? So in the concept of Ismaili, there is a necessity of the Imam who guide. Now I will, you see, there is Allah is beyond understanding. You cannot talk of God. We can talk only in terms of his attributes, epithets. But the attributes in the concept of Ismail is the attributes refer to the Imam. There is a hierarchy. God is beyond understanding. It's Corbin says it's idolatry metaphysique. It's metaphysic idolatry. But when we say that he is great, all the attributes we know, 1990 names, in the concept of the Ismaili, they refer to the Imam. Imam as the who practices the Tawil. The Prophet received the message. When he received the message, it was not the book, did not descend it. He received the wahi, the inspiration, and later on he transmitted to his first he transmitted to his followers, and the concept that to Ahl Bayt, which was the Fatima, Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and Salman Faris. So this text is interesting, the Hamadillah Halak, for me, because the same text, we find it in the Bhakti tradition, or Kabir Pant, which Charlotte de Vaudeville has brilliantly translated. Charlotte Vaudeville, and as well Denis, of course, Denis Matringe. And that was this shows that how Ismailism has thus drawn freely from all the spiritual traditions it has encountered in order to enrich them and itself.
Dr. Surani, you have 5 minutes.
Only 5 minutes. Oh my goodness. I was totally disturbed. So you mean I should conclude? It's better, I think. So the text we have just studied tell us that the Ismaili movement in the Indian subcontinent was able to assimilate and integrate into its own system the local religious culture, which was not necessarily derived from the Ahl Kitab. That means the people of the book. In fact, the text informs us that the Ismaili integrated and adopted the local religious vocabulary to formulate their belief. In some of the Ginans, we find identical themes reminiscent of Vishnuism, the tradition of Bhakti and Sant, and the Tantric tradition. Ismailism has thus drawn freely from all the spiritual tradition it has encountered in order to enrich them and itself. See, from this angle, I do not think I'm exaggerating that the Ismailis belong to what I call Ahl Gnosis, are opposed to Ahl Taqlid, the holy ignorance. I will conclude my presentation by quoting two popular stanzas of the Ginan attributed to Pîr Sadruddin. Eji gatamaya avine virabai sana muka raye ninda tai chanti uti jaye. Oh brother, when you come to the congregation, be quiet. Where there is slander, stand up and leave. Eji koi teni ma karasho ninda gatamai avine karo hai zanda. Do not slander anyone. When you join the congregation, say he is alive. What was once the vivid and living tradition, now it has Ginans. Now it is becoming a dying tradition. Ginans are no more reference for the they serve us just today the Ismaili religious rituals practices are routine, and there is a confusion between ritual practices and the spiritual quest. Okay, Yali Mother to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Surani. We appreciate your paper very much. I would like to now present the third speaker, Alijan Damani, whose paper is on my peer is Hassan Shah. And he works on the Satpant tradition. He has worked on the Satpant tradition for almost a decade. He was a presenter at the Second International Ismaili Studies Conference, which took place in 2017 in Ottawa. And in the past, he has published numerous articles on Ginans and the Satpant tradition. Mr. Damani.
Thank you, Dr. Qasim, for introducing me. Is my voice audible? Can you please confirm that?
It's a bit low. If you can either speak loudly or adjust your mic.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First and foremost, I'm thankful to the organizing committee of this conference for this wonderful opportunity that they have given me to speak in front of such a wonderful and diverse audience. Okay, so before I move on to my presentation, may I ask Dr. Qasim to allow me the rights to share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead. And your voice is still a bit low, so if there's something you can do about that, that would be great.
Okay, so can I just turn off my video for better internet connection? I guess
you can turn the video off if you want, but you can share your screen. I've given you the permission.
Is it shared now?
Yes, it's much better.
And what about my voice? Is it audible now? Better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. Yeah, so first of all, I must mention here that this presentation, this paper is dedicated to the loving memory of late Mr. Pyarli Jiva, whom I call Pyarli Uncle. The work he has done for the Ginanic studies stands unparalleled. He was a constant source of guidance and inspiration for many of us and would remain in our hearts forever. I'm also thankful especially to Professor Karim from Concordia University, who rightly mentioned the name of Mr. Pyarli Jiva yesterday. Okay, now I will be moving on to my presentation, which is based on the life and works of Sayyida Imam Begum. My presentation is based actually on the forthcoming volume on which I am working, and that is about the life and works of Sayyida Imam Begum. I will try to elucidate some important findings in as simple words as possible. This brings me to say a sentence or two about the structure of my presentation. I will be presenting some points of information about Imam Begum that are widely known and often repeated within the community. Simultaneously, I will be spelling out my findings about those facts. Okay, so first of all, the first issue, Imam Begum, is it a real name? or a sort of a title that she has used to compose the Ginans. To begin with, let me consider this issue. Available sources from 19th century fail to address this issue. It is in the final decades of the 20th century we see Mumtaz Tajuddin suggesting that Imam Begum is not her real name, rather a title only. Zawair Mohir, more or less, is also of the same view. All other scholars who have relied on the above two scholars, that is Mumtaz Tajuddin and Zawair Mohir, think that Imam Begum is likely a title and not an original name. Tajuddin's view relies on a manuscript which he was able to see in 1980s at the Lasi Jamaat Khana in Karachi. Unfortunately, the manuscript is no more accessible. Tajuddin suggests that her real name was Tahira, roughly meaning pure or pure lady. The manuscript used by Tajuddin, according to him, did not mention the name Tahira, rather only Ta, and then there was an ink spread on the Kochki letters, and then Ra. So there is a gap between Ta and Ra. Mumtaz assumed that the letter in between are he, so it makes Tahira. It was his assumption. Therefore, he read it as Tahira. Since Tajuddin wrote this article for the Ismaili magazine named Hidayat sometime in 1980s, therefore it was widely read, and we see that the Kochki, Gujarati and Urdu manuscripts copied in the final decades of the 19th century quote her real name as Tahira. In the light of the absence of the original manuscripts or its copy, which was accessible to Tajuddin back then, we cannot infer whether Tahira was her real name or not. This absence of the source manuscript matches exactly the absence of the source manuscript from which Tajuddin wrote his monograph on the authorship of Bhuj Niranjan and gave it to Dr. Ali Asani. One contemporary scholar also suggested to me that the word Imam is masculine, or at least it's used with a man or a masculine gender, right? And Begum is feminine, then how can it be a real name? So this is a widely known fact that Imam Begum is sort of a title which she used and not a real name. I, however, argue within the Ismaili community in India, especially talking about the Ismailis of Sindh and Kutch, the community members have used and still use names like Shah Begum, Shah Sultan, Begum Sultan, Shah Bibi, etc. Even if we consider, for the sake of argument, that it is a title which she had used in her Ginans, as many poets do in their poetry, then too it is conjunctural. Aged people from Tando Muhammad Khan told me that their ancestors who used to serve Imam Begum in Tando Muhammad Khan before the arrival of Aga Khan I to Sindh only knew her name as Imam Begum and did not hear any Ginans from her or Ginans attributed to her. So this is basically the time when she had not started composing the Ginans. So if we take the argument of Tajuddin that it is the title which she had adopted for the sake of composing Ginans, then this is problematic. She was treated like a respected lady from the progeny of Hassan Kabruddin, say the seniors from Tando Muhammad Khan. She then later composed her Ginans at Bombay, a fact to which Mumtaz heavily agrees. This lends evidence to my argument that if she has used Imam Begum as her title only, then why were Ismailis of Tando Muhammad Khan, who had served her in the initial decades of the 19th century, are not aware of her so-called real name, given that she had not composed the Ginans at that time? Moreover, when I talked to elderly people from the Lasi area of Karachi, they informed me that their ancestors used to call her Tara Bibi, which seems to be her title, because she was considered to be as pious as Tara Rani, a figure that repeatedly appears in the Ismaili Ginans. Nevertheless, when Varteji treated her as one of the Satpantni Devi, roughly goddess of the true path, in her book Satpantni Devyum, it was not surprising for many because of the fact that still in the vivid memories of senior Ismailis from Karachi and Sindh, she was like a manifestation of Tara Rani, or at least had similar qualities or traits. So it is more likely that Tara Bibi or Tara Begum could be her title rather than Imam Begum, which was her real name. Moreover, if we read the existing Ginans, how many Pîrs or Sayyids have used titles in their compositions rather than real names? Yes, I know there are hardly 1, 2, or 3, but then again, we know their real names from their other compositions. The point being that the tendency of using titles by the Ismaili Pîrs and Sayyids does exist, but it's quite low and almost unlikely in the case of Imam Begum in the light of above arguments. So the second issue is that about the number of Ginans she composed during her lifetime. The published number of Ginans attributed to Imam Begum are 10. They appear in Khojki, Gujarati, Urdu, and English versions. However, it appears to Tajdeen that her Ginans were either 30 or 32. He perhaps relies on the account that was provided about her life in the Vices of late Dr. Missionary Abu Ali. If we have only 10 published, then what about the unpublished ones? Khojki manuscripts at Harvard are void of any unpublished Ginan attributed to Imam Begum. The partial catalogue of Khojki manuscripts available through the Ismaili Heritage Society also fails to mention any unpublished Ginan attributed to her. It is quite likely that the manuscripts at IIS might have in their Khojki collections some of her unpublished Ginans. However, those manuscripts are not currently accessible. Thanks to some of our senior advisors for preserving accounts, oral accounts like the one which I would like to share, and it will shed some light on this matter. Alwais Ataullah from Tando Muhammad Khan was of the view that Sayyida Imam Begum composed a number of Ginans in Sindhi language. However, he did not mention the name of any Ginan. It appears that the very popular Ginan, Mora Sahib Subhan, was composed by Sayyida Imam Begum, and it was dedicated by her to Pîr Sadruddin. And yes, again, this Ginan is also an unpublished composition. The use of the phrase Aaye Rahem Rahman appears in the Ginan as a Varani, which also appears in her published Ginan Aaye Hain Rahem Rahman. The Ginan is available from manuscript sources as early as 1930s. The structure and the composition style of this Ginan does not match with the Ginans of Sadruddin, to whom it is generally attributed. Rather, it matches significantly with those of Imam Begum. And I'm working on the authenticity of this Ginan. So any one of you, if you are interested in that, we can get in touch later. So the point here is that we are at least sure that she had composed more than 10 Ginans, which yet have to be collected either from written, oral, or both sources before it's too late. And I would just like to read a couple of verses from this unpublished Ginan, Mora Sahib Subhan, which reads, Mora Sahib Subhan, Qaim Dayal, Sirjanhar. And then the Varani repeats, as I mentioned earlier, Aaye Rahem Rahman. The next verse reads, Ame kuch nahi, tame Mora Sami. She is saying that I'm nothing but a slave of yours and you are everything. Tame Mora Sai, tame Sremu din ane raat. To you I worship. And if we look more closely at verse number 4, it states, Fazal ajamangu, karam ajmangu, rehem ajamangu, sami tame chu amaru adar. This sort of repetition is very similar to that which she does in her Ginan Aaye Rahem. Ginane, Ginane, Ginan. for example, right? And she writes imane, imane, iman. So that's very similar to that. Okay, so due to shortage of time, I first thought of just concluding my presentation, but I would just take 3 to 4 minutes more. And
You have about 8 minutes, so don't rush.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. Okay, so the case of Haridâs, right? A love tale, and this is very, very popular, very, very popular. So this is basically a fascinating story frequently repeated within the community, that Imam Begum was either in love with Haridâs or was engaged to him. Tajuddin says that Haridâs was not an Ismaili, and therefore Imam Begum could not have got engaged with him. Because he explains that there was a custom that the Sayyida ladies from the Ismaili Kariwal family used to marry only Ismaili Sayyids. So at any rate, many Ismailis from Lasi area also suggest that both of them loved each other but did not engage due to an accidental death of Haridâs. Now the question rises, who was Haridâs? And those of you who have read the Farmans of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah, the ones that appear in the Kochki editions, one of the Farmans, and I'm just paraphrasing that to get you the essence, he said, Haridâs was not a Pîr, so Ismailis should not go and visit his koti. Koti is like a small structure located at, now it's, it has been removed, but it was back then located at the time of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah in the Lasi area of Karachi. So his statement that Haridâs was not a Pîr, so Ismailis should not go and visit his koti. I think this statement might have motivated Tajuddin to write that he was not an Ismaili, irrespective of the accounts afforded by the Sunni caretakers of the shrine. And those accounts suggest that he was an Ismaili and was a brother or cousin of Fateh Ali Shah, Muhammad Shah, and etc. These Sunnis claim that they were a total of 7 brothers. And as a matter of fact, we know that Fateh Ali Shah and Muhammad Shah are the Ginân composers and were very much Ismaili Sayyids. Interestingly, when I visited Sonda, which is located near Jirk in Sindh, there also exists the shrine of Fateh Ali Shah, and I was able to spend some time with the Sunni Sindhis belonging to the Ranjal tribe, or one can say perhaps a type of Sindhis, right? Like for example, we have the Kaloros and the Changs, etc. So I was informed by them that Fateh Ali Shah was a brother of Sayyid Haridâs Shah, who had married a Sayyida lady from Tando Muhammad Khan. Now the question is not about how many brothers were they all together, or whether Imam Begum and Haridâs Shah were married or not, or engaged or not. Rather, there is something much more interesting. We are informed that Haridâs Shah had at least some sort of communication with Imam Begum, if we were to assume that engagement and marriage are oral exaggerations. Now, I argue here that Tajuddin, who suggests that Haridâs Shah was not an Ismaili, is misinformed. Firstly, if we read the complete Farman of Aga Khan III, that is Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah, it further reads, so just to maintain the context, I'm reading from above as well. Haridâs Shah was not a Pîr, so Ismailis should not go and visit his koti. But the Farman further reads, even if there was a Pîr, I don't permit Ismailis to go there, for our religion is against it. Now, Aga Khan III did leave a question mark here. Why did
You
he
have
do
about
that?
5 minutes.
Okay, so why did he do that? I argue here that he did so because Haridâs Shah was an Ismaili and often regarded as Pîr Haridâs Shah and Pîr Ghulam Haridâs Shah. In fact, he had a firm grip over the Kochki script, and he produced numerous writings in Khojki which are not accessible in the available materials now. However, I am aware of at least one manuscript that was copied from the manuscript of Haridâs. And once again, thanks to Pyarli Uncle and Professor Kareem for inviting me at the previous second International Ismaili Studies Conference, where I have just placed that manuscript, the image from that manuscript, which states that it was copied from the manuscript of Haridâs. So it lends weight to another point that it is quite possible that Imam Begum had written down all her ginans during the last years of her life in Karachi, as the oral tradition also maintains. Recently, I have been promised by an Ismaili who did not allow me to reveal his name or place of living that he will be providing me with some of the original handwritings of Imam Begum and Haridâs in Khojki. So I would spend a minute or two showing you just the visuals for the visual aspects. So this is the grave of Sayyida Imam Begum, and this is the grave of Haridâs. This is just an outer look, and this is actually the shrine in which these two graves are present. And just for the interest of the audience, this is actually not the grave actually, but a place that is dedicated to Ghulam Ali Shah, Sayyid Gulma Ali Shah, who is also called Sayyid Gulma Ali Shah, and he's buried in Kutch, right? But people have just dedicated a place to him here as well. And at this site, which is called the graveyard of Mia Shah, we have a number of graves which have inscriptions upon them from the late 19th century and early 20th century. But interestingly, the grave of Imam Begum does not have any inscription. So conclusively, this was a preliminary glimpse on some of the issues and questions, especially about Imam Begum, which have not been given due academic attention. So that's all. Thank you once again to the conference organizers, friends, and scholars. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Alijan. So we are going to now open the floor to questions, and we will take questions first from the panelists. And if you are going to ask a question, please raise your hand. The raise hand feature is at the bottom right next to the Q&A.
Okay, so Dr. Qasim, can I ask a question?
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, I was very much fascinated by two of our senior scholars, and my question is from Dr. Hayat, and he said in his presentation that Abadu could be sort of a corrupted form of the word Abdahu, right? So if of course he is an expert of Khojki as well. So my question is that now Abdahu is written with H, and then you have a sound for who, right? Especially in Khojki, right? But the manuscripts which I have, I've been able to study that record the Ginans of Abadu, in those manuscripts, the word simply appears as Aba, and then we have a sound of Abadu with Dal, right? Are you getting my point, Dr. Perwaiz? So have you been able to?
Yes, no, I understand what you are saying, and I will not contest to that. It is in the manuscripts you'll find Abdu, or even the later, I think one of the translations which you'll find very popular translations, they have done O slave. So just translating Abd. Now, if Abd is the word, then we can translate slave. But either way, this could be seen as a corrupted form of Abduhu, corrupted form. So I'm maintaining that. I'm not saying that it's the exact form. Abduhu is there. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a corrupted form of Abduhu, maybe it was abdahu, but maybe there's a big maybe there. So no, you're right. I mean, I mean, manuscripts you will find abdu, and which could be like, you know, there are many words which have been which have come to our knowledge and which are there in the Ginanic literature, and they have been corrupted. So it could happen.
Yeah,
It's not really 100% sure.
Yeah, and that was really an exciting point for me, because the Khochki scribes were aware how to produce the sound of who, but then not producing it with the who is really, you know, an interesting
But then,
point.
you know, one could also say that the copyist or the writer or I mean, if composer would have said that and the oral tradition maintained that, but you know, the one who wrote was not aware of that. So there are many things which happen in the process, right?
And it adds to the complexity of the script itself.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, there's a comment in the chat session by Pyarali Keshwani, who says that it might be a false cognate to connect it to abdahu. Avadut is quite common in Bhakti poems. I wonder if you have any comment on that. And Avadut has the same meaning of Avadu. It sounds too unlikely to have the Arabic word grafted in that milieu.
It could be. It could be. This is just my assumption, and this is an assumption. It is not something which I would have found in any manuscript, and I could really make an issue out of it. No, that is truly my own assumption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from panelists? You can unmute yourself if you do have a question as well.
I have one question.
Yes.
Yes, why the last composer?
Sorry, could you?
Yes, the question is to the last, I can't remember the name, the Imam Begum, the last composer. Why the last composer?
Are you asking why Imam Begum is considered to be the last
composer? Who decide she is the last composer? I mean, I don't know. I am questioning.
Okay, so Dr. Qasim, can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so it really depends how do you define the criteria for the ginans, right? So ginan can be loosely speaking just a body text of knowledge, right, produced by anyone. So it literally depends upon how you want to set the criteria for defining the ginans, right? So Imam Begum, yes, you are right, is generally considered to be the last Ginan composers because the available Ginanic texts that we have are attributed either to Ismaili peers or Sayyids, right? So, and she was the last in the line of the Kadiwal Sayyids. That is the reason scholars generally, scholars of course, like explicitly Zawahir Moir has mentioned, you know, has regarded her as the last composer. So this might be, you know, one of the reasons.
Because I have one in the Ginan text and context. There are some of the, what's his name? Oh my goodness. No, I can't find the last composer. I mean,
Iqbal, are you talking about the article Ginans from unknown composers in that
yes,
book?
yes.
There's some later Ginans,
Yes,
right? About
yes.
Sultan Muhammad Shah and stuff.
Yes, so that's what I'm talking about, the unknown authors, because I think now Ginan is not part of our tradition, no? Because Ginans, to me, peers were appointed by the Imam from Persia. They came to deliver the teaching of the Imam. And my question is, I don't think Pîr composed. It was versified in the memnotechnic. And now we have the Imam. So that's why there is the Farman we follow. I mean, there was a period the Ismaili were not in touch physically with the Imam. So the Pîrs were the Dai who invited, and it was an oral tradition. And the followers of, not followers of the Pîr, yes, but the reference was first the Imam who appointed the Dai. Dai means invitation. We invited, there was a specific region where they converted. So the followers composed the Ginan. Ginan means knowledge, gnosis. Like it's the same process is happening in the Islamic tradition. Prophet, the Quran, as we have the Holy Book, the Holy Quran, the Holy Book did not descend it. The Prophet transmitted his inspiration to his to Ahl Bayt, and it was written. And the very fact that the Ali has his own tradition of the Holy Book, it was a transcription. So I don't know, because some Dai, like when you said this in Pirana, Imam Shai's followers, because some Pîrs, there is a debate, interesting debate. This is an interesting debate because last composer, for me, it's we decided it's the last composer. But now, because we have to follow there was a period Ginan had this function. Now Ginan has just a liturgic function, and we do not refer anymore to Ginan tradition. It's not a living tradition. We have to accept this.
Does any panelist have a response to that assertion that the Ginans are no longer relevant to this time or speak to this time?
No. There are some very spiritual meaning. I'm not saying that we should not we should not have Ginans, but unfortunately, because the transmission was made through the language, you say Gujarati. My example, how I was initiated in Madagascar, when we used to go to we called Khane school, was to learn Gujarati. So Ginan was a living tradition. At home, we will say that મીઠે વચને બોલાવો વીરા તો તમારા મોઢામાં ઝલકે હીરા. And somebody told my father that your son is just busy with in Jamaat Khana, and my father would repair halatra kamave so palatra pyun kowe. So that was a living tradition. You see, we used to have, and now today there is no transmission of the Ginan because we don't transmit the language, and it serves as rituals. You see, and that's it. I just observe when I go to any Jamaat Khana.
Yeah. Can I come in here, Tarzan?
Yes, please, Perwaiz.
I think I would differ from Dr. Surani. I think it's very much a living tradition, right now even. If I go to Jamaat Khana and I hear Ginans, although, if you come to Montreal now, it's a different situation here. We have Qasidas also. So we have Qasidas and we have Ginans, and they go, reciters from both sides are in fact learning and reciting. Afghans are reciting Ginans, which is so interesting. So I think it's a living tradition.
Afghan reciting the Ginans?
Yes, you are right. To a certain extent, the presence of Imam, of course, is there. His farman comes first, but then the living tradition is very much there. Like, just like the Quran, recitation of Quran in front of Imam, recitation of Qasidas in front of Imam, recitation of Ginans in front of Imam. Very much alive, very much alive.
What I mean, the meaning of the Ginan, meaning.
No, I know what you are saying, but I think on the other hand, there is something to be done from whether these are people, institutions, whoever. If we really want to keep this tradition alive, we have to work on it. We have to transmit this to our children. So, there are communities who do transmit, and traditions do survive. So
I
it's
wish
up to
very
us.
much this book of Tazim Kasam, Songs of
Yes.
Wisdom, could be translated into French, so the French public, Hoja
Sure,
Ismaili,
sure.
could
You
be,
know, this
people could
is so fascinating.
understand.
And when it came from you that this should be translated into French, then on the one hand, you are saying that it's very much alive and you need something in French.
Yes, no, I suggest it
So,
is not translated.
yeah, so I think it's very much alive.
There is no promotion. There is no promotion
Yeah.
of the Ginanic studies. It's only from the individual.
Dr. Surani?
So guys, if I may just step into this is an important discussion. I think that maybe some wires are getting crossed. So Iqbal is speaking from a certain perspective that, and he's sort of being descriptive. He's not being prescriptive. And definitely one thing that historians will agree on is that the status of the Ginans today among today's community, in some sense, has diminished in terms of its function. Even Professor Asani would argue this. But that's a descriptive. What Iqbal is doing is he's describing. Whereas from a normative perspective, right, in terms of what it should be, you know, there is a case to be made that the Ginans should have still a high status, right? There are farmans to keep the tradition alive. So anyway, that's
sorry, excuse me. I just wanted to tell you as well that I remember the Vaizing, they will always go to Ginan strophe and they will comment the Ginan in the tradition.
Yeah, no, so you have a point. I think both of you have valid points here, right? And I think what Dr. Hayat is saying is that, look, the onus to actually do this properly comes from community leadership, from community members. So for example, you know, the Imam will say, hold on to the Ginans, but he's not going to go produce all these Ginan translations for the community, right? We have to do it. He's not going to go to each class and teach us Gujarati. We have to do it. I just want to just move forward on questions. There's a question from one of our other panelists. I'm sort of going back up.
And
here.
I wish we could invite Tazim Kasam to comment Ginan.
Yes,
I did with Dominic Silakan. I did with everybody. That was, I was so enriched.
Sure, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that question, Dr.
No,
Surani.
I just wanted, I wish I could, not me, the institution could invite you to talk, to present the Ginan. I am very, with the Dominic Silakan, we used to talk Ginan. And because she knew the language, she was an expert on her field. You are expert, and I appreciate the book, but we could invite, why the community should invite you?
Iqbal, let me say one thing about this. So this conference here,
yes,
sorry.
Okay.
So this conference, firstly, those are my kids, just so everybody knows, they're my kids.
Thank you. Sorry.
But I just want to make a general statement. So we always say, why doesn't the community do this and why don't the institutions do this? To be honest, we have Zoom now. We don't need anyone.
No, you are right. But
so next week, if I wanted to, and if Dr. Qasim agreed, we could announce Dr. Tazim Qasim is giving a lecture on Ginans, and we could invite 5,000 people and 500 will show up. Like I guarantee it. You don't need it. But anyway, I want to move to audience. I want to move to audience questions. So there are a couple questions here.
I'll ask l'école pratique des hautes études in Paris.
Yeah.
Dr.
Iqbal, we're gonna move to a different set of topics, if that's okay. So we have a question from Dr. Karim Javan. He's one of our other presenters. And he has asked this question earlier in the chat, so give me a minute to scroll up. But he basically was asking, do we have, here we go. Do we have any literature? This is to Dr. Hayat. Do we have any literature attributed to Pîr Shams among non-Ismaili Sufis of the subcontinent or in Persian? And has anyone worked on that? So Dr. Hayat.
No, I'm not aware of literature, but there is a lot actually you will hear from them when you visit Shah Shams. Recently, I visited a couple of years ago, and much of the literature has come out but not really attributed to Pîr Shams or saying that this is the poetry of Pîr Shams. Actually, we were visiting with the group of students, and these students were so enthusiastic that they sat there and they started singing Ginans. And it was fun, like, you know, people around, they stood there and they watched and they said, wow, you know, this is a literature you have. So we would like to, see this literature. It's quite interesting that, you know, the interest is very much there, but no, I haven't seen any literature as such coming out. Yeah.
Just to sort of add on to what Dr. Hayat said, we do have ghazals of attributed to Pîr Shams in the Khoji manuscripts, and then we do have the taweez that are attributed to Pîr Shams. But the main challenge is that, Dr. Karim, from where are you going to get those manuscripts, right? So we have people who are willing and actually, you know, fond of working into this field, but the institutional bureaucracy, and then just to, you know, sort of also to add to the point of Dr. Iqbal, I recently, you know, presented a paper in which I argued that when Asani says that Khoji is not anymore a living script, now what do we mean by living? What was his historical usage? How did it come to decline? So I actually problematized these notions of living and decline in that paper, because Khoji manuscripts are still produced. So for example, we have Ananta Kharo in Khoji, Gujarati, English, Sindhi, etc., right? But from Var, Ghulamullah in Sindh, for example, if you go there, you will find entire Khoji copies that have been copied as lately as 2015, 16, or the time period of the Golden Jubilee. So people still consider it as a living tradition, and they consider it as their seva or as their service to the Imam. So yeah.
Dr. Hayat, we have an audience question for you, and I'll also invite others to comment on this question. I think it's a very interesting question. This is again from the Ginanic perspective that you've talked about, and also what Dr. Iqbal and what Alijan have talked about. And I'll ask everyone to comment on this. Here's the question. Let's assume the concept of fana fila, the annihilation of the self, is essential and factual. If this is the case, then I'm going to paraphrase the question. If you have the concept of fana fila, then to attain fana fila, does the seeker eventually have to let go of the master, Shah, Mullah, Imam, or Guru? For as long as there is attachment to the Guru or the Imam, the self is alive. So do you guys get that question? You want me to repeat it? It's basically
I got that.
Okay.
It's quite interesting how to resolve this issue. This is, in a way, it's problematic, and it's a big debate in Sufi circles, Wahdatul Wujud and Wahdatul Shuhud. Now, the idea is that those who are in Wahdatul Shuhud, like in the camp of Wahdatul Shuhud, they would emphasize that presence remains there. You and me both, in the case of fana, with the God, the person who is going to be there on the level of fana, it still exists, and that's the reason that they won't accept Wahdatul Shuhud, Wahdatul Wujud. Now, I think just to resolve this or to understand this, maybe this will help. But there are camps, and we cannot really take a position. Rumi's one anecdote is very popular, so it reminds quite a few things in there, and maybe that helps in resolving this issue. Maybe he says that, have you seen candle? And if you take this candle and lit this candle and bring this candle out in the bright sunlight, what will happen? So of course, candle's light will be gone, I mean, in front of sun, bright sun. But then if you would put the finger on the flame side, you will feel your finger will be burned. So presence of candle is there, but it's not there in the front of sun. So that's the whole idea, like it's the in-between. Existence is there, but in front of master is not there, is gone totally. So, I mean, I don't know if that helps in understanding the situation, but this is what it is. And there are two sides to it. Those who would say that fanafila happens, and of course, fanafila is the level where Mansoor also said an al-haq, and that's the level where, you know, people misunderstood him. And of course, those who would say, well, Junaid was there, he never said openly. So of course, one cannot talk about those things, even if you have reached to that level. So I think these are the debates, these are the discussions which are around this whole subject or area. Others can comment on it, sure.
I'll just add some information for the person who asked that. This question was asked to, in the Al-Umud period, it was asked to Imam Aladdin Muhammad, and we have the Imam's response to this very question. It's in the back of the book, Paradise of Submission by Nasir al-Tusi, so you'll find a discussion on that. We can take one. Does anyone else on the panel want to comment on this question? Again, I'll repeat the question. In order to attain fanafila in the Ginanic perspective, to attain fanafila, do you eventually have to let go of the imam or the guru or the master? Dr. Qasim, did you want to answer that question too?
No, I didn't want to answer that question, but just in the interest of time, I wanted to know whether we want to close the session.
We have 5 minutes left on the schedule for the session, so it's up to you.
Well, no, we'll take any other questions. I'm sort of trying to scan the chat session as well, and I don't see any more questions. I see a couple of interesting comments, but one of them was again by, let me see, it was on the issue of living, what identifies or how you define the word living, so that even if the corpus has been closed or what is described as having been closed, the tradition can still be a living tradition in the sense of how it is used and how it is continues to be received. That was one comment that I wanted to just share with you that was part, in the chat session and section. And yeah, so if there are no further questions, then we can.
There is one. There's one above it from Stephen. If you scroll up, a whole bunch just came in now. I don't want to butcher what he said. Can you see it? It begins by saying,
yes, I can. I just saw it. Yes, it doesn't have that Q&A in front of it. Okay, so Stephen says, an exceptional conference. Many thanks. The question is to any of the panelists. In one of the Ginans of Mir Syed Khan, there is a couplet, Eji ek man thai sahibaji sun rahiye, hete sun rang aisa lahiye. How would you situate that terminology?
So the Quranic verse is about the color of the God. The subcontinent is the best color. And in Sufism, that is again a symbol which has been used. Your color is the best color, so give me your color. I would like to be in your color. I would take your color. So then, you know, you and me, we become one. And this is again very interesting tradition, which is called as a rang, you know, and you have qawwalis with that rang. And which talks about rang, and that color is basically God's color. I mean, if he gives you his color, nothing better than that. So I think one can understand in that context.
Any other panelists? Okay, so I see another question, which is a rather long comment as well. From M. Lalani, which is, it's been an interesting and illuminating session. And I do think that Dr. Surani's challenge about our institutions is worth further consideration. And Dr. Andani says that the social media technology enables scholars to present their perspectives. But an issue which I have and I'm asking about is, does the exclusionary stance taken by our institutions speak to the ethical basis of our faith? I think that sort of issue was discussed by Dr. Karim yesterday quite extensively, actually, in his keynote speech. Khalil, would you like to respond to that? Add anything to that?
I mean, institutions eventually they grow. I remember before the Diamond Jubilee, they had a policy of nothing on social media. They did not use Facebook. They didn't use Instagram. And then with Diamond Jubilee, all of a sudden, a zillion Instagram and Facebook pages called the Ismaili pop up, like literally overnight. So these things are going to change, but the change has always come from the grassroots. Institutions didn't start internet stuff until private Ismailis make their own websites. They didn't start social media until other Ismailis did it. You have now this Association for the Study of Ginans, right? We have so it's going to come down to civil society. If anyone who wants to see a change, basically start the change yourself. We have all the resources to do this, and I'm here to help any activist in the community who needs help affecting the change that they want. I'm always here as a resource to help you and as support. And I would love to see it where we have, veteran Ismaili scholars like Professor Qasim and others at this conference, where you guys give regular talks, virtually to audiences, and we're not dependent on machinery, institutional machinery or any kind of machinery to do it. It can totally be done. So I think with that, we're sort of at our time. So
okay, so we will conclude the session now, and I would like to thank the panelists for their papers as well as the questions that have been raised. And I also want to appreciate the recognition that you've provided to my work. And inshallah, in the future, we will have an opportunity to have more discussions about the subject. Ginans are extremely important. And the Satpan tradition is very important, as I have tried to articulate previously. This is an 8th to 9th century long tradition. It is extremely rich, very varied. And the inspiration that is available in the Ginans through its poetry, its music, its language, its allusions is very important. It's a very significant tradition for the Ismailis. And I do hope that with Pyar Ali Jiva's work and all the other people that are working so hard on making the Ginans, visible, I do hope that within the context of Ismaili studies, there will be a strong focus and emphasis on the Satpan tradition and on the Ginans. So thank you all. And Khalil, would you like to take over?
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna break for about 10 minutes or so. I just put the thing on the screen here. So we will see you guys in about 13 minutes. The next will begin at 20 minutes past the hour, whatever hour you're in. It's 10:20 Eastern for this time we're using. So we will see everyone for the next panel. The next panel is on let me just see what's it's on. It's on going to be Fatimid and Ismaili intellectual history. So shifting gears a little bit. So we'll see you guys all in a bit. Just want to do a quick check. Our panelists here. So if Shiraz, if everyone can just say here, Shiraz, if you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Paul Walker, you are here. I can see you. Kumail, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
And is it Jose? Did I say your name right? Dr. Jose, you are here?
Shows to be on, but there we go.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Shiraz, I'm going to hand it over to you. So we're going to begin the second panel of the day. Go ahead.
Good day, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. This is the Fatimid and Ismaili Intellectual History panel. And it's a pleasure for me to be chairing this panel. Before we get going, I want to invoke the memory of Ginans S, who passed away last month. Just want to recall his playful smirk, and behind this playful smirk and beautiful smile was a warm, gentle, generous heart, full of kindness and ever helpful, and a brilliant, brilliant mind. A great loss to Islamic studies, and may your soul journey into Valhalla. We have a fantastic panel and great panelists as well. I will introduce the first panelist and ask for each person has 20 minutes to present. I'll give you a reminder, 15 minutes and 19 minutes. And then we will have questions at the end. I would ask a fellow panelists if you could to post your questions, and as Professor Qasim had set up the modus operandi before, please put before your question 4, and if it's all the panelists or the specific panelists. And I would urge you, so that we can be in the same room, to actually come on and ask your question live, if you will, and give my very scratchy throat some rest. So with that, let me introduce our first panelist. Our first panelist is Kumail Rajani. Kumail, it's really nice to see you again. We were together at, I think, Charles de Gaulle about 4 years ago. It's really lovely to see you. Kumail is a postdoc researcher in Islamic Studies at the Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies at the University of Exeter. My regards to Rob Gleave. And he has worked on law, authority, learning in Shia Islam, and his dissertation was entitled Making Sense of Ismaili Traditions, the Modes and Meanings of Transmission of Hadith in the Works of Qāḍī and Nuʿmān. And today, Kumail is presenting Examining Hadith Sources of Qāḍī Nuʿmān, who died in 974, a case study of Kutub al-Jaʿfariyya. Kumail.
Thank you so much, Shiraz, and all the organizers of this wonderful conference. Particularly, I would like to single out the name of Khalil over here, who has undertaken this huge responsibility of bringing diverse panels in this conference. So thank you, each and every one of you. Indeed, it's a shifting gear. Earlier, we were looking in the Ginân tradition, but now we would be speaking something related to Fatimid intellectual tradition, Ismaili intellectual tradition. I won't be speaking about what is Ismaili Hadith. We all are very much eager to learn from Professor Paul Walker in reference to what is Ismaili Hadith. I would rather be discussing on the Hadith Sources of al-Qāḍī Nuʿmān. My research question for this presentation are as follows. What do we know about early Shia Hadith sources? How can we reconstruct bits and pieces of those early Shia Hadith sources, and how al-Qāḍī and Nuʿmān would help us in unearthing these early Shia Hadith sources? So we will be looking into Qāḍī Nuʿmān's works and how his works are providing glimpses to the early Shia Hadith sources. So as far as methods are concerned, we are quite familiar. I'm just going to provide a brief literature review and the current scholarship which is available at our disposal in academia. So as far as introducing early Shia Hadith sources, we have Professor Kolbe, Professor Mudarrisi, Professor Matlong. All these wonderful scholars have written extensively introducing early Shia Hadith sources. What are early Shia Hadith sources? Some of them have listed it. Some have delved deeper, examining their names and their authors. Then we have, as far as Shia Hadith sources are concerned, another method which is there is Isnad ka matn analysis of Modsky, the late Modsky. Although he has worked mainly on Sunni Hadith sources, but recently the emerging scholars who are applying the same Isnad ka matn analysis on Shia Hadith sources as well. And same applies to Andres Gorky. What I'm going to present today is a part of my dissertation, part of my thesis at University of Exeter. And in my thesis, I am I'm proposing a new methodology, which is cross-regional textual analysis. By cross-regional textual analysis, I believe and I argue that it would help us unearth the early Shia Hadith sources. So what is cross-regional textual analysis? Bear with me as we go through the intricacies associated with cross-regional textual analysis. So we have a central authority. In Shiite tradition, it's Imam. So after Prophet, it's Imam. So Imam is the authority who is going to provide us with a hadith, either his own pronouncement or something which is narrating from the Holy Prophet. So Imam has their own students. So as you could see on your screen, left-hand side, we have narrator A in Medina, supposedly a student or companion of Imam. On your right-hand side, you have narrator B, again in Medina, believing that Imam is in Medina and Imam is pronouncing that hadith in Medina. So we have narrator A and B in Medina. Then we have narrator A in Medina who is transmitting his hadith to someone in Egypt. So this transmitter X in Egypt, narrator B is transmitting his hadith, the hadith which he has documented from Imam, which I would call transmitter Y in Kufa. So here you have on left-hand side Egypt, on right-hand side Kufa. Then we have compiler. What I mean by compiler is the author of a text which is available to the date. So there is a compiler in Qayrawan, let's say like al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān. On your right-hand side, you see a compiler in Qum, which is al-Kulayni, Muhammad bin Yaqub al-Kulayni. So what I mean by cross-regional textual analysis is to examine two different texts which are available, one in Qum, one in Qayrawan. One is being authored in Qum, the other one is authored in Qayrawan. By examining these texts, we might go back to the earlier sources from which they are documenting and they are narrating their hadith material. I would like to dig deeper into this. And for that reason, I would mention three considerations, which I argue in my thesis that it's vital for cross-examining Shia Hadith sources. So number one, the authors of these resources, the authors of these hadith, they should be located in two different regions, as we saw, like, Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān in Qayrawan, Kulayni in Qum, Qum in Qayrawan, at two different places in two different regions. But they are citing identical material. This would enhance my satisfaction of, they citing a similar or like an identical source. So they should be located in two different regions, because if they are located in one region, they might be referring to the same copy, the same manuscript. The second consideration is that they should be contemporaneous as well, that they should be contemporary to each other, because if there is a gap, then there is a likely chance that the later scholars must have benefited the scholarship or the resource material of the previous scholars. In case of Ibn Babi as-Saduq, copying from al-Kulayni's hadith, right? Whereas in our case, Qāḍī Nuʿmān in Qayrawān, Kulayni in Qum, both of them are contemporary. I would explain how I'm suggesting they are contemporary at some later stage of my presentation. The third consideration is, and this is something worth considering as well, that both the scholars, if they follow different religious persuasions, that would enhance our confidence in terms of citing the identical material as well. So Qāḍī Nuʿmān would cite, because he comes from an Ismaili background, he would understand, or he would situate a particular hadith in a particular chapter, as opposed to Kulayni, who comes from a Imami or Twelver background, Ithnashari background, and he would be locating or situating a particular hadith in a different chapter. So these are three considerations worth arguing, worth discussing, worth keeping in mind when it comes to cross-regional textual analysis. So we all are familiar with Qāḍī Nuʿmān. He was born in 903. In 925, he joined Fatimid Da'wah at an early age. Between 934 and 953, he is in the role of a librarian. And thanks again to Professor Paul Walker, who has enhanced our knowledge about Fatimid libraries through his articles and through his books. And now we know much about Fatimid libraries than we used to, based on what he has provided us with. In 946, Qāḍī Nuʿmān was appointed as a judge. In 948, he becomes the highest judicial, he gets the highest judicial office in Mansuria. In 954, he becomes chief judge. During the reign of Imam al-Mu'idh, in 954, he moves to Cairo in Egypt, and then 974, he passes away. So in terms of his literary production, Alîdâs is supposed to be his first legal hadith work. Although Alîdâs is a second work after Kitabul Himma, but Kitabul Himma, as we all know, is not a legal or neither a hadith work. So Alîdâs is his second work in terms of his literary production, but in terms of his hadith compilation or his fiqh work, Alîdâs is the first work. Alîdâs is composed between 315 to 320, 927, 932, based on Professor Poonawala and Professor Lokhandwala's introduction of Kitab Ikhtilaf Usul al-Madahib, and I agree with the dates provided there based on what I have concluded in my thesis. There are two distinct features when it comes to Alîdâs, and for that reason, I would like to compare Alîdâs with Al-Kāfī in today's session, today's presentation. So why Alîdâs is important for my presentation? Because Alîdâs has multiple abridgments straight away from Kitab al-Iqtisār, al-Muntakhaba, which is like in al-Urjuz, in a poem, in a versified form, Mukhtasar al-Athar. And as I argue in my thesis, Da'aim al-Islam, although not officially an abridgment or a khâlasa of Alîdâs, but based on the comparison which I have done between Alîdâs and Da'aim al-Islam, I don't find in Da'aim al-Islam anything new except what is there in Alîdâs. What I want to say is that Qāḍī Nuʿmān, during his compilation of Da'aim al-Islam, he was not introduced to new resources. His resources were the same which he had with Alîdâs. In other words, because Alîdâs is not extant in its full form, but if someone wants to reconstruct Alîdâs, he or she would be easily able to reconstruct Alîdâs based on the Da'aim al-Islam or Mukhtasar al-Asar or al-Ikhtisār or other works, because all his later works are virtually based on what he has constructed in Alîdâs. So for that reason, Alîdâs plays a central role as far as my research is concerned. The second thing about Alîdâs is, in Alîdâs, we have lots of sources and ithnān. Qāḍī Nuʿmān provides all these sources, as opposed to the Da'aim al-Islam or his other works in which he has applied brevity. So when it comes to source of Alîdâs, Professor Madelung's article in 1970s about the source of Alîdâs, what I have developed from his article is I went through Alîdâs and tried to identify how many times all the sources are quoted. So the one which is highlighted in yellow and red, al-Qutub al-Jaʿfariyya, it gets 86 mentions or 86 reports are transmitted from this book in Alîdâs. So that's one of the sources of Alîdâs. So that's on the one side. On the other side, we have al-Kāfī. Al-Kāfī of Muhammad bin Yaqub al-Kulaini. Al-Kāfī, we all are familiar. Kāfī is like, built or like constructed based on secondary sources. So Kolbeck's Al-Usul al-Araba Umiya, 400, supposedly 400 early works of Shiites. Kāfī is not built on those primary sources. Rather, based on what I've concluded, Kāfī has some intermediary sources. What I mean by intermediate sources, like Nawadir of Ahmad bin Isa, Dabbatu Shabib, Nawadir of Barqi, and many other secondary sources. So between Kāfī and between the original sources, primary sources, we have secondary sources from which Al-Kāfī is been constructed. Where Kāfī was written, either in Baghdad or in Qum or in Ray, we are not entirely sure based on the isnad which Kāfī provides. It is more likely that he has compiled in Qum, but certainly the book was disseminated in Baghdad, but Kulaini comes from Ray. So who knows where this was composed, and it took him 20 years. So it's likely bits and pieces should have been composed in all different places. So after giving an introduction to Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān and Muhammad bin Yaqub al-Kulaini, let's focus on cross-regional textual analysis. So on your right-hand side, you see Alîdâs of Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān composed between 315 to 320 in Qayrawān. On the other side, left-hand side, you see al-Kāfī composed in 309, 329 in Qum. Although Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān outlived Sheikh al-Kulaini, but the books, both Alîdâs and al-Kāfī, were written, they are contemporary. I mean, the writing is being contemporary, although the Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān and Sheikh Kulaini were not living precisely in the same period. I mean, Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān is younger than al-Kulaini. So the case study of Jaʿfariyat. Why Jaʿfariyat is important? Because Jaʿfariyat is a text, unlike other Shi'i texts which are disseminated in Kufa or Baghdad. This text is disseminated in Egypt, right? And for that reason, Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān gets easy access to this work as opposed to other works which are disseminated in Qum. So al-Jaʿfariyat bears various titles, Ash'asiyat, Jaʿfariyat, Riwayatul Abnan, al-Aba, and many more. I have concluded like 7 different titles of this work. The earliest manuscript which we have is dated 1706, but it claims that it has been copied from a copy of 514. If you could see on your right hand side, on the top margin, it says 514 Nuskhatoha Hada Kitab al-Ash'asiyat, and on the top left of that page, 514. Saduk has a isnad to some of the narrations of Jaʿfariyat, which is dated in 250. The text comprise, the edited version of Jaʿfariyat is 1781 hadith. This is the colophon, the last page of al-Jaʿfariyat, the manuscript from Majlis Shura Islami of Tehran. Let's begin. Let's discuss about the travel history of Jaʿfariyat. And I am like about 5 minutes left for my presentation. I would be a bit rushing, but bear with me so we know what are the fruits of this cross-regional textual analysis. So as far as travel history of al-Jaʿfariyat is concerned, it emerged in Egypt around 250. We all know that 250 Fatimids are not in Egypt. This is much earlier than that. Ismailis, Fatimid Ismailis arrives in Egypt much later. So the text of al-Jaʿfariyat is arriving in earlier period. Ismail bin Musa bin Ja'far, the grandson of Ja'far bin Muhammad as-Sadiq, he migrates to Egypt supposedly he brings the narrations to Egypt. His son Musa, he is the transmitter of this, and Musa transmits this to Muhammad bin Ash'as, who is the common link, the individual responsible of compiling al-Jaʿfariyya or al-Ash'asiyya. So he is the hero, he is the common link of the material which we are discussing. I would simply skip this because this chart would show you what's happening as far as the dissemination of Jafariyat is concerned. Sorry for the distorted picture over here. I would, if I had more time, we would have looked much deeper. But as you could vaguely see, this is a dissemination, how it's traveling to Egypt, Baghdad, Qom, both in Sunni circles as well as Shi'i circles. So this is cross-regional textual analysis. We have Alîdâs and al-Kāfī. They are benefiting from al-Jaʿfariyat, but how? In different perspective, in different way. So from Medina, the text originally produced in Medina, I mean by imams, supposedly by imams, which we don't have access to, but then it was disseminated to Qayrawan and Qum through these channels. How? So we have Ja'far bin Muhammad, Imam in Medina. His son, Musa bin Ja'far al-Qāḍī, he is someone supposedly listening and documenting the hadith which he heard from his father. It was audited from his father, as-Sadiq. On the other hand, we have Ismail bin Abi Ziyad as-Sakuni, again in Medina, one of the companions of Imam, Sunni companion. He's auditing the same hadith from Imam. So this was Mirza Nuri concluded his work that both al-Qāḍī and as-Sakuni both were listening, attending the lectures of, like in today's terminology, were attending the lectures of Sadiq and documenting hadith. They transmitted to different individuals because as-Sakuni's legacy goes to Kufa through Hussein bin Yazid and Nofali, and eventually it reaches to Ibrahim bin Hashim, which you could see on your screens in Kufa, which then comes to Qom for Kulaini. And the book of Kulaini is extant. We have access to it. On the other hand, from Medina goes to Egypt in the first one, and from Egypt it goes to Qayrawan to Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān. So through two different channels, it goes to Qum. What we have at our disposal is the work of Alîdâs and al-Kāfī. Alîdâs in its, like, partly extent, al-Kāfī in its full extent. We have, but earlier texts we don't have it, right? Al-Jaʿfariyat we have it, but
Kumail, you have 1 minute. You might want to go to your conclusion, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiraz, for that reminder. So this is the Alîdâs resemblance as far as al-Jaʿfariyat is concerned. So he quotes 44% of al-Jaʿfariyat in Alîdâs. So what are the outcomes? Why Alîdâs is important for us to study? Well, it brings a reciprocal fortification. Alîdâs helps us to dig deeper into the original sources, mutual provenance of both Kulaini's and Qāḍī Nuʿmān sources. Number two, augmenting Alîdâs. Alîdâs was never considered part of hadith literature until it was found, and we started looking deeper into it. So Alîdâs being extant at our disposal makes us more confident about early hadith sources, and it gives independent attestation to what Kulaini has mentioned. And what Alîdâs helps us? Alîdâs helps us to reconstruct an early foundational work. And by this method, we would be able to construct many much more early works. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kumail, and thank you for keeping to time. That's very much appreciated. We next go to Paul Walker. And for me, it's a delight to introduce an old friend, teacher, and one of the greatest raconteurs that I have had the privilege to hear. Paul, as his name has been mentioned many, many times over the last day and a half, Paul is one of the outstanding scholars on Fatimid history, a walking bibliography, and carries much information in that head, and has little scripts of notes that I used to check when I worked in his office. Paul is the Deputy Director of the Academic Programs at the Center for Middle East Studies. Amongst his amazing load of publications, early philosophical Shiism, the works of Abu Yaqub al-Sijistani are highlighted, the writings of Hamiduddin Kaimani, a book exploring an Islamic empire is one of the most useful texts on any area on looking at resources. And this is a wonderful collection of resources that one can study, through which one can study the Fatimids. The Caliph of Cairo, the biographical text of al-Hakim bi Amrillah, and most recently working with Wilfred Madlung, Paul has been involved in publication of Affirming the Imamate, the early Fatimid teachings in the Islamic West. Paul is going to speak on the Ismaili Hadith, and with that, let me hand it over to Paul. 15 minutes. I'll give you a reminder, and I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Well, thanks very much, Shiraz. And one of my first comments was going to be to thank you and recognize you as the organizer, almost alone and by yourself, of the first International Conference of Ismaili Studies. And I watched you do it in Chicago. So we owe you a great debt on that score.
And my colleague, Nick Bechtel.
Second comment for the moment is it's great to be back in Leibniz, in Leiden. Now, we aren't physically in Leiden, unfortunately, but the very last time I was able to travel to a conference in December of 2019, it was in Leiden, a wonderful visit. So I thank the organizers for bringing us back to Leiden. Now, my topic today is in many ways to raise a question that is critical for the study of Ismaili Hadith. In fact, a couple of questions. But what I would like to do is start off with what I think is the general rule for the Shia about Hadith, which is that in terms of fiqh, legal understanding, legal doctrine, the ruling of the present living imam supersedes any previous ruling, if it's parallel or complete. So the living imam has the higher authority, but in the absence of an explicit ruling by the living imam, then the community is to use the ruling of previous imams, particularly the most recent one. So if you're dealing with Sunni hadith, of course, all the hadith really are traced back to the Prophet. If you're dealing with Shi'i hadith, then the rule is it must go back to an imam and the imam's authority. So it should be first the living imam, but if not the living imam, then one of the imams. So for the 12er Shia, the 4 canonical books of hadith are traced back to the one of the 11 imams. And if you reach that, then that has authority and is lasting authority. Now, what's the situation for the Ismailis? And here the question is, if you look for a canonical collection of hadith, the one that you would identify fairly quickly, and most Ismailis recognize, and it's particularly still the legal book for the Tayyibi Ismailis, is the Da'am al-Islam of al-Qāḍī Nuʿmān. But as everybody should understand, Qāḍī Nuʿmān chose only to cite hadith from the imams Ja'far and previous. So it's the same imams that are recognized by the 12er Shia and by the Ismailis. But the odd thing is he cites no imam after Ja'far. and what's going on. So the first question is, in general, has given us a good survey of how important this early Shia Hadith literature can be. But the question is, what did an Ismaili authority, a Da'i, say Abu Hatim al-Razi, do in order to identify and certify that the Hadith he's quoting is valid and is in play? In the case of Abu Hatim al-Razi, he did not have the works of Qāḍī Nuʿmān, so he's not leaning on the tradition from far away in Kairouan, and he's way in the east. So that's kind of an open question. We'll come back to Qāḍī Nuʿmān, and I need to review what he did first. And then the second question, which I think is equally interesting and very hard to answer, and I have only a partial answer, is why not a hadith collection or a body of hadith-like literature that is that conveys the rulings of later imams from the Fatimid period, or of course any after. But I'm particularly interested in why isn't there a hadith collection that is based on the statements of the Fatimid caliphs, for example. So let's go to Qāḍī Nuʿmān to start. Now, what we know is that the Daim, which remains the authoritative book, is, as Kumail has just explained, based on earlier material that Qāḍī Nuʿmān collected. So what happened was that he had, and this is the way he puts it. So in the Daim, he doesn't explain it, but in the shorter thing called al-Iqtisār, he specifically explains that he originally, that is back probably in 313, in that period that Kumail has just outlined, he collected this massive collection of hadith material. He says that it ran to 6,000 pages. It was huge, gigantic. And that from that, he then made summaries and condensed things. So in the original, the Idah, he gave his sources and the isnads and the variations. So as Kumail says, it's a gold mine for, because Qāḍī Nuʿmān is citing written sources, and he names the books and the authors, even though we don't have any except parts of the Jaʿfariyya. It's still very valuable, but it shows us what work he was able to do to collect the hadith that he collected in this massive work. Now, we thought we'd lost it, but then they discovered a small part. It's about 90 pages of text, and it's part of the section on prayer, on salat. So Wilfred Madelman took that and did a deep dive, a careful analysis of what it said about the sources of Ismaili law, of hadith. And his conclusions are very interesting because, among other things, and Kumail has mentioned some of them, it's very clear that Qāḍī Nuʿmān is way out in Kairouan. He's only using written sources that are available to him, and they are following a particular line. Among other things, he does not exclusively privilege the imams, as Ja'far's father, for example, but rather includes authorities of other members of the Ahlul Bayt, among whom are Zaydi imams, who are not recognized as imams by the Ismailis, but they're recognized as having some authority in this matter. Now, one of his other conclusions was that Qāḍī Nuʿmān's sources are probably not attached to Qum, but are separate. And therefore, there's a distinction that may come out in the development of Imami Ithna Ashari law versus Ismaili law. And one clear conclusion that is worth remembering is that Ismaili law, as Madelung has shown, is partially based on Zaidi law. So it's a combination of what would still be legally considered valid for the Imami Ithna Ashari Shia, but with the addition of Zaidi components. And the most famous and the most obvious example is muta marriage. So the temporary marriage is allowed by the Ithna Ashariyya. It is forbidden by the Ismailis. And that seems to be based on sources which are Zaidi. So it's a clear combination of where the development of Ismaili law goes in part allowing Zaidi authority. Now, when eventually he comes to putting together the Da'im al-Islam, he drops all of the material naming his sources, the isnads. He streamlines everything. So he chooses one opinion rather than many opinions, so that it is, and also he is very careful to privilege the imams that are recognized by the Ismailis, Ja'far and his father particularly. And although he allows the opinion of a Zaidi, the Zaidi has less authority. It's a small detail. But in the end, what you have is this authoritative study. And it's particularly interesting that we have this report.
All 5 minutes.
Okay, very quickly. The hadith that when innovations appear in my community, let the learned man manifest his knowledge. If he doesn't, he's doomed. And then he turns to Qadi Nuʿmān and he says, okay, you are the person who's going to do this. And then Qadi Nuʿmān produces the Da'im al-Islam, and Al-Mu'izz is said to have approved it and gone through it and edited it. So it has the authority of the living imam at that point. But it does not cite hadith from any of the living imams, Mu'izz or any of the others that Qadi Nuʿmān worked with. So now the question is, first of all, where does somebody like Abu Hatim al-Razi get his hadith? I think the answer is, you can study them. I think basically they're so common among the Shia that he didn't need to verify. They're almost universally accepted. So there is this body of Ismaili hadith in these very early dais that has that kind of authority, and not a citation of a living imam or anything of the kind. Okay, so finally, Strauss, if you can make me co-host, the question is, why not any of the living imams? And here I need to share my screen.
Khalil, can you make Paul a co-host, please?
I think I'm okay. All right, no. Well, let's start with this one. I have 2 things to report here. What we know is that the vizier, the first vizier ever appointed by the Fatimids, Yaqub bin Qilis, took his role as vizier very seriously. He was born Jewish, he lived much of his life as a Jew, but he converted, and when he converted to Ismaili Islam very clearly. And then he took his responsibility seriously. And what he did is he composed a book of hadith, what he had heard from al-Mu'izz and al-Aziz. And this book then became an authoritative source of legal material among the Ismaili Shia. So here is a report. In the year 1025, Azahir, the caliph, the imam, issued an order to banish the existing Sunni fuqaha, the legal jurisprudence, the Malikis and others, that is the Shafis, the Hanafis, so on. He then commanded the dais to have the people memorize the book Da'im al-Islam, you would understand that, of course, and the book Mukhtasar by the Wazir Yaqub bin Qilis in fiqh, according to the madhab of the Ahlul Bayt. Zahir then set up a fund for those who memorized these works, and the dais held sessions in the mosque to supervise. So this is an ongoing attempt to collect something like hadith of the living imams under the Fatimids. And we have this one report, and this makes it very seriously. So what's happened to this book? And why don't we always recognize it? Well, here is another report, and this is mostly not been noticed by anyone. Okay. When Yaqub bin Kilis was appointed to the Wazirate under al-Aziz, or to al-Aziz, he composed a book of fiqh containing what he had heard from al-Mu'izz and from his son al-Aziz. It was arranged by subject in accord with the topics of law. Its measure was about half that of the Sahih of al-Bukhari. The Sahih of al-Bukhari is substantial. I think it's 4 volumes normally. So this book that Ibn Kilis put together was half that, 2 volumes, let's say. And then Makrizi says, I obtained myself a copy of it and studied it. It was comprised of the fiqh of the Ismaili sect. He, that is Ibn Kilis, used to sit himself in sessions to read from this book to the people. In attendance with him were the elite and the commoners and the rest of the jurisprudence judges and scholars. The people took it as authoritative and they studied it in the old mosque. So al-Makrizi in the 15th century could find a copy of this book, this Mukhtasar of the Wazir, or Musannaf al-Wazir. It has various titles. What's happened to it? And of course, as I say, it's evidence underlying this very interesting problem of why not establish legal and hadith material from the living imams, meaning the Fatimid caliphs. Okay, to conclude, I mean, this is only a tantalizing answer that suggests that it once was considered important, once it was done, once the caliph ordered that people should memorize this particular book, and then it's disappeared, as far as we can tell. So I've been on kind of a quest to ask anybody who has any authority or any knowledge of existing Ismaili literature, particularly the Tayyibis, whether they have any trace of this book. And the rumors are, yes, we've heard of it. Yes, maybe it exists, but so far, no one's found any of it at all. So an open question.
Thank you, Paul. Always wonderful to leave a presentation with a question, and that's a very good one. Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Dr. Jose Belver, and Jose is a postdoctoral researcher at the ERC in the project The Origin and Early Development of Philosophy in the 10th Century Al-Andalus and the Impact of Ill-Defined Materials and Channels of Transmission. He works on intellectual history of Islam, Sufism, philosophy, kalam, history of science in Al-Andalus. Today, Jose is going to speak about Maslama bin al-Qasim and the dating of the Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa. Jose.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, so I'm going to share my, well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference just for accepting my paper. And so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so the title is Maslama bin al-Qasim and the dating of the Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa. It's a bit long presentation, so I am going to go a bit fast, I think, as it is, this presentation is within the frame of the project led by Professor Godefroy de Calaté. And so I'm gonna focus on Maslama al-Qasim. Maslama al-Qasim was born in 293 and he died in 353. In Cordoba, he's known as an Andalusi traditionist and an expert on the science of Imam Rijal, and he may be also an ascetic and mystic. There are almost no works from him, of those that are listed in biographical literature. So his thought is mainly known through later quotations. In any case, I will present one work by him, which is, okay. So in 1996, Maribel Fierro presented the hypothesis that he was the author of two Batini works, Rutbat al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim. Rutbat al-Hakim is a work on the field of alchemy, and Gayat al-Hakim is a work in the field of talisman making. These are two fully Batini works, and these two works are within the field of natural philosophy. It's important to stress that these two works, even though they deal with talisman making, magic, or alchemy, in that period, the pseudo-Maslama, or the author of these two works, his approach was completely rational. He based these two works in natural philosophy, philosophical cosmology, and his sources were mainly the Greek legacy, Zosimus, alchemists of the Greek period, and the early Islamic period, like Javāb ibn Hayyan or al-Razi. So there are two editions, one of each, one of Rutbat al-Hakim and the other one of Gayat al-Hakim. And these two works, even though they were written in Al-Andalus and they do not belong to the Ismaili legacy, these two works quote, Gayat al-Hakim quotes Rasail Juan al-Safa, since Maribel Fierro dated these two works to the early 10th century or to the mid-10th century. That would mean that the Gayat al-Hakim is the earliest extant witness of the Rasail Juan al-Safa. So in this sense, these two works, and Maslama and Al-Andalus, are relevant for the dating of the Rasail Juan al-Safa. Well, the problem is that dating these two works is not that easy. The author of these two works in Rutbat al-Hakim gives the dating when he began writing this book and when he finished it. And in Gayat al-Hakim, he does the same. The problem is that the manuscript tradition contains two different datings, so they can be either written between 339 and 342, Rutbat al-Hakim, or 439 to 442 in the second manuscript tradition, or Gayat al-Hakim. There are only manuscripts that list this work to be written between 343 and 348. The other dating, or the only other information that or only date that appears in these two works is that the author mentions that he read one work by al-Hallaj in 312. This work is a pseudo-epigraphic work. So, in addition, the author also mentions the fitna of Al-Andalus, and that between him and between Jabir and Hayyan, there was a gap of 150 years. So to sum up, the numbers involved, the years involved, are those that are witnessed by the manuscript tradition, and those that are not involved are either in the Christian era or the Universal era, or derived from the dates that the years of writing that do not appear in the manuscript tradition. Okay, so we can have two possible datings for the writing of these works, either in the mid-4th century or the mid-5th century. So addressing this issue, in order to date these two works, there have been different authors The first one, considering this topic, was Dawsi, and he considered that the mention of the fitna was referring to the fall of the Umayyad Caliphate, and he regarded that the 150 years between the author and Jabir ibn Hayyan was mainly an error, maybe a copyist error. So he posited that this gap was of 250 years. Hollier, after him, followed Dawsi, and Fierro came after all of these authors. Yes, in the year 96, he published a very important article, Maslama Batinism in Al-Andalus, Maslama Ibn al-Qasim as the author of Bubar al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim, Catholics, and she forwarded the hypothesis that Maslama Ibn al-Qasim was the author of these two works. These two works are attributed in the manuscript tradition to Maslama al-Mashriti, whose name is Abu Qasim Maslama ibn Ahmad al-Qurtubi al-Mashriti, while Maslama al-Qasim is Abu Qasim Maslama ibn al-Qasim al-Qurtubi, so the names are very similar. In addition, Fierro based her hypothesis in the biography devoted to Maslama al-Qasim by Ibn al-Farabi, which I will consider below, and in quotations by the Qadi Abu Bakr Ibn al-Arabi, the late Almoravid Qadi of Seville, who linked Maslama al-Qasim with Ibn Nasar al-Baluti. So she considered that the reference to al-fitna it was not necessary that it meant that it was addressing the fall of the Umayyad Caliphate, because fitna is a term that is used at length in Andalusian sources. And she explained that this, considering Maslama al-Qasim as the author of Rutbah and Gaya, would explain the 150 years of difference between the author and Jabir ibn Hayyan. So the biography by Ibn al-Farabi points out that Maslama al-Qasim was a liar and that he had a weak intellect and he was weak-minded, and that he was described as a man of charms and talismans. So this, I don't know if the author of Rutbah and Gaya would be regarded as weak-minded, but the fact that he considered him as a man of charms and talismans really fit an author who would have written a work on talisman making. So, according to Maribel Fierro, the first dating, the dating of the mid-4th century, would be the correct one. And that would mean that since the Rasali Safa are quoted in Gayat al-Hakim, that would mean that Gayat al-Hakim are written, that Rasali Safa were written either in the late 3rd, 9th century or the earlier 4th, 10th century. So who is Maslama al-Qasim? Maslama, he was born in Cordoba between 293 and 353. He had close to 100 teachers who are listed in sources, 30 disciples, and he is known for a very long rihla, very long travel to the east, which elapsed for 25 years. He returned, this is a new data, this is a new information, he returned to Al-Andalus by the year 339. As mentioned in the biography of Abu Abbas Ahmad ibn Isa by Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. So he traveled first from Cordoba and then Seville to Cairo 1, then the region of Egypt, Mecca, then Syria. He traveled to Baghdad and Basra. He went south to Basra and to Siraf in the west coast of Persia, then to Yemen, and then back to Mecca, where he remained for 3-4 years, and then back to Egypt, where he remained for 3-4 more years. And by the end of, on the verge of the 340s, before the 340s, he left for Al-Andalus, but before he stopped in Cairo and spent some time there studying. So, well, he's also known for becoming blind when he arrived in Cordoba, and for being the teacher of Abdallah, the son of Abdurrahman III. His father, Abdurrahman III, executed him in 339. So even though Maslama al-Qasim is quoted as one of the teachers, and also that Abdullah transmitted one of his works to him, the relationship between the two is very short. It would have lasted at most few months, just couple, 2, 3, 4 months. So the works by Maslama al-Qasim, the known works are Tarikh al-Kabir, in which he tries to provide or to supplement the Tarikh al-Kabir by Bukhari, and then al-Sila, which is an addition to Tarikh al-Kabir by Bukhari, in which he provides more biographies by hadith transmitters, and at least 2 other works, one of which, Gharib al-Usub, is in Akida. So recently, in the year 216, a couple of works, short work, Rat al-Ahl Bida, was published from a manuscript held in Rabat. This is a work on Akida. Here's the edition. Sorry, the edition is by al-Khazri. This work is undoubtedly by Maslama. Maslama is quoted as the author. He is quoted in the work, Kala Maslama. Contents of these works are also quoted in later works, close ones, just some 30 to 40 years after Maslama. And he quotes, the author quotes some of his teachers in change of translation, who are also listed in other works, in other sources. And the views that Maslama exposes in this work are also present in quotations from al-Sila. So there is no doubt that this work is from Maslama. This is a work on Akida in the traditionalist school. It is a completely non-rational work. It is just Akida in the sense that of Hadith, just transmitting this Hadith that the Quran says this, the Hadith says that. Maslama is a rather extremist author in this work, and he is an hyper-literalist. He's completely against rationality in theology. It's only a matter of quoting Hadith and the Quran, and he is completely against the Lafiyya. Lafiyya is a school that supported the idea that the pronunciation of the Quran is not the Quran itself, that is the pronunciation, but the movement of the Quran is not God himself. Karavis exposed this view, but Maslama was completely against it, and he believed that saying that the pronunciation of the Quran, that the uterine of the Quran was not God, was tantamount to saying that the Quran was not God, and that then that the Quran was created. So Maslama's epistemology is based on 2 intellects, the intellect of the heart, which is the closest to God, and the intellect of the brain. The intellect of the heart is the one that is active in prophets, and while the intellect of the brain is our rational intellect, our rational capacity, faculty. So
you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so this intellect of the brain cannot go independent. It has to be illuminated by the news brought by prophets. Otherwise, it goes astray. So Maslama is completely against this, the use of rationality of reason in theology, And he was also completely against of the use of devoting oneself to rational studies in the science of the ancients. In one biography quoted by Ibn Qutluga from his Al-Sila, he says about a scholar who had a huge library. He was ruined by the sense of arithmetic by his looking into the books of Ibn Kamil. That means Abu Kamil al-Suji, mathematician Abu Kamil al-Suji. So his epistemology is completely against rationality, while we know that Rutb al-Hakim and Ghayat al-Hakim, the epistemology of the author is just completely based on the Greek legacy and philosophy, natural philosophy. That means that both works are completely incompatible. They give opposite views, and both epistemologies cannot be exposed together in one single person. So, is it possible that even though these worldviews are completely incompatible, that Maslama al-Qasim was just hiding himself behind these very literalist views completely against rationality so that he can just continue working on magic and alchemy? The answer, in my view, is no. It doesn't make any sense that he will hide himself behind the facade of working on as a traditionalist and exploring Imam al-Rijal, because in the first hand, he wrote his name. He would have written his name in case it doesn't make any sense to attribute to Rutb al-Hakim and Ghayat al-Hakim to Maslama al-Qasim, because unbelief at the same hand that he had built a facade to hide himself behind it. In addition, the Maslama is fully passionate about his works, and he is really a problematic fakir. He's a really problematic fuqaha traditionist. For instance, regards al-Bukhari as believing that he believed in the creation of the Quran because he doesn't because he attached to al-Jaʿfariyya. According to his view, he supported or he held tashbih views, and he attacked Karabisi and so on. So we should conclude that Maslama al-Qasim was not the author of Ghayat al-Hakim and Rutb al-Hakim. As to the information provided by Ibn al-Farabi, it can be explained. The information that he was a liar was on an information written next to his Kitab al-Sila by al-Hakam II, the Caliph of Cordoba, in which he wrote that he was a liar because he considered al-Karabis as a liar. And he said also that he had a weak intellect. And the fact that he was supposed to be the creator of talismans and niranjat is, I believe it's based on two different writings of Ibn al-Farabi. The initial writing by Ibn al-Farabi, which is actually transmitted by al-Dahabi and partly by Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, says that he was supporting tashbih views. While the extant version in Ibn al-Farabi Unicum manuscript is a rewriting of this initial view of Ibn al-Farabi, considering him a supporter of the of tashbih ideas. So
you have 1 minute. You might want to conclude.
Yes. So if Maslama did not write the Rutb al-Hakim, and Ghayat al-Hakim, then we can think of the internal information that these two works provide, and they say that they give information about flourishing of intellectual activity before the author. They provide information about the fitna, about the prohibition of astrology, about some different informations in these works. Cannot be explained if the author wrote these two works before the mid-4th century, but they can be fully explained if these works were written in the mid-5th 11th century. That leads me to conclude that Rut al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim were written in the 5th, 11th century, not in the 4th, 10th century. Since Gayat al-Hakim was considered to be the earliest extant witness of the Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa, that means that we cannot support the view that we cannot stress or we cannot confirm that the Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa were written at the late 9th or earlier 10th century based on Rubat al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. This represents a very intense amount of forensic work with a complex set of texts, and perhaps in the history of dating the Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa, you add another perspective. So thank you very much. There are many questions from participants of the conference. So let me do this and invite, if you will, to ask your own questions. And if I can start with Asli Show, who has questions, and maybe you can combine your two questions, Asli Show, for Kumail, please.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm just going back to my question that I wrote in the chat. That so many has been said so far. Kumail, thank you for the presentation. I've been very interested in this question myself, and I've looked at the texts, although to be honest, more digitally. So my question is, how do you, since al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān doesn't cite the authorities, he just cites written sources, in which he's different from any other person or hadith compiler. How do you verify that these texts are, how can you identify sources? You could also probably argue that these texts were kept within the Ismaili da'wah, or the da'is or the imams brought them with completely through different line of transmission, other than through the sons of, let's say, Musa al-Kazim. I think that was it. I can't remember the other.
Yeah, Kumail, do you want to take that?
Also, sorry, can I add that, Kumail, another one that you said it's very easy and possible to reconstruct the Kitab al-Idāh from these small small summaries and abridgments that we have. And Kitab al-Idāh, as we know, it was large, very large, and I estimate it was larger than any other hadith compilation, at least the canonical works that we have. So how can you be positive that we can construct this lost work? Thank you.
Thank you, Asli, for these two wonderful questions. So in reference to your first question about Qāḍī Nuʿmān's written sources, the thing is, like, as you said, like he mentions, like as I outlined in one of my slides, he mentions all these sources. So let's take an example of al-Kutub al-Jaʿfariyya. He mentioned this source by name. When I see, I'm not saying, like, that the line of transmission of Qāḍī Nuʿmān, we are aware of it. No, we are not, because he just mentioned fil Kutub al-Jaʿfariyya, that's it. However, as far as Zaydi sources are concerned, he mentions full isnad. In Kutub al-Jaʿfariyya, he does mention the same isnad, partial isnad, not the full isnad, where he mentions the names of, like, Musa al-Qāḍī, Ismail bin Musa bin Ismail bin Musa bin Ja'far. So he mentions these names. By this, so we have al-Kutub al-Jaʿfariyya one, which is independent from al-Ash'asiyat. We have on one side from Qāḍī Nuʿmān, we have the same citations in Qum. So one would surmise, if we have identical thing, they must be taken from a similar source, right? And that similar source would go to Egypt to Kufa, and for Kulaini it goes from Kufa to Qum, Kufa to Medina. So I'm more interested in content as opposed to lines of transmission. Lines of transmission could be any, and the best theory which is available is, like, yes, the early Fatimid Du'at, they brought this text to North Africa. So we don't have the Qāḍī Nuʿmān is not making oral transmission. He is having books which is available to him through imams or through early du'ats, possibly from Yemen. So these are the likely the chances from where we got it. But one thing to be sure is Qāḍī Nuʿmān is not auditing it. I mean, he's not having oral transmission. He is having books which is citing for us. As far as your second question is concerned, about reconstruction. I'm not saying we would be able to recover full al-Ida. What I'm trying to say, as Professor Paul Walker mentioned, we have parts of Kitabu Salat and parts of Kitabu Tahara. That's it. We don't have any other thing. However, Kitabul Hudud, wal-Qisas, al-Diyat, al-Nikah, al-Talaq, most of other, we have from the eye, Mukhtasar al-Asar. We have one book, Mukhtasar al-Ida. Parts of al-Ida is mentioned in Kitabul Hawash or Aminji bin Jalal, Kitab Su'al al-Jah. So by referring to all these things, we would be able to construct the chapters of al-Ida, right? The missing chapters. So currently we have just 2 chapters. So that's also like partial. We would be able to recover the other chapters as well, not al-Ida in its entirety. That's I don't think so. It's a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kumail. There are several questions for Paul, and perhaps I can call on Samia, you're first in line. So please ask away.
Unmuting, there we go.
Sorry.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I was going to get a chance to ask. So I've already asked Paul in a kind of private message, but basically, as I said in the private message, thanks for asking the $1 million question. What happened to Ismaili fiqh in the Fatimid period? It looked like it was developing, as everyone is saying, in the North African period, but by the time we get to Egypt, it kind of fizzles out and becomes ossified, and we don't have hadith collections of living Fatimid imams after, though I think in the Majalis wal Masayyirat we have Qāḍī Nuʿmān referring to Mansur and al-Mu'izz, so maybe those constitute hadith from those imams in the North African period. At any rate, I was wondering if there was a political reason for that, because as you who have studied deeply the Fatimid period have pointed out, the retreat from sort of promoting Ismaili Shiism continues apace during the Egyptian period. And one example that you had provided was that in our discussion yesterday was that the Qāḍī al-Qudat is more important to the regime or has a higher status than the Dai. So perhaps, they beat a retreat and as a result did not support the further kind of production of knowledge about the Fatimid imams and compilations of hadiths about the Fatimid imams after that initial period that Ibn Qilis operated under.
So do I go on the screen anyway, but there's a lot of material, like all of the khutbahs that are delivered by the imams and all of the edicts issued by the chancellery, which have their signature and so on. So, and as you say, the other works seem to have material in it, but it never is put into the form of something that would constitute fiqh, so that it could become a law book. And I don't know why, and I'm not sure that there is an easy answer, but then this product of Ibn Qilis is there. So it does continue. There is this notion, if you ask the experts, and they'll say, well, Ismaili fiqh was done and sealed with the Dam. But then we have this other book, which in the year 1025 is the Imam Caliph says everybody has to memorize this other book.
Just as a follow-up quickly, would khutbahs constitute, would oratory, which you've written about, of course, and know more about, certainly, would they constitute sort of performance, if you will, of the Fatimids as caliph or as imam? I mean, khutbah occupies a different or is addressed to a different kind of audience.
Sure, and it's addressed to a public audience, which is mixed.
Yeah.
And not to a private Ismaili audience.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer is, but it seems to me that khutbahs are treated somewhat as sacred pronouncements by the imams.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. I want to recognize that I see, or I have seen another hand up, but I see Ismail Poonawala's hand, and I'd seen Syed Zaidi's hand. Please bear with me. I'm going in order of the way the questions were proposed. So the next questioner, this is again for Paul Walker, is from Shin Nomoto. Shin, do you want to please try and ask a question directly to Paul?
Just a moment.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. And thank you very much, Dr. Shirazi. And I'm very happy to see you again. And also
Good to see you too again. Thank you.
my old teacher, Professor Paul Walker. And basically, you pointed out some similarity between Abu Hatim Razi's hadith and also some hadith from Isna Ashari traditions. And you suggested some kind of common body of a hadith, Shia common body of hadith. And I totally agree with it. But I think still it needs some more elaboration on that, your suggestion. And it's still like kind of hypothetical construction, like sorry, and something of image of something like Indo-European proto-language or something like that. And
yes, a good analogy. But yes, I totally agree. There is no work being done, and there should be some work being done. And I would note that I have here on my desk the for your edition of the Kitab al-Islah.
Yes.
You provided an index of the hadith.
Yes.
So it's very easy to check them, and you can go down the list. And all I did is I looked through the list, and I recognize so many of them as being very common. So that's all the conclusion I drew.
And may I have another question? Sorry. Let me briefly. Yes. And also, I find some similarities between some hadiths in Kitab al-Zina on the origin of language, and some other hadiths in Kitab al-Tawhid by Ibn Bawayf, which can be found in its section, and Majlis and Imam and Ali Rida. What do you think about this? And I pointed out this kind of thing in another Ismaili conference of Greater Khorasan.
I remember your presentation in that conference, which was not so long ago. But I have no conclusion. You're doing good work. But I have no superseding authority here. You're the person who knows what and have identified this interesting parallel. And
I'm sorry, but about some premature stage of my paper, and I'm still working on it.
Good.
Wonderful. Thank you
very much.
The next question is from Alexander Fager, again for Dr. Walker. Alexander.
Yes. Hello. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Walker. This is very interesting, really an amazing presentation, and the whole panel, I must say. So my question is again about Ibn Killis's book, and I understand there is some reference to it in Yahya al-Antaki, and he says that there was some kind of controversy about it. So, and Al-Aziz even released the scholars from the obligation to follow it. initially he wanted them to follow it, but then when the controversy arose, he kind of said, you know, okay, never mind. So I'm wondering what your take on all this might be, and what the controversy could have been about, and whether this may have something to do with the question you raised about why we don't really have hadith from the living imams in the Ismaili tradition. So maybe this was an aborted attempt essentially, but I'm wondering what the reason for that might be. Thank you.
So I don't, and I will be interested think.
Paul, you're breaking up. Paul?
He may have cut out.
Yeah, his internet is.
Yeah, he'll probably come back in a couple minutes.
Okay, so let me continue, and hopefully Paul will get back to us. Professor Poonawala, your question, is that for anybody other than Paul while we're waiting for Paul?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I have just, I think, few comments on the whole panel. I'm not going to debate, especially I have my disagreements with the second and the third paper. I'm not going to debate it, but let me briefly, I think I commend the Kumail's paper. It was quite original. Then coming to the Paul Walker's paper, I think that really what we have, that he has failed to understand the deeply ingrained meaning of hadith, what hadith means to the Muslim, meaning not just the Ismailis. And then I think the Ibn Killis's work, it deals with only the second half, with meaning the Mu'amalat. It is not the first volume of the Da'a'im. And then I think it was not palatable, the hadith, as Muslims understood it, that the words should come from the Prophet, not from the living Prophet, living Imam. Who are there? Again, there were questions about their genealogy and number of other things. So I think in that way, whatever it is, and then coming from Ibn Killis, who was again a questionable character in certain way, this is my speculation. So I think that eventually it disappeared. Okay, and again, don't forget, I think Paul missed the whole point. If you read between the lines, see, there was a rivalry between the Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān and his family and Ibn Killis. So that again cannot be ignored. So leaving that aside, I think the whole thing, again, the Razi cannot be considered an authoritative source for hadith. He is considered, so to say, for other things. And again, his also affiliation with the Karmatians and other things also counts. So there are a number of missing things in Paul's, I think, presentation. Sorry to dispute or to disagree with it. And in the same way, I totally disagree with the third presentation. Probably he's not aware of my writings about Ikhwan al-Safa as well as Abbas Hamdani. So I don't want to go into the debate with him. Yeah, you are stuck with scholarly, so to say, the tradition, which is hard to break, that, okay, the, what you call that, the earliest, I forget the tradition, which I think Abbas Hamdani has totally refuted the Qāḍī, whatever the first reference, I think, to Ikhwan al-Safa is totally really false. So again, I think, sorry to say bluntly, I didn't learn anything new from the third paper. I don't want to go into debate. So my feelings are really quite mixed about the second and the third paper. That's what I want to convey.
Thank you, Dr. Poonawala, for so gently putting your opposition to some of the ideas that were presented, and that's precisely what we're here for, right? We engage in, I mean, if there's total agreement, I think we don't advance learning. It's through that process of iconoclasm and the icons coming back and saying, no, we're here. That's how learning progresses. So thank you for
but looks like the third presenter, I think we are on two different wavelengths. Probably he is not aware of writings of Abbas Hamdani as well as my writing. Yeah. So
thank you, Dr. Poonawala. Let me give an opportunity to Dr. Belver to respond. You know, how do you see, Dr. Belver, the work that has been done by Ismail Poonawala and Abbas Hamdani in dating the Ikhwan Safa?
Well, I actually I haven't focused on the Ikhwan Safa. What I'm saying is that I haven't entered into the Ikhwan Safa, into the dating of the Ikhwan Safa. What I mean is that Rubat al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim, since they have been attributed to Maslam al-Qasim, it is not a tool for us to date Rasail Ikhwan Safa because they are not authored, in my view at least, by Maslam ibn al-Qasim. So that doesn't mean that the Rasail Ikhwan Safa were not written in the 9th or earlier 10th century. What I mean is that we cannot use Rubat al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim to state that they were written before the mid-9th century. Beyond that, I do not get into it. I do not get into the dating of the Rasail Ikhwan Safa. I do not say, well, I do not state whether it was written in the mid-10th century or earlier 10th century, or in the mid-9th century, or in the late 8th century. It is not my topic. What I say is I go back to those authors in the scholarship that take the attribution of Rubat al-Hakim and Gayat al-Hakim to Maslam ibn al-Qasim as a tool to date the Rasail Ikhwan Safa. I do not say anything about the dating of Rasail Ikhwan Safa. I don't know if I made my point.
That comes across very loud and clear. Thank you. And I want to take the privilege of this position and ask you a question and I neither have the deep knowledge that you do on this topic, but as you were speaking, you know, you mentioned that the two types of texts cannot necessarily be attributed to the one author, right? And the question that I'm asking to you is, you know, with the death of Maslam ibn al-Qasim's collaboration with the prince and his death, would that have possibly caused him to come out of this accusation of being a batini perhaps and indulging in charms and talismans and so on? And would that have kind of prompted him to come out of that and show his credentials as a traditionist? And, you know, we have examples. Al-Ghazali is a famous one, where his works, A Critique on Philosophy, initially Western scholarship thought that he was a part of the falsafa. But he was writing perhaps one of the greatest attacks on the falsafa. So it's possible to write from different perspectives. What are your thoughts on that?
In this case, I don't think it's possible. I mean, it's just like attributing a work of magic to Ibn Taymiyyah or to authors like that. It's too far distant. The works by Maslam al-Qasim are the works by a traditionalist theologian, the like of al-Daraqutni. It's in the case of al-Ghazali, he's a theologian that values rationality. He's a theologian that that in his theological works he uses inference, he uses qiyas, he uses We do not find that in the case of Maslama al-Qasim. He's a completely utterly hyper literalist who rejects rationality. And then in the other hand, we have just somebody who is writing in the other extreme, in the other part of the range. He's just somebody who is valuing the Greek legacy, Plato, all the late alchemists of the classical period, the earlier alchemists of the Islamic period, who has, I mean, both authors are completely different. That does mean that the author of Ghayat al-Hakim and Rutbat al-Hakim would be at odds with Maslama al-Qasim. Probably not. I don't mean that. But that does mean that Maslama al-Qasim would be at odds with the author of Rutbat al-Hakim and Ghayat al-Hakim. Yes. He would completely disagree, and he would consider him just kind of a non-Muslim, an infidel. This is the degree of Maslama al-Qasim. The writing by Maslama al-Qasim is extremely harsh. His opinions on earlier hadith transmitters sometimes are very harsh, and those who have whom he regards as that their akida or their belief is not correct. He is, I mean, thinking that somebody is writing a magical work when he, on the other hand, considers that al-Bukhari is believing that the Quran is created. It's a rather tough travel to go from one point to the other. It's not that easy to go from one point to the other. It's just like accusing or considering, because there are some similarities in the name of the author, that, for instance, Ibn Taymiyyah is the author of a magical work. I mean, no, he is not the author of a magical work, even though his name may resemble the name of maybe author of a magical work. In the case of these two works, these are pseudepigraphic works that were attributed to Maslama al-Mashriti on purpose. And it happens that his name was very similar to Maslama al-Qasim, and maybe what may have happened, and Maslama al-Qasim was sure, he had not at all any sympathy with the Umayyads by Al-Hakam II. Al-Hakam II considered him a kadab, a liar, because he accused al-Karabisi of lying, Maslama al-Qasim. So he was not well regarded among the Umayyads at all. But it is possible, one of the possibilities is that mixing Maslama ibn al-Qasim names is the result of a rather late influence of the fact that, I mean, the same error in my view that we have committed, just attributing this work to Maslama al-Qasim may have happened also in the medieval times. And it is possible that later writing of somebody said, well, Maslama al-Qasim, Maslama al-Mashriti, or Maslama al-Qurtubi is not that the guy that wrote the Ghayat al-Hakim and Rutbat al-Hakim, and then somebody rewrote this biography. This is possible. I mean,
There's a question for you from Asli Shaw. It says that, do you suggest that the author was initially anonymous and then it was attributed to al-Majriti, or do you think the attribution to Majriti is correct? And he says, I mean, the two works, the Ghayat al-Hakim and the Rutbat.
No, the attribution to Maslama al-Masriti is completely spurious. It was just very clearly put forward in the 19th century by Dosi. So it's not at all by Maslama al-Masriti. What I believe is that it was attributed to Maslama al-Masriti. The author of Rutbat al-Hakim, Rutbat al-Hakim is the first work written by this author in these two set of works. The first one is written by the author, and he's quite open about his identity. He doesn't give his name, but he talks about his context, about the dates. well, Gayat al-Hakim and Rubat al-Hakim is not that problematic as a work. It deals with alchemy. It's not nothing having to do with magic or astral influences. It's a rather cosmological work, I mean. But the problem comes with Gayat al-Hakim when we have these astral influences. So my take is that probably the circle of the author just panicked. They panicked when they saw that the path that the author was taking, and then they agreed just to write these dates and to publish this work under different dates, and to continue copying Rubat al-Hakim under different dates. Publish these works just 1 century before and attribute these works to Islam al-Mashriqi so that they can cover their identities and not take into problems with ulema. So this is my take.
This is fascinating, and it sounds like you have embodied and engaged with these texts in a very, very intimate way. Thank you for sharing that. We're at 11:53. We've got 2 minutes. Khalil, I would like to ask for a few more minutes for this panel.
Sure, go till the top of the hour.
Great. We have Kumail's hand up, and Kumail, if you don't mind some patience. Paul, while you went into Gaiba, there was a question put to you, or rather a comment by Professor Poonawala, that he disagreed with your take on the whole issue of the Ismaili hadiths, and his point was that Ibn Kilis, his texts were on muamalat, and they were very limited, and it's quite possible that they were put out of circulation use after his time. And he also intimated, if I'm putting words in his mouth, my apologies, Professor Poonawala, but he also intimated the fact that the presence of the Imam precludes the necessity for a collection of hadiths. And this is a question that I think maybe you can touch upon, and Kumail can come back in on this as well, if you don't mind, is, what is the functionality and usage of these? Who is using these? What is the purpose of the creation of these documents? Are we seeing them as being copied and then disseminated through the Fatimid Empire, for instance, to be a reference, a legal reference? Or what exactly is the purpose of these massive collections, if you will, of the 3,000 folio collection that al-Nuʿmān is supposed to have compiled, or the mukhtasars, if you will, after that? So Paul, if you want to come in on that, and then we'll go to...
Sure. So yes, I mean, certainly if you have a living Imam and you can consult him, there's really no reason to collect. And I agree that would be an immediate argument you'd make. But then why did Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān issue the da'ab? Because that is based on these former long ago Imams, when you've got sitting next to you a living Imam. So there is some notion of preservation of hadith and collecting hadith. I'm not saying that I have any answers here. Now, as opposed on Ibn Kilis's work, I'm not sure where the notion that it's all muamalat, but look, it's produced at the time of Al-Aziz, before Ibn Kilis dies, and then it's made compulsory in 1025. So it survives a long time there. And al-Maqrizi could find a copy. That's
Paul, what about the competition between the Nuʿmān family and Ibn Kilis? Does that...
What competition? There's no evidence of competition that I know of.
Couple of comments, one from Ismail Poonawala and one from Asli Shob intimated that. Is there any, as far as you're concerned?
I don't see any particular evidence of competition there. So who would it have been? Okay, when they arrive in Egypt, so the chief Qāḍī for much of the ensuing period is a member of the Nuʿmān family. But Ibn Kilis's wazir, did he consult the grandson of Nuʿmān? I'm not sure, but I don't see it in the sources. That's the point.
Wonderful. Kumail, you've been patient.
Thank you. I will go with my comment first and then the question of Hadith. I would be much inclined to go with Professor Paul Walker's suggestion over here in terms of Mukhtasar of Ibn Kilis being survived. And the evidence which I have is from Idris Ahmaduddin, who died in 874, 1468 of Miladi. So till 15th century, well, the thing what Idris Ahmaduddin mentions in Uyun al-Akhbar is in his Uyun is that whenever there is a disagreement between the A'im and Ibn Kilis Mukhtasar, one should take recourse to the A'im and Mukhtasar al-Asar as opposed to Ibn Kilis. That suggests that the text was vibrant, it was discussed, there were disagreements, and there was a mechanism to solve and to reconcile, and which should be given precedence over which text. So that suggests, text was not only existing, but very much vibrant, that scholars felt the need of finding a solution in terms of contradiction. And if I'm not mistaken, in Kitab al-Hawashi, bin Jalal, again, we have quotations from Mukhtasar ibn Wadir of Ibn Kilis. So that's concerning the question of Ibn Kilis and the text being vibrant and the tradition being very much present in Musta'alawi Tayyibi tradition, as Professor Paul Walker mentioned. I just wanted to give reference of Idris Uyun. When it comes to Hadith, again, I think the question was again vibrant, both in Dweller as well as Ismaili texts, in reference to what do we do about other imams. So the same questions arise in Dweller tradition as well, from al-Javāb or from al-Hādī, like 9th, 10th, and 11th imam. There is, you see there is a decline in terms of Hadith tradition or Hadith production. As Professor Paul Walker mentioned, the golden rule is to go with the previous imam. So Qāḍī Nuʿmān in Ikhtilāf Usul al-Madhab mentions, and he with an interlocutor, that wherever a hadith is quoted, essentially it goes back to the Prophet, right? So and you see the same thing in 12th text of Ibn Tawud. Hadithi hadithu abi, hadithu abi, hadithu abi, hadithu jaddi. Like my hadith is my father's hadith is from his father till it reaches to the Prophet. So eventually, the crux is to go back to the golden rule, that it comes from Prophet. If not from Prophet, then from Ali. Not from there, then the tendency is to go back to Ja'far bin Muhammad. And for that reason, both in Alîdâs, later on in the IM, the restriction is focused to that golden rule, believing in that golden rule, and let's go back to the authority of Ja'far bin Muhammad, who used to hold a high position both in Sunni and Shi'i circles. And later on, there is a decline. No one is interested in mentioning many more hadiths. If they are interested, they would go back and refer back to what Ja'far bin Muhammad has said about the hadiths.
Thank you, Kumail. It is now 12:01, so it's my pleasure, deep pleasure to thank Dr. Kumail Rajani, Dr. Paul Walker, and Dr. Jose Belver. This has been a very insightful panel with some deep learning that you've shared with us. Thank you. And for all the questioners, thank you for a very, very deep level of engagement. This is what we're here for. Thank you. We'll reconvene, I believe, for the next panel at 12:45 Eastern North America time. So thank you everyone for your participation and interest, and see you again at 12:45.
grammatically correct. How do you keep a workout fresh every day?
Clap it up, Peloton, let's do this.
By getting everything from endurance rides to restorative yoga, all right at home. The Peloton Bike.
All right, we're going to begin in a minute. I just want to do a quick check that the panelists for this upcoming panel are here. I see all of you in the Zoom panelist section. So I'm going to assume that you guys are here and that you can hear us. If you cannot, let's see here. Right, well, we're still waiting for our...
I'm here. I can hear you, Khalid.
Perfect, perfect. I think we're actually just, I think our text the panel chair, he was here. I don't know what happened to him. Let me just send him a quick message. Okay, our panel chair is just on his way. Dr. Ali Bai, do you want to just try to speak so we can make sure it's coming through? Dr. Ali, Oscar Ali Bai, do you want to speak so we could hear you? Make sure it's connected. All right, well, while our official panel chair just gets his connection in order, I can begin on his behalf, if you just give me a second here to... All right, so welcome to panel number 7. And this is called Ismaili History and Historiography. I'm just substituting as panel chair, but when Dr. Ali Bai solidifies his connection, he'll take over from me. So Ismaili History and Historiography, give me one second. All right, so our first presenter is Taha Juzair Tayyeb Khan, and Taha is a student in his 10th year at Jamia Tussaifia Arabic Academy in Surat, India. He attended his primary and secondary education in Canada. I'm from Canada too, so good to see another Canadian with us. Currently, he's researching historical constructs of happiness in Fatimid Ismaili history and literature. So the title of his paper is Inscriptions of Happiness, Expanding the Frontiers of Medieval Ornamentation. And Taha, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I say good evening because I'm actually coming to you from Kenya. And it's evening, just an hour ago, it became evening. I am, as you heard, my name is Taha Tayyeb Khan, and I am in the 10th year at Al-Jamia Tussaifia in Surat. So I'm specializing in history, Fatimid history, and I'm currently using as a basis, using modern research of happiness as a basis to try and understand historical concepts of happiness. So in that context, this is a portion of my research, the paper entitled Inscriptions of Happiness, Expanding the Frontiers of Medieval Ornamentation. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Okay. So as noted by Oleg Grabar in 1976, discussions related to Islamic art and architecture became dominated by survey literature. As such, the concept of mediation of ornament, was increasingly emphasized. This concept refers to the way ornamentation can be used to compel a relationship between objects or works of art and viewers or users. And it allows studies of art and architecture to surpass treating ornament simply as a category of forms or techniques applied to some media. In this context, this paper posits that by using primary sources to reconstruct historical perceptions of happiness, a rich understanding of medieval inscriptions depicting motifs of happiness, for example, Saada, Ghibta, Baraka, or Yumn, can be created. Using the Da'i al-Qāḍī Nuʿmān's Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musāyirat, a text which was written in the 4th century from Hijrah, the paper will shed light on the mediation of commonly found inscriptions of happiness. This will be done by establishing concepts of happiness which would have been cultivated in the Fatimid court. Along with this, it will also remark on how this approach raises noteworthy concepts and questions relevant to understanding historical texts and prosperity. So this approach is derived from modern academic research on happiness, which flourished after World War II in attempts to reconsider understandings of national growth. The quantitative research involved in it attempts to show universal factors which contribute to happiness through empirical data. The World Happiness Report is a good example of this. Through statistical analysis, studies such as the World Happiness Report attempt to reconcile universal factors of happiness. On the other hand, qualitative methods warn against making cross-cultural assumptions and generalizations. They emphasize the importance of understanding the happiness of each culture within its own boundaries. For a preliminary study of happiness in a historical population, the empirical approach falls short. This is because precepts developed in modern society would only be valid if the historical and cultural milieu were the same, which is difficult to establish. Hence, this paper will use a qualitative viewpoint to explore the concept of Fatimid happiness. It should be made clear that discussions related to the subjectivity of happiness pertain to the associations evoked by ornamentation, not the attraction to the happiness itself. While it may be the case that perceptions of happiness differ, happiness can still be universally attractive. This can be understood through Immanuel Kant's concept of beauty. Kant argues that beauty is universal through its subjectivity. That is, the fact that each person can perceive an object in its own way is exactly what allows it to be universally beautiful. Similarly, the association of happiness may differ from person to person, while also being universally attractive. Therefore, what is subjective are the associations mediated by the article, not, judging by the prominence of the motifs, the attraction towards them. If a specific group or culture is focused upon, it is possible to explore collective perceptions of happiness, which would be mediated to members of the group. However, it should also be recognized that within the group in discussion, the perceptions of each subgroup and subsequently each individual may also be subject to their own background. The term happiness here refers to Saada from the Arabic language. This is a general term which encompasses specific dimensions of happiness as they are discussed in research such as the World Happiness Report. There are roughly 3 sets of these terms: the state of happiness, the emotion of happiness, and the feeling of satisfaction. Saada, Yumn, Yusr, and Baraka are some examples from the first set of terms, which each describe an overall state of happiness or prosperity. Surur, Ghibta, Farah are derivatives from the second term, a group of terms, which are more apt to indicate joy or changes in emotions felt in relation to immediate events. The last group consists of words such as rida and qanaat. These are more conducive to refer to a state of satisfaction or contentment rather than the emotional changes which are associated with joy or the overall state of happiness. In this paper, these terms will be studied generally as parts of the overarching term of happiness. So returning to the original thesis, a primary source written in the formative period of the Fatimid Empire, like Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musāyirat, can be understood as forming and cultivating Fatimid happiness. Through the numerous mentions of these terms, it shows ideals of happiness recorded by the Fatimi Da'i al-Qāḍī Nuʿmān and endorsed by al-Imam al-Mu'izz. Even if it does not contain traditional historical details, a text like Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musāyirat still opens doors to understanding the associations and perceptions being cultivated and mediated in the Fatimid Empire. The style of the Da'i al-Qāḍī Nuʿmān used in Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musāyirat gives general descriptions of instances concerning the court of al-Imam al-Mu'izz in the Maghrib. It foregrounds actions and emotions instead of names, locations, or dates. This was indicated by Lev when he mentioned the difficulty of reconstructing naval events using the accounts of Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musāyirat. Regardless, because it plays a role in cultivating cultural associations, it sheds light on the historical concept and mediation of Fatimid happiness. Hillenbrand illustrates how this is accomplished in the context of light in architecture. Links between light, deen, and rulers could be created and embedded in the minds of readers through sheer repetition of the concepts. Through the frequent mentions of happiness, Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat would serve the same function. The text would create and embed concepts and associations of Fatimid happiness within its readers. As a result, inscriptions depicting happiness would access the memory bank of associations and mediate a common set of associations to the audience of Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat. Keeping this in mind, it is possible to approach Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat and explore Fatimid happiness, which would be mediated to viewers of inscriptions. The Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān describes happiness in various methods. The first is in the dimensions of happiness recorded, such as daily emotions, overall personal happiness, and the happiness of society, for example, prosperity. The day-to-day emotions recorded by the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān consist not only of those he observes, but also his own emotions. For example, when Al-Imam al-Mu'izz commends some of his work and prays for his happiness, the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān states, "I do not know if I have ever felt such joy as I felt from the prayers of Al-Imam." Here, the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān shows his own happiness stemming from the prayers of Al-Imam al-Mu'izz, thereby cultivating the association between the prayers of Al-Imam and happiness. He indicates how receiving the prayers of Al-Imam al-Mu'izz are sources of happiness, and also that his prayers are pursuable goals towards which an individual can strive to work. He then proceeds to connect these prayers to the inevitability of happiness in this world and the next, by which he also refers to overall happiness. The dimension of prosperity, on the other hand, is seen in many accounts related to cities which are in the Fatimid Empire. Referring to a city which was in a perpetual state of dissension, Al-Imam al-Mu'izz stated, "Long have we strived for the city's prosperity, but it and its counterparts who rejected our compatriots in the beginning will never succeed. They will be continuously plagued by strife." This statement portrays an association between a lack of prosperity and the refusal to recognize the Imam, and inversely, it portrays an association between prosperity and Fatimid sovereignty. Similarly, the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān recollects in Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat how an association was cultivated in a group of indigenous Berber traders. He recounts a group of them counting their gold in plain sight and questions whether they felt anxious counting money in the open. The traders found it absurd to think anyone would dare steal from them anywhere in the state of Sultan. The Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān connects these two thoughts to cultivate an association between security, which is an indicator of prosperity, and Fatimid sovereignty. He says, "How does a sultan manage this security? Is it not through the army which he employs? That is how he suppresses enemies from you and provides you your livelihood and your family with security, isn't it?" The Berbers agree. This acceptance indicates the cultivation of an association between Fatimid sovereignty and security. Associations such as these are made in each dimension of happiness and therefore cultivated by Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat. This identifies facets of happiness which would be mediated by inscriptions portraying happiness and prosperity. Along with this, the accounts of the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān illustrating these associations can also be categorized into two groups. The first being definitions of happiness, and the second being observations of happiness. Definitions consist of concepts and definitions as stated by Al-Imam al-Mu'izz or his courtiers of the Kutama. For example, while giving counsel to his courtiers, Al-Imam al-Mu'izz defined happy men as those who had trained themselves to listen and comply with what the Imam had to say. This definition creates an association between ta'ah, meaning the obedience of the Imam, and happiness. A related association is evident in the Kutama when they answered Al-Imam al-Mu'izz's call to arms quickly and related it to their happiness. Both of these examples are associating happiness with the ta'ah or the obedience of the Imam. The second type of account comprises of observations made by the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān. These are of overall happiness or specific individuals who were or became happy. For example, when the Kutama were commended by Al-Imam al-Mu'izz, the Da'i al-Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān observes that they were overcome with joy from what they heard to such an extent that it was visible on their faces. This observation, along with the definitions mentioned earlier, shows how Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayyarat sketches out and cultivates Fatimid happiness. Now, besides to its direct audience, the associations in Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat can also be linked to the public using sociological concepts such as habitus, which was developed by Pierre Bourdieu. The Da'i and Qazi al-Nu'man's accounts provide descriptions of happiness, but these could be subject to some criticism. It may seem that Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat only provides ideals, or at most can only indicate associations of happiness for the small audience very closely associated with the court of al-Imam al-Mu'izz. These would not accurately portray the mindsets of the general population. A concept like habitus can be used to understand how these associations developed in Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat would transcend these limits and cultivate associations and perceptions related to happiness throughout the empire. To summarize the concept, French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu developed habitus to explain individual choice. It posits that the cultural and societal setting in which individuals grow and live gives them the means necessary for success and social mobility in that setting. The collection of these means is the accumulation of cultural capital, a term also invented by Bourdieu to refer to a type of capital alongside financial capital. Because each setting provides and requires a distinct type of cultural capital, it causes each society to develop similar mindsets and associations, which he calls the habitus. In a nutshell, each society has a distinct collective mindset or habitus because it has a distinct cultural capital needed for success. Applying these concepts to the creation of the Fatimid state shows how common perceptions and associations of happiness are cultivated throughout the empire. Ali Bhai discusses how, following the advent of the Fatimid state, the Fatimid palatial cities and judicial and literary works produced within them served to form the habitus of the state. He explains how texts such as Sira were used to portray ideals in the prescribed code of conduct within the newly established Fatimid culture. Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat, albeit in a distinct style from Sira, serves the same purpose. Using the accounts of the Da'i and Qazi al-Nu'man, it outlines the ideals of the empire. These ideals describe the cultural capital of Fatimid society, meaning that social mobility and success within the Fatimid state would have gone hand in hand with comprehending and internalizing them. Concepts apparent in works like Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat would thus be internalized even without a direct study or comprehension of the text itself. Among these ideals is the concept of Fatimid happiness. Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat can thus be understood as cultivating mindsets and associations related to happiness, thereby facilitating the mediation of Fatimid happiness from inscriptions throughout the empire. So to conclude, by exploring the happiness portrayed by the Da'i al-Qazi al-Nu'man in Kitab al-Majalis wal-Musayarat, it is possible to establish the ideal concepts and associations of Fatimid happiness. These ideals provide a link between the ornamentation displaying inscriptions of happiness and its potential viewers by illustrating what is mediated to them. Because the text plays a role in establishing and cultivating the Fatimid habitus, the concepts it portrays are applicable not only to its direct audience, but also to Fatimid society overall. This indicates the widespread implications of the text. Along with this, the approach also links art with its contemporary literature, providing a unique approach to the text. This highlights a valuable aspect to the text related to the mindsets of the local population, which may not be apparent from a traditional historical approach. Lastly, by developing an understanding of historical happiness, the question regarding culturally accurate understandings of historical prosperity is raised. Rather than purely economic or commercial viewpoints, a more reliable measure of historical prosperity or happiness can be potentially established using locally understood concepts.
5 minutes remaining.
All right. At the same time, to explore the limitations of this, while it is possible to establish a concept of Fatimid happiness from the writings of the Da'i al-Qazi al-Nu'man, it is only possible to explain a few facets of the complete picture. This means that it only provides an indication of what could be mediated to an individual. So supplementing the text with contemporary literature could further enhance the understanding of the concept and thus the mediation of Fatimid happiness from inscriptions. Other historical or archaeological evidence more closely related to the citizens of Fatimid society would also render a more detailed picture of the concepts existent within the population. This would also shed light on the extent to which Fatimid happiness was successfully cultivated in the population. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you all have a great evening, or wherever you are in the world, a good day or a good morning.
Thank you, Taha, for your wonderful paper. And I'm sure it made a lot of people happy. I think we'll move on to our next speaker then. And for anybody who has questions for any of our speakers, please hold them till the end of the session. But meanwhile, I'd like to introduce our second speaker, Shiraz Hajiani, and he's going to present a paper titled Il-Khanid Chronicles as Sources for History and Doctrines of Fatimid Ismailism. Dr. Hajiani, who is one of the founders of this conference that we're having, did his doctoral research under the topic of reconstructing Alamut, new approaches to the study of the Qiyamah and the Nizari polity in Iran. This dissertation was advised by John Woods and Paul Walker and Farhad Daftari. Dr. Hajiani focused on the doctrinal and social, institutional, intellectual, political histories and thought of the Nizari Ismailis and their polity in Iran between the end of the 11th century, so 1090 to 1256 CE. He, using multidisciplinary approaches and digital humanities, historical, textual, and narrative analyses, he has recovered subdued voices and traces of non-extant Nizari texts, which are fragmentarily embedded in Il-Khanid chronicles. He has mapped the conflict and complex relations between the Ismailis and the Abbasids, Seljuks, and Mongols. His syntheses open new vistas on the tumultuous era, and his additions and translations of several doctrinal treatises and new light on the Nizari eschatology and religious authority. He also holds a Master of Theological Studies from Harvard University. And Shiraz Hajiani, as I just said at the beginning, along with Michael Betchell, founded this the first Ismaili Studies Conference that took place at U Chicago in 2014. So the floor is yours, Dr. Hajiani. Welcome, and thank you so much for presenting and for this legacy that you've left us as well.
Thank you, Dr. Alibhai, for that kind presentation, introduction, and it's a delight to be presenting a paper. And I feel happy from my colleagues' presentation. I hope that this presentation will not take away the happiness of all of us, inshallah. So I want to present my conclusions first. And this is a modality because time is short, and if I run out, then you know what I was going to talk to you about. So what am I talking about? That Fatimid history generally has been studied through non-Ismaili sources and predominantly accessed through doctrinal sources to the Dawa literature that's preserved by the Tayyibi Ismailis. And that wealth keeps increasing as more and more of this material is becoming available, edited, and translated. I want to posit a thesis proposal, and I don't want to delve into this too much today, but I want to say that Ismailis generally did not write Tariq, history for the purpose of conveying history. That the historical material, other than a few exceptions, came predominantly from materials that Hussein Hamdani had called Dawa literature. The next point that I want to make is that the Il-Khanid chronicles have the earliest, and in the case of the Nizaris, the most complete available history, because the Nizari sources are, for the most part, are just becoming available in manuscripts, and there is the narrative of the destruction of the library at Alamut after the Mongol decapitation of the Nizari polity. So using Dawa literature, the Ilkhanid chroniclers, the Ilkhanid historians, developed a dynastic historical writing about the Nizaris, but there's also a section on the Fatimids, which is very rarely accessed in the writing of Fatimid history, hence this paper. This material that was derived from Alamut was synthesized with other historical materials, Ibn al-Athir and various local histories that are available. And I'll show you a chart of the synthesis. Now, in the most part, the first author, Juvaini, was extremely anti-Shi, anti-Ismaili. But within his work is embedded a tremendous amount of material that comes from the Ismaili archives. And to access that, I've developed a methodology that I call DNA. It's a double narrative analysis, so that you can unpack the story from the discourse, what is said from how and why it's said. The other conclusion that I want to make is that these Persian historical sources are rarely used in studying the Fatimids. And there are some wider issues that I think were discussed yesterday at great detail by Professor Karim and various of the participants in the different panels. But here's what happens in this case. There's a privileging of Arabic sources. There's a conception of center periphery, that the Persian historical writing coming from the Nizari sources is peripheral, not central to the core of the Arabic sources that have been available. And then there's also this construction that takes place. I've called them syndromes, that there's a golden age. The Fatimid age is a golden age. That means that all other ages are not. There's the construction of this is the classical and this is canonic. And so what I'm suggesting is that, you know, what ends up happening in this is that there are definitions and boundaries that are formed here. What is genuinely Fatimid? What is genuinely Ismaili? What is genuinely Muslim? And you could go on and on. And with these usages, there are almost stereotypes that are formed, that the Tayyibis were conservative and preserved. It's almost as if you're looking at the discourse on philosophy, that the Muslims took from the Greeks, preserved it, and passed it on to Europe. I think we might need to look at this differently. And there was also this discussion, which yesterday was rife, but it's there in literature, that the Nizaris lost their cutting edge, their intellectual prowess was diminished compared to the Fatimid era. And I hope, and there are several people on other panelists on this conference who will speak to this, that this is not necessarily the case. Okay. So I think that scholarship has generally focused on authenticity and accuracy, and they have forgotten the role of, or previous generations of scholars have focused on the authenticity argument, and they have forgotten the function of the narratives. Why did these people write what they write? What did it mean for them? So what I'm hoping is not to wipe away what's there, but to add different dimensions. And I want to apologize because for the past week and change, the time that I'd allocated to do all this work, I have been extremely sick, and you can probably hear it in my voice. So I'm doing a little bit of a bait and switch on you in terms of what I'm going to present to you shortly. So what are the Ilkhanid chronicles? When Alamut was being dismantled in 1256 after the Mongols had conquered it in late 1256, Juvaini, Atamalik Juvaini, a Sunni official of the Mongols, was given permission to go into the library, and he retrieved various texts. From these various texts, he wrote the earliest history of the Nizaris, but also construed a section on on the Fatimid period. And his attitude, as I mentioned, is quite anti-Ismaili. This text has been translated. It was translated by John Andrew Boyle in 1958, and it's quite easily available. The next text is the Jami' Tawarik of Rashiduddin Fazlullah. Rashiduddin Fazlullah was a minister for the Mongols. His biography is quite interesting. He has been believed to be a convert from Judaism. I have been able to establish, and I think I stand behind this very strongly, that he may even have been born in an Ismaili fortress. His father and grandfather and grandfather's brother had been refugees from the Mongol onslaughts, and they had taken refuge at the Ismaili fortress. So in the early 1300s, he becomes a vizier, a prime minister for the Mongol rulers, and he wrote this history which possibly had been a team writing, putting together everything, and his name is attached to it. And it is perhaps one of the earliest universal histories in that it looks at the Indians, the Jews, the Europeans, and one of the sections is the Ismailis, split up into two subsections, just like Giovanni's writing. There's much correspondence, and there's a text on the Fatimids, there's a section on the Fatimids, and a section on the Nizaris. The third, and I'm in the process of translating this, 70% done, so this is a plug, look out for it over the next year or two. The next text is the Zubdat Tawarik, the cream of histories of Abul Qasim Kashani. Abul Qasim Kashani might have been one of the people on Rashiduddin's team of researchers. And this history is also divided in the same way, Fatimids and the Nizaris. And there are some interesting correlations. Rashiduddin's perspective is much more balanced and positive, and you'll see some textual examples that I'll show you. And the Zubdat Tawarik is close in perspective to Atamalik Giovanni's, but is more detailed even than Rashiduddin's. These are the only three chroniclers that we know who had direct access to the materials that Giovanni had acquired from Alamut. We don't know what happened to those materials. They may very well pop up at some point in time. People at Topkapi and other collections should be mindful of that. So I have described this, that the Nizari sources were used by all three chroniclers. And then you see the connection lines here, that they were, the later authors were accessing the earlier texts. And in the case of Rashiduddin, there might even have been Ismaili witnesses who might have given their witness to Rashiduddin. But the key thing that I want you to keep in mind is he grew up amongst Ismailis. So his perspective is slightly less anti-Ismaili than, let's say, Giovanni's. What is the synthesis that Rashiduddin makes in his Jami' Tawarik? Well, he's definitely using the Nizari sources, and he's accessing materials that witnesses might, or information that witnesses might have given him. But there's also evidence, and I haven't used digital methodologies on these yet, but there's also evidence clearly, and I've been able to identify passages where Rashiduddin's team is accessing Nawbati, the 9th to 10th century text, the Kitab al-Firaq al-Shia, the Shi sects. Ibn Nadim's Fihrist is also present there. Therefore, the notions that he conveyed from Ibn Rizam and Akhu Musin are also available in Rashiduddin. Nizamul Mulk's Siyasat Nama, the Book of Government, is also a source that's clearly identifiable. Shahristani's writing, the Kitab al-Milal wal-Nihl, is central to some of the earlier explorations that Rashiduddin does on the development of Shiism and Ismailism. And then the history of Ibn al-Athir, who dies in 1233, living in Mosul in Iraq, the Kamil fi Tariq is also present in this. So what is my methodology? The first thing to do is transcribe and assemble the text. So I used the Persian text. I had to learn to use TAMS Analyzer, which is a qualitative analysis tool available online. It's an open source, and just recently the author has upgraded it. I go and distill from the text the word frequencies, and I'll show you what that results in. Then I go and analyze the words that are available that the authors have used. And that gives me an understanding of what word choices the author is using. It maps, allows me to map correlations amongst terms. I can identify some rhetorical tendencies, map authorial biases at the building block level, word to word. The second part of this is to go and code the text, and I'll show you how that looks. Through this, look at each one of the dynastic writings and develop the narrative plot. And from this, I derive the discourse analysis. What are they saying? Why are they saying it? And what that does is it gives us a focalization. What is the attention being paid on in the text? We can identify source fragments. We can map how the history is narratively being constructed. And then this task of separating story from discourse, what is being said from how it's being said. And in the case of any Nizari fragments that I have found, this process is then doubly repeated, hence the double narrative analysis, DNA. And the last part of this is to write up the results and keep in check my own rhetorical tendencies, focalizations, my own pre-commitments, biases and prejudices. And the last step in this is to go and get my eyes checked. I made a presentation of this much more detailed in Kyrgyzstan to a committee that was studying religion. And through a translator, it was conveyed to me after I'd finished this, a commentator said, and everybody was laughing and I didn't understand why. And the translator said, this woman thinks, the scholar thinks you are crazy for doing this. So sanity check is necessary. Let's go on. Where does this go? So on this chart, I'm showing you the outcome of that analysis. This is the word frequencies. So this is the Jami' Tawarik completed in 1314. And a total of 26,000 plus words, but broken down by the reigns of the imams. So for al-Mahdi, for instance, the 25 years is 7,300 plus words and about 28%. And you see a decline, 28% of the total. Foundations are very important and conclusions usually are important. But I want to point out to you two imams that are mentioned in this list. Nizar, who was recognized as caliph, at least by some of the Fatimid domains, in some of the Fatimid domains, receives 0 time. And the Tayyibi imam, eponymous imam al-Tayyib, gets 0 words. So here's a chart that gives us a comparative view of where Juvaini and Rashiduddin are focusing. And you can see that Imam al-Hakim, al-Mu'izz, and al-Mustansir for Rashiduddin are important points of detail. Word frequencies. So this is an approximation and for illustrative purposes, but these are the most frequently occurring terms in the Rashiduddin text on the Fatimids. And here you see Misr, Egypt, and the occurrences, as you can see here, 127 times. And here you see during the time of al-Mu'izz. Of course, it's important, Egypt becomes important because al-Mu'izz was conquered by the Fatimids in the reign of al-Mu'izz. Egypt was conquered in the reign of al-Mu'izz. And then emphasis here during al-Hakim's time and during al-Mustansir's time, there's a lot of mention of Egypt in the text. I want to point you to this term here, dawah, mentioned 51 times. Extremely important as the dawah is discussed from the time of the Prophet onwards in the Shi'i connotation and the development of Ismailism. And then the term is not that significantly important, but it does pop up at these instances. Right? Similarly, I have highlighted Mahdi. The name Ismail is, of course, important here, where the origin narratives are discussed of Ismailism, and Imam Ja'far, of course, would be mentioned here, and you see other Ja'fars being mentioned. There's an interestingly high number of mentions of Musa. This would be one of the Musas that would be mentioned here, would be the Musa Qazib, the Imam of the Ithnashri tradition. And there are some tie-ins that occur between the Ismaili and Ithnashri imamates in the text, which are very interesting.
Dr. Hajani, I'm just giving a 5-minute polite warning. Thank you.
Okay, I might need 15 minutes, but we shall make do. This is how the coding works out. Okay, you can see that there's a complex of codes that are I break down into narrative blocks and then multiple layers of coding. Let me jump a little. Let me show you this in terms of what I have done with the Nizari analysis, which I have completed. This is the same sort of thing that I was showing you in a previous slide, the number of words used compared to the length of the reigns. And once I had done my coding and analyzed the coding, I found that the major focus is on wars of words and words of wars. So 50% of the accounts on Hassan al-Sabah, this first reign of the Nizari ruler out of Alamut, 50% of the account focused on warfare and doctrinal discourse. So now let me turn to let me give you a couple of examples, and this is text heavy, so bear with me. A couple of examples of how Rashiduddin's text is useful in understanding Shi'i history, is useful in understanding Ismaili history, and is useful in understanding even Fatimid history. So here is the narrative of Shi'i origins. Juvaini had said that these people who are the Shia are basically they're opposed to religion, they're opposed to the path of God effectively, and they come into Shi'ism to corrupt Islam from within. Here's a very different perspective. When the Caliphate came to Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, peace be upon him, in the same way as a group of Quraysh envied the Prophet, God bless him and grant him salvation, some companions were jealous of his position as Caliph, particularly Muawiyah, to him whatever he deserves, who was in fact an enemy of the family of Muhammad and an opponent of Islam. And it goes on that, you know, people were seduced. This would be something that Hamid Dabashi, Hamid Dabashi's understanding and theory of how succession to the loss of a charismatic leader, his elaboration in the authority of Islam is here 600 years earlier. A faction out of love of worldly wealth and position sought refuge among and acknowledged the Bani Umayyah. The other faction, for the sake of the hereafter, abhorred and rejected them. By way of disagreement of the community, they turned away from and became ill-disposed to the precepts of the ancient canons of religious law. This Qanuni Qadimi Shariat here is Arabic law, pre-Muhammadan, pre-Islamic Arabic law. And this is the community that he purports to be the Shia. I'm going to jump because of time to give you an example of something that is found in other texts, but in here there's a different development. So this is during the reign of Al-Mansur, and a story is recounted that they were going after the opponent Abu Yazid, and the battle was going to begin, and Al-Mansur was dismounting a horse. He had 2 spears, so he dropped one. And the person who was there, who was a military commander, Abu Ja'far Ahmed Muhammad al-Mavrudi, is reported to have said, when the Dajjal was routed, I was with Mansur Billah. And his hands, he had two lances. He threw it down. The commander picked it up and gave it to him. And in this, he recited a poem, a verse from a poem, and he says, he cast his staff and determined the direction as he fixed his eyes on the traveler's return. And the Imam turns to him and says, why didn't you use God's words? And he refers to this, the verse from the Quran where we inspired Moses, throw down your staff and watch how it swallows up straight away all the falsehoods which they fake. Thus, truth will be confirmed and all that they did had no effect. So the great ones were defeated and were made to look small. This is found in, this is from Makrizi. Heinz Hamm has this in The Empire of the Mahdi from Ibn Zafir and Makrizi. But here we have Abu Abdul Rahman al-Nasafi in his history. Now, I presented this to Paul. Paul went through his mental bibliography and says, the name sounds familiar. It's not in his work on the sources that are used for the Fatimids. So perhaps we're coming across a new source here that we don't have. Similarly, I want to point to a doctrinal variance that we haven't seen. This is an account, this is a section that talks about Musa bin Ja'far, the Imam Musa al-Kazim, and how he is looked upon by the Ismailis. They say that Musa bin Ja'far sacrificed himself for Ismail, and his son, Ali bin Musa al-Ridha, sacrificed himself for Muhammad bin Ismail. So here there's a confessional ambiguity that the Ithnashri line of Imams is being not looked as enemies, but looked upon as a concurrent line, and there's this notion of confessional ambiguity that's coming up here. It tells us who the audience is. And this concept is then later found in the Kalami Pîr. I think I'm running very close to running out of time.
If we could sum it up in just quickly, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. So the point that I want you to, the points that I want you to get, I've already presented, but let me give you an understanding of how history should be written, how the study of religious community should be done. And I'll read you this passage. This is a passage from the Jami Tawarikh section on the Jews. And Rashiduddin says, we have said before at the beginning of this history, designated the Jami Tawarikh and repeated and said in a few other places that the premise of the historian is to write about every community based on their own terms and not to add or diminish according to the historian's opinion. Truth and falsehood ought to be written in the manner of the claims and thought of each faction, such that the responsibility of the increase or diminution, truth and falsity, is theirs, not of the historian. And in the section of on the Fatimids, he writes, this feeble one, Rashiduddin Fazlallah, has investigated their histories according to their words, and the understanding rests upon the narrators. And then he goes on to say how Ibn al-Athir gives the genealogy of al-Mahdi and various others who do. With that, let me come to my final concluding point. In this very rushed and brief presentation, I have tried to present to you that there's a rich resource in the Persian historical writing that is not looked upon for Fatimid history and thought. And this is something that I hope that we would do, because it adds to the canons that we have. And there is much more material, inshallah, which will come open as the Bohra communities, as the Nizari communities give more access to their manuscripts, and they are edited and translated, so that the canon that's frozen so far ought to be opened up, and maybe the canon should blow some projectiles into the future, and we can access more understanding of the past, and therefore understand the present as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Indeed, two excellent presentations about original sources, which for time's sake, bring us to our third speaker, Kasra Shiva. We've had one very joyful presentation on happiness, one enlightening presentation on Ilkhanid sources and Rashiduddin's Tarikh, and now a paper by Kasra Shiva on the search for the light of the Imam. Kasra, as well as Taha, are two of our youngest presenters this year. He is a graduate student, he's in the graduate program in Islamic Studies and Humanities at the Institute of Ismaili Studies. Their field of interest covers Shia history and ideology. Coming from Iran, the home to the largest Shia community across the world, they work to address the challenges imposed on their society and the wider Shia community around the world by acquiring a better understanding of the historical background of these communities. Familiarity with the Arabic language, alongside being a native Farsi speaker, has enabled them to access a wide range of primary sources in the field of Shia studies. Kasra also has a master's degree in polymer engineering from Iran's Polymer and Petrochemical Institute, which puts the rest of us at shame. So, Kasra, the floor is yours. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here. And we look forward to hearing your paper as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Bhai. If you let me, I will share my screen. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, I can see it on my end. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to present today is about Nizari Kohestani and his travel to Tabriz and also some other parts of the Mongol territory in Iran. And of course, the assumption or the interpretation of some secondary sources that actually he had visited the Ismaili Imam there. So first, let me provide a short biography of Nizari Kohestani. Hakim Sa'aduddin Shamsuddin Nizari Kohestani was born into an Ismaili family in 645 in the village of Fudaj, which is at the suburbs of Birjan in southern Khorasan, Iran. When he was young, he joined the Qāḍī dynasty court and the ruler Shamsuddin Muhammad and his successors. Nizari was in the practice of traveling a lot, and in the year 678 he set off from Tun on a large journey to Isfahan, Tabriz, Khoi, Armenia, Georgia, and finally he returned to Kohestan, his birthplace, a journey that lasted almost for 2 years. The result of this journey was a book, a Safarnameh, constituted of like 1,200 couplets. Actually, in his book, Ismaili Literature, Ivanov was inspired by this book when he mentioned Safarnameh, apparently the most interesting piece of Nizari's poetry, narrating his journey, for what we may conclude was the didar, or paying homage to the Imam of the time. This view of Ivanov, that actually the reason of Nizari's travel was to see the Imam of the time, inspired the later writers, and they tried to show in their works that actually this visit had happened. And this is, you can find a brief of the claims made by these sources that actually this visit had happened between Imam and Nizari Kohestani. But later, Baybordi is one of the authors who started working on Nizari's books, and especially his Safarnameh. He mentions, as it can be understood from Nizari poems at 13th century, there were public hospitals or Dar al-Maraz at Tabriz. And when Nizari suddenly felt unwell, he was sent to one of these hospitals, which is actually a very simplistic interpretation of Nizari's book, which is actually written in metaphorical form. Later, Nadia Abu Jamal addressed this shortcoming or this very, very shallow interpretation of Nizari book when he mentions this controversy about Nizari's identity is a result of partial or superficial readings of his poetical works. But actually, this is what happened to Nadia Abu Jamal herself as well, when she is trying to address the sequence of evidence that events that happened to Nizari during his travel to Tabriz. In the Safarnameh, we can read that actually a friend of Nizari in Tabriz revealed to him the story of his love to a beautiful or handsome young man. Because he couldn't have access to his beloved, he found out the practice of his beloved that would frequently visit a place called Dar al-Shafa, which was a place for keeping the insane and crazy people. To be able to visit his beloved, Nizari's friend pretended to be an insane person so that he was accepted to Dar al-Shafa, and there he was able to visit his beloved. Nadia Abu Jamal goes on to claim that Nizari's friend advised him, should he or Nizari wish to see his beloved, he would have to use the same approach or to pretend to be crazy. Abu Jamal then continues, following his friend's example, he or Nizari begins to feign lunacy as well, which is absolutely something that Nizari never addressed in his book. This is completely absent from Safarnameh. Then Nadia continues, he or Nizari met his beloved in Dar al-Shafa, which he refers to as the intoxicated one. And Nizari expressed to him the secret of his love. However, the beloved is not amused and reprimands Nizari for coming all the way from Khurasan to meet him. Again, Nadia could not follow the sequence of events that happened in Dar al-Shafa. There are actually two characters which show in Nizari's Safarnameh here. One Nizari named Mahram, or confident person, to whom Nizari reveals the story of his patience and complains of separation. The second character is a crazy person who was imprisoned there. This crazy person comes to speak to Nizari and tells to him that if you are in love in Khurasan and you are in the same trap as I am, which can be an allegorical refer to the Ismaili Daba, you should go back to Khurasan where you are in love. What are you doing here in Tabriz? And later in his book, actually Nadia Abu Jamal goes as far as to claim that actually the handsome young man to whom Nizari confided his secret there in Dar al-Shafa was a very important dignitary of the Ismaili Daba, probably the Imam Shamsuddin himself, which is obvious that is based on a misunderstanding of the sequence of evidence, of the sequence of events in Dar al-Shafa and Tabriz. Later, Abu Jamal confessed that the difficulty of the text is caused partly by the complicated way in which Nizari presents it, making it difficult to distinguish one character from the other, which is actually what happened to her. But reflecting on her sources, one of the sources, the primary sources she used is al-Shafiyya, which is a 9th century treatise in Arabic belonging to the Nizari Ismaili community of Syria, attributed to Dai Abu Firas. In it, we can read that the Ismaili Imam of the time, Shamsuddin Muhammad, was living in Azerbaijan at a place called Kusur. Nadia understands that now it is a small village 6 kilometers north of Ridaiya, just outside Tabriz. But actually, this Ridaiya is like 150 kilometers away from Tabriz. It is not located just outside Tabriz. So if we assume that Imam was residing in the village of Kusur, there was still a long distance between Tabriz and this village. And also in addressing the term Dar al-Shafa, Abu Jamal refers to a poem in Nizari's Dasturnama, where she claims one can help from the sickness of ignorance through the teachings of the Imam. Here we can read the original poem. It says, my habit of panic changed to friendship thanks to the teachings of an angel-like companion. I stepped in the rank of purity and I healed from the disease. We can see here that we have this term of teachings or ta'lim of the, but there's no mention of the word Imam or Dar al-Shafa. What we have here is only healing, which means Shafa. And this is not what happened only to Abu Jamal. Shafiq Virani, in his book, The Ismaili in the Middle Ages, claims that it was in Tabriz that the Ismaili poet Nizari Kohestani evidently met him or Imam Shamsuddin when he journeyed there, recording the encounter in his versified travelogue, which actually there is no mention of this encounter in Nizari's travelogue. He continues, this locale is also alluded to in the poetic divan, in Nizari's divan. Here is the poem mentioned in the divan, which says, at the 15th of Safar with servants, in the companion of the magnificent owner, it was the time of reciting the Azan that collectively we left the Tabriz. I think here Shafiq made a mistake and he assumed Shamsuddin Juwaini, the person that Nizari left Tabriz with Imam Shamsuddin. But if we reflect on Nizari's Safarnameh, when he left Tabriz, he still complains of separation and being in love, which means probably he couldn't visit the Imam. That's why he's complaining after leaving Tabriz as well. Later in his Safarnameh, we could read, thorns are harmful like the sting of separation, gorges are high like the wheel of the lover. Or in Ardabil, when he became sick, he refers to a doctor. The doctor prescribes some medicines for him, and Nizari became angry. He says, I don't need this medicine. The reason of my disease is separation, and my medicine is visiting the face of my beloved, which means that still he is experiencing the separation. But a potential question is that if actually Nizari couldn't visit the Imam in Tabriz, who did he visit? Levison refers to this point in his article, and he mentions among the unknown dignitaries, one find the name of a certain supreme master of masters, Amin ad-Din, to whom the entire work was dedicated. It means the Safarnameh was dedicated to this figure, whose identity, if discovered, would help illuminate the possible answer, the question of Nizari's tariqa affiliation. Actually, Levison assumes that this person to whom Nizari dedicated his Safarnameh was a Sufi Murshid. Virani challenges this idea of Levison when he mentions Sufi master, when he mentions the fact is we know next to nothing about the biography of this Amin ad-Din, let alone that he was the master of a particular Sufi order. Also, Nadia Abu Jamal reflects on this part of Safarnameh, and she mentions, Nizari concludes his Safarnameh by dedicating the work to a certain Amin ad-Din, the poet's reverential eulogy of this person as the second Jesus, a term that the Ismailis applied only to the Hujjah of the Imam, and obedient to the commandments of the Lord of the time or Khudawand Zaman, suggests that he was, Amin ad-Din, the most senior dignitary of the Ismaili community in Persia. Actually, Abu Jamal did a good job in finding out the relation between this figure of Amin ad-Din and the Hujjah in Ismaili tradition. Only there is a small mistake, and in his work, Nizari mentions the Lord of the World, or Khudawand Jahan, not Khudawand Zaman. Here you can see the original poem of Nizari. There are three more important couplets that I have highlighted. There is first, the second Jesus, Amin ad-Din, where Nizari is referring to this Amin ad-Din as the second Jesus. And then the follower of the commandments of the Lord of the World, which means this figure was in connection probably with the Ismaili Imam. And finally, the person who lacked the pure essence of intellect. And I will explain why it is so important that Nizari refers to this person as the intellect. In Haft Bab, Abu Ishaq Kohestani mentions Hujjah is the level of the first intellect, and he is the manifestation and illumination of the intellect. Also, Khaja Nasiruddin Tusi in his book Roze Taslim or Paradise of Submission mentions that Imam Supreme Hujjah is the manifestation of the first intellect. That is to say, the visibility and power of the illumination of the first intellect is made manifest through him. Khaja Nasiruddin follows his book by Hujjah position has been likened to that of the moon. Because a moon has no light by himself, it is through the sun, and as much as the light the moon can receive from the sun, it can reflect on the earth. So it means actually Hujjah of the Imam is like moon. He had nothing from himself, but as much as light as he can receive from sun, he can illuminate this light on the Ismaili community. And also there is a poem in Nizari Safarnameh that reflects to this role of moon. Do not assume that it is a clear path. Illumination comes from an illuminated friend. If the moon was not following the sun, how its black face would radiate the light? Which means that actually Nizari was aware of this, and maybe the moon here, which Nizari is refers, was the Hujjah of the Imam.
Kasra, could you? I was just letting you know we're at the just under the 5-minute mark. If you
thank you very much. Okay, in his book Virani refers to the one of the revealing poems of Nizari's in his Divan, which he mentions, turn your back on the wasteland of the times of Astray, for the way to Ali's gate I find by the light of Salman, which means the interaction between Nizari and the Hujjah, or which he refers to as Salman. Virani mentions that Nizari's allusion to the fact that the contact with Ali was through Salman is therefore significant. What he fails to notice that Nizari mentions that he had found his way to Ali's gate, which means the Bab of Ali, not Ali himself, which still can show he was in contact with the Bab or Hujjah of the Imam. Actually, in Ismaili thought, Salman al-Farsi is often considered as the archetype of the Hujjah. In his book, Temple and Contemplation, Qurban mentions Salman is seen as Hujjat of the Imam in his eternal essence at the start of the Muhammadan period. Virani also refers to the Epistle of the Right Path and quotes, Maulana Ali must have a servant like Salman, as has been mentioned in the blessed epistle or Fusuli Mubarak. Thus, it is never possible for there to be a period of concealment such that nobody has access to him or the Imam. The anonymous author of the Epistle of the Right Path also continues, however, it is possible for there to be concealment for the other ranks of the faith because of the disobedience of the servants, as it happened during the time of Maulana Shamsuddin Tabrizi, which actually mentions during the time of Imam Shamsuddin, the concealment was also applied to the other ranks of Ismaili Dawah, maybe the Hujjah. Maybe this clears why Nizari is reluctant to refer to this Hujjah directly and uses metaphors like the moon or the pure intellect or the Gabriel or the second Jesus. By this and making this relationship between Nizari and that Aminuddin, which could be the Hujjah, now we can conclude the figure Nizari visited at Dar al-Shafa and revealed to him the story of his patience and his passion for visiting his beloved can be this Hujjat. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kasra, so much. That was indeed very enlightening and wonderful presentation of the continuation of this discussion that we're having and looking at the primary sources. As you presented on the Safarnama, let's continue our journey in looking into these primary sources that sort of delineate Ismaili history. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Huzaifa Tawawala. Huzaifa will be presenting a narratological analysis of the prose works by Omar al-Yamani, Hudhaifa Tawala is presently Assistant Professor of Islamic History at Al-Jami'atu Sayfiyya Surat, which is located in India. And he's also a graduate of this academy, where he received his master's in Islamic studies in 2005. This was followed by a second master's in education, which he finished in 2009. He is currently undertaking doctoral studies in the field of narrative historiography. Besides historiography, his interests include comparative sociolinguistics and teaching academic writing. So, Hudhaifa, welcome. It's nice to have people from my alma mater here at the Ismaili Studies Conference, and the floor is yours. Welcome, and thank you very much for being here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ali Bhai, for having me. Am I audible?
You are audible and visible. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. And thank you, everyone, for those who are still here. A 4-talk panel can be taxing, and I appreciate your participation, and a big thank you to all the organizers of the conference for having me. So I'll get right to it. What I want to talk about today is using narratology. It's a tool of literary analysis, using it to study the historical works of a 12th century Muslim historian. And I'll get to that shortly. So the paper will be structured in this manner. I'll first introduce my subject, Umar al-Yamani, and his works very briefly. And then I'll talk to you about the framework of analysis that I'm using. And thank you to Shiraz, who has done a bit of my work for me. And then I'll try and present an example or two of applying this analysis to Umara's work. Who was Umara? He was born in the early 6th century Hijri, a little north to the town of Zabid, which at that time was a flourishing center of learning. And this was his world in the map. For the next 35 years, his world was the coastal belt of Tihama, the coastal plain in the Western Arabian Peninsula. And his centers were Zabid and Aden to the south. He grew up in tribal rural Yemen, was schooled in Shafi'i fiqh in Zabid, and then became a teacher at the same madrasa where he was studying. Now, till now, nothing remarkable. But during this time, he happens to become acquainted with the elites of Zabid, who were the Najahid rulers, Abyssinian rulers, a slave dynasty that had come to power. And using their wealth, he became a successful trader, taking goods from Zabid to Aden and back. During that time in Aden, he grew comfortable with the Zuraid rulers, who were Shi'i vassals of the Sulayhid masters of Yemen at the time, and continued sometime after them as well. But this proximity to the Shi'i vassals in Aden, got him into trouble with the Sunni rulers of Zabid. And eventually he had to flee. He fled to Makkah, where the Amir of Makkah saw in him the capacity to become a good ambassador. And he sent him to the Cairene court in Egypt around 550 Hijri, 1155 CE. He visited there. He was given a very warm welcome, especially by the Ruzik camp, the Armenian Imam Isna Ashari Wazir, Talā ibn Ruzik, and his companions. He liked it so much that he eagerly took up another ambassadorship, another embassy from Makkah to Egypt. And then for the next 15 years plus, that was his home. Here, he became a courtier of sorts. He became a court poet. And this is where he penned his 2 historical works. So he became a historian here. Up till now, he was a trader. He was a jurist. Here he was a poet, even in Yemen, but he really flourished as a poet in Egypt. And then when the regime changed, he could not or did not endear himself to Salahuddin, and he was accused of a plot. He was accused of treason, plot to overthrow Salahuddin, and he was executed in 569, 1174. There's, of course, as you can imagine, even with this brief intro, he was quite a colorful personality, and there is a lot more to say about him, but I'll move on to the meat of the presentation. So his works. I'm studying 2 of his works. The first is A History of Yemen, which was composed at the request of who was later to become, he was head of the chancery, later to become Salahuddin's advisor, al-Qāḍī al-Fāḍil al-Baysani. He asked him to pen down what he remembered about Yemeni history. So Umara starts from the 3rd century Hijri, 9th century, and takes us through in a grand narrative fashion, takes us through up to his time. His second work, also penned shortly after, a memoir of sorts, his autobiography, and what he participated in court intrigues and his association with the viziers and the lesser nobles of his time in Egypt. There's also, he is almost primarily known to be a poet, and he has a large divan extant today. All right. There is an English translation of the Tarikh done in 1892. Another reason which I think merits another look at Umara's works, because a century has passed and there's a lot of new scholarship that can shed light on his study. The English translation was done by Henry Castles Kay in 1892, and his second work, An-Nukatul Asriya, his memoirs, that was extensively analyzed by the French scholar Henry Derenberg, and that was also done in 1898. So a century has passed, and there's been quite a little work after that. Why is Umara important as a historian? He's important for Yemeni history because in the time that he was writing, the 6th century, the 12th century CE, there was hardly another source for that history. And he was an active participant in the courts at Zabid and Id. That's why he's important. He's important for the tribal history of Yemen. He's also important for the history of the Cairene court. In the 20-odd years he was there, the 15, 20 years he was there, because he had a sort of an insider-outsider role there. And the documentation that he has done, no one has really done that kind of documentation in that way. So he is important as a historian. Now, I'm trying to look at his works using the framework of narratology. Narratology is basically study of every conceivable aspect of the narrative. It is primarily a field of literary study, literary critical study. But in the 70s and the 80s, Western historiography was influenced by what is come to be known as the narrative turn. Hayden White especially was its most vociferous promoter. And gradually, an interest developed in using narrative and especially structural narrativism to look at pre-modern Islamic texts, Islamic historiography. And there are a number of people who have worked on this. It's still a developing field. As far as I can make out, there are no complete and thorough frameworks through which a student of pre-modern Islamic history can pick up a monograph or a chronicle and apply that, and pat, a nice, neat analysis comes out. But that's what makes the field challenging, interesting, is its somewhat nascent development. But not to assume that there's not work done in it. A few examples. So you have, for example, Dr. Fred Donner looking at how Ibn Asakir has used different strategies of selection in his history of Uthman bin Affan. Also, you have people like Tayyib al-Hibri using narrative analysis to study the history of basically the first 10 Abbasid caliphs. You have Julie Scott Misami looking at how al-Mas'udi has written al-Amin's history, Mamun's lesser known, Abbasid Caliph's Mamun's lesser known brother. You have Dr. Conrad Hirschler looking at the works of Abu Shama and Ibn Wasil and trying to see how they are implotted in a certain way. So what are the tools one uses for analysis? And this is where Shiraz has done most of my work for me. He's already spoken about voice and focalization. He's talked a little about story and discourse. So you have chronological time, the fabula, and then you have the time as it passes in the narrative. So you look at how that narrative time is manipulated. You look at repetition within it. You look at the rhythm of the narrative. You look at different topoi and tropes, and you look at how characters and agents of history are portrayed. So coming to one example from what Umara talks about. The event in question is an ambush on the Hajj caravan of the Da'i Sultan Ali bin Muhammad al-Sulayhi, who was master of Yemen at that time, by his Najahid rivals, one Sa'id al-Ahwal, the cross-eyed. The caravan was ambushed and the Da'i and over 100 of his kin were assassinated. Now this is the event. Now before I come to what Umara says about him, I'd like to present an alternate view about this, or a critique of Umara by the editor of the Tariq. This is quite an eminent historian. Those who are familiar with pre-modern Yemeni history know his name well. His name is Muhammad bin Ali al-Aqwa. And there is hardly any pre-modern edited book which is not either edited by him or refers to a book that has been edited by him and his brother, Ismail bin Ali al-Akbar. So he says that Umara's portrayal, and now Umara has quoted the Najahid ruler who ruled in Zabid and who was a historian himself. And he's written a work of history. And Umara has quoted from him or documented what he remembers after he read Jayyash's work. So this is what the editor of the Tariq says, that what Jayyash says is untenable. He portrays the Najahids as lions who attacked helpless prey. And the Dai Sultan Ali as-Sulaihi could do nothing to defend himself. This does not seem believable. Now, if you look at Umara through the eyes of narrative analysis, especially through the topos of how this account is structured, you see a trope of predestination coupled with supernatural elements. And Umara builds up towards this. So these are some of the points that point towards this emplotment, where an event has already been structured with a prior framework in mind. So the fact that Umara says that I'm going to tell you something extraordinary, there is an element of foretelling. Said says that I foretell the demise of the Dai Sultan Ali as-Sulaihi. There is no cavalry. There are no weapons. The only weapons he has are date palm fronds. And again, another prophecy. And then you have the topos of an unknown guide coming in the dead of night and guiding this Najahid ambush party who had lost their way towards the right path. So if you look at the way this is emplotted, and this is the point that I'm trying to make, where how a narrative analysis of a historical text can help generate historical insight, historiographical insight. So if you structure a text in this way, it was necessary for the opponent of the Najahid to be portrayed in this manner, which, if you look at a reconstructionist aspect of history, a traditional aspect of history, is not believable. But had perhaps Qazi Aqwa considered this topos, he might not have been as frustrated with Umara, because he was telling a story. Whether this is fiction or not fiction, I leave for you to decide. But he was telling a tale. And if you understand the underlying assumptions of that tale, you understand the historical discourse better. How am I on time? Do I have a few minutes more? Dr. Ali?
Yeah, about two, if you could sum it up in 3 minutes or so, that would be great.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So how does this help us? Is it convincing to use narrative historiography to analyze pre-modern Islamic texts? I believe that there is insight to offer. It is one tool. It is not the only tool. And I will be the first to admit that it's perhaps not a tool that will always yield historiographic insight. But the benefit of the tool is that it gives you a framework to look at the text. And the first question that perhaps someone would ask is that how is using narratology or narrative analysis different from a close reading of the text? Because if you do a close reading and you don't use this term, you don't use these frameworks, you don't use these tools, historians have been coming up with this insight since time immemorial. And they still do, and they will continue to do. So how is this different? And I'd like to hear what Shiraz has to say about this as well. How is this different from just a close reading of the text? So the answer, which through my study I found, is that it gives you structure. And structure is useful as a trigger, as a tool for discussion, a measure for comparison, as Bal says here. So it's useful because it gives you a checklist of sort. if you just do a random close reading, there's a chance that you'll perhaps look at character focalization, but you might not look at rhetorical structure. You might look at one aspect, but another might elude you. And it's not necessary that you look at all the different aspects at which you can analyze a text through, but at least with a framework, which is quite comprehensive. With that framework, you can know what you have missed or what you have knowingly disregarded and what you have analyzed. So as of now, that is my answer, and I look forward to your insight on the matter. And this study is valuable for a number of reasons, but I'll like to end with a quote that I found quite profound from Julie Scott Misami. And I'd like to leave you with it, not saying that this is the final word on the matter, but that because it's a good platform through which to generate discussion about to what extent does a narrative, the storytelling, the discourse of history, to what extent does it leave us with historical insight? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hudhaifa, for again another interesting addition to understanding primary sources in relation to Ismaili history. Instead of occupying time for me to ask my questions, I'd like to go to the questions that we got during the panels, the previous panels. I'm not sure. I'm going to start with a few questions for Dr. Hajiani, actually. The first question I have for you, Dr. Hajiani, is from the Q&A is that Tazim Kassam has indicated that, saying, I have articulated the same critique of the Golden Age, which privileges the Arabic language, classical literature, politically ascendant Fatimid Empire, etc., that marginalizes or dismisses, in this case, the Satpad Nizari Ismaili tradition that developed in the Indian subcontinent as quote-unquote local, quote-unquote folk, and even un-Islamic. Do you think that anti-Ismaili Muslim writings have the same assumptions and attitudes as in traditional Islamic studies scholarship towards non-Arabic local formulations of Islam? Question mark.
Wow. The quick answer would probably be yes, but I don't think I could speak to and generalize. I can speak to the three chronicles very precisely. And in these three chronicles, they're accessing materials predominantly from Alamut, where it's doctrinal. And the interesting dynamic here, and forgive me, Tazim, if I'm not answering your question exactly, but the interesting dynamic here is there's a Sunni author historian who has accessed Ismaili Dawa literature. And what he's doing out of this Ismaili Dawa literature is he's squeezing out something that then he can write a dynastic history. And what they have is, I think there is one text, the Munajjamin text that's recently come up, which is being edited, I believe, and being translated. It has a section on history. This is one text that is from Alamut that was written in Arabic. But the rest of the material predominantly, I think, is Persian. So already we're coming in from a vantage of looking, forgive me for using this term, but looking from the periphery, as it were. And I think that's so important. The different perspectives are critical. You know, to limit it to one perspective, to one language, to one canonical set, I think is missing out the nuance.
I heard a ping.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we lost Shiraz or Dr. Hajani or I guess I'm still here, right? I guess so. Why don't we?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. There was a ping. Okay, sorry. There you are. All right. I'm sorry. I have the worst internet, as you guys know by now. So I sometimes doubt. I doubt if I'm here sometimes as well. But let's kind of add to that, and I think there's a joint question for you and Hudhaifa from Dr. Sumaya Hamdani. And Sumaya says that I think it's extremely useful to understand the structural reasons for why the past is presented or represented in the historiography. What new insights have we gained from this as opposed to the usual empirical approach in how you both presented your papers?
So Hudhaifa is muted. Perhaps Hudhaifa, would you go?
Would you like to go first, Shiraz?
Oh, please go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I feel that there is a lot to be gained by looking at traditional historical texts with using literary critical analysis. So for example, and this is by no way disregarding the traditional approach and the work done by previous scholars in the field. So for example, the first monograph on Umara was written in 1966 by Dr. Zunnun al-Misri, and the works by Dr. Hamdani al-Sulayhiyun wal-Haraka al-Fatimiyya fil Yaman. So those works, definitely not disregarding them, but what I'm trying to suggest is that if you look at these works through a literary critical analysis, so the insight you can gain is of a different type. So for example, if you look at the instances of direct speech in both of Umara's works, something which I've not found in any previous works that I've looked at Umara, in all the published editions or papers on it. So if you look at direct speech, conversations, what you'll see is that he brings direct speech in 3 or 4 instances. Once, when there is a matter of generosity, where a patron has been very generous. Now, this generosity could be easily expressed in the third person as a narrative and moved on. But he slows down narrative time there, generates a conversation, khâla fulan, wa yaqulu fulan wa ajaba fulan. I think to get emphasis there, to slow narrative time. So what you do is when you slow narrative time down to the aspect of a scene, what it does is it makes you feel that you're sort of seeing, witnessing a conversation. And now if he does that not once, not twice, but every time where an act of generosity is given, or in the heat of battle, he slows down narrative time when there's a battle going on, and then he inserts a conversation in. Again, you could narrate the battle in third person and give a grand narrative and move on. So these aspects, they tell you how the author was wanting to make his discourse more interesting. So this is the type of value, I think, which literary critical analysis can generate without disregarding traditional
subject. You get a sense of their subjectivity. You get a sense of, as you were saying with these examples about generosity or bravery in the heat of battle, you also get a sense of their value system and what they are attempting to convey to a reading audience or to the audience that's reading them. And I think that's really important because empiricists tended to dismiss all of this as embroidery that was irrelevant to the facts. But at the same time, does it really change our understanding of, with all due respect, does it change our understanding of Umara's presentation of Yemeni and late Fatimid history?
Well, the answer to that question depends on which approach to history you subscribe to. So if you subscribe to the reconstructionist approach to history, where there is a past and you want to know that past, and you can get to that one past by scouring sources and in the archive, then perhaps not. But if you subscribe to a deconstructionist way of looking at history, where there is not one past to look at, and there are just different representations of the past, so then yes, I think that there is some insight to be gained. And also, if you revisit a text with a close reading, I mean, this is my humble opinion, that what do close readings do? You have historians, they look at a text, they study it. And then you have another wave of historians, so someone else comes and then looks at it in a closer way. New insights develop. And I think those insights have potential to impact a traditional understanding, perhaps not in the broad strokes. So, you know, I don't think so. A close reading will allow for someone who is being executed for not being executed. I don't think so that's going to happen. But in the details, yes.
That's some revisionism, right? It didn't really happen.
I think, if I may chime in there as well, what narratological analysis, I think, does is it adds another set of tools. And I'll give you a specific, okay? So the appellation applied to the Nizaris is assassins, right? Where does that come from? Well, the first mention of it is found in the Hidayat al-Amiriyya. But if you look at the writing about the Ismailis, and you know, I've worked with the Ilkhanid Chronicles mostly, and with Ibn al-Athir in addition. If you look at the narratives, in the Ilkhanid Chronicles, there are lists of assassinations. So when you go and look at the frequency of terms, Qatala comes up most prominently. And it's not, it's a direct correlation to why Western scholarship uses the term assassins.
Well, they could have just been racist, you know.
Of course, of course. But then when you go and do the narratological analysis, you see that there are battles followed by assassinations. And I've actually tabulated the number of assassinations. It's one killing per year of the Ismaili polity, 167 odd years. But that name is stuck. If you go and map out the number of killings during the battles, they're huge massacres, right? And the massacres are followed by assassinations. So this is asymmetric warfare. And I think that that tool of narratological analysis that I have used has allowed this sort of thing to be prominent. You can actually put the data and say, look, here are the stats. 50% of the text about Hassan al-Sabah is about war. And tied to that narrative of war is doctrinal dispute. So that led me to a paper where I analyzed what was the purpose of these disputes right at the height of the war. So the Sunni alim is going up to a fortress and he is basically having a dispute and challenging the authenticity and the rectitude of the notion of imam. And my analysis from that comes down to, hey, this is a reconnoiter. The ulama are part of the military campaign, right? So narrative analysis, I think, gives you an additional set of tools that, previous scholarship have basically put these texts in their head, and they do that. But this is technology aiding us to get a little bit more out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, all three of you, for spurring this into discussion, which I know we'll probably do a little bit more on the roundtable in the days to come. But since Shiraz really did say the word qatal many times and said that was present in the text, I think we should maybe move the questions to something a little bit more jovial. So I'm going to direct the next question to Taha Tayyib Khan. Zulfiqar Jussa has asked, the concepts of Fatimid happiness is more collective, social, and inclusive of the larger population compared to the present simpler concept of external/financial happiness. So can the Fatimid concepts be applied to current day practice to improve the happiness quotient today or quotidian today?
It's a really good question. The first thing I'd like to say is I think it depends on what your concept of happiness is right now. I think there are certain countries, this is just off of what I've studied in terms of happiness. There are certain countries that do portray this external financial happiness as the main concept of happiness. And then there's a different concept of happiness. If you move to somewhere like, for example, Japan is very famous for having a different concept, or the Nordic countries have a different concept. So Fatimid concepts, applying them today, I would say it really depends on which culture you come from. If you can say that the Fatimid culture exists today, then yes, you can increase the happiness quotient for that group of people using these concepts exactly. But if you're saying applying these concepts to a culture that is very different from Fatimid culture, then I think that it may clash, or it may not match up with, and it may actually it may even decrease the happiness quotient. So it really depends on the culture you come from and the culture you're applying it to. That for the same reason, applying happiness studies today are critiqued, because most of them have a Western view of happiness. Most of them have been developed in Western countries or European countries. So they use these precepts and apply them to countries that are culturally different. So then you could be even decreased your culture is to Fatimid culture, the more you'd be able to apply these concepts to increase happiness quotients. If that answers your question, I hope.
Thank you, Taha. And if anything else comes up in the chat, I'll definitely re-ask a question again. But we did have another question for you, and that was from someone from the audience that said, thank you, Taha, for your happy paper. The concept is unique. My question is about your introduction. You started off with ornamentation. However, I could not understand the conclusion that you reached. If you could elaborate a little, that would be wonderful, of maybe the connection of ornamentation with your overall thesis, and how you were sort of connecting those two ideas.
All right. I'll try to summarize it in just one statement or one sentence. If you understand what is cultivated, you can understand what is mediated. So if we can establish that these facets were cultivated to whatever extent, we can say that when a person saw these inscriptions, at least to a certain extent, this would be mediated to the person, meaning it would make them recall these memories or recall these concepts or these associations. Does that answer your question? I hope.
Perfect. And let's see. And Kasra, there was a question from Khalil Andani to you.
I can just ask it.
That would be great, because I think I got logged out in between, and now my questions are all gone. So
no problem. Okay, yeah, I can
thank
ask
you.
it. Yeah, so I quite enjoyed what you shared, Kasra. I think you make a strong case based on the text that you showed us, that Nizari Koistani, somehow made contact with the Hujjah or Bab of Imam Shamsuddin Muhammad. However, accepting that, does what you've shown preclude or exclude that Nizari Koistani also, through that Bab, personally met the Imam of that time as well? Because that Bab, in the Nizari understanding and even in the Fatimid understanding, this particular type of Bab, the Jesus of the age or the Salman of the age, he is always in close spiritual and physical proximity to the Imam. So it sort of parallels how when Nasser Khusro came to Cairo, the person that Nasser Khusro basically was instructed by was Al-Mu'ayyid Shirazi, right? Shirazi was the Bab of that time. But through Shirazi, we have recorded in the Diwan, Nasser Khusro also met the Imam because the Bab is the gate that opens, through which you get to the Imam. So I guess that would be my question, that you've done some great work here, and I think it's very helpful, but does meeting the Baba, the Imam, exclude the idea that Nizari also met the Imam?
Dr. Andani, actually, I think what you say is quite right. Even in the Epistle of the Right Path, which belongs just after the collapse of Alamut, it is mentioned that even during the time of concealment, there is no time that Imam is inaccessible. It means even if ordinary people have no access to the Imam, always through the hierarchy of Da'wah, the Hujjah and Bab has always access to the Imam. So I don't want to say that actually Nizari didn't visit the Imam. What I wanted to say was that there was no piece of evidence in the Nizari Safarnameh that would support the idea he had actually visited the Imam. It is very probable that he had visited the Imam, but I think we should understand the context. It was a time of great fear for Ismaili. So it makes sense, even if Nizari had visited the Imam, he didn't mention it or give us a clue in his writings. Even he is so conservative when he is referring to the Bab or Hujjah. So it is probable, I think very probable, but at least in the Safarnameh, I didn't find a piece of evidence to prove he had visited the Imam. Maybe in other works, of Nizari, we can find such an evidence. I haven't read all of them.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
All right. Thank you, Kasra, as well. It was very helpful. I have one question for Dr. Hajiani from Nazir Qasim Ali, or Nazir Qasim Ali, rather. Before the Mongolians attacked Alamut, they massacred Khwarizms and uprooted the caliphate in Baghdad. Khwarizm went to Alamut to get refuge. This is how Juwayni got into Alamut. Looks like he was an insider and provided inside information to the enemies. Is this a correct interpretation, assessment?
There are some things perhaps we could look at differently in that statement of points. The attack by Hulagu, the grandson of Genghis Khan, first focused on Alamut in 1256, and then they conquered Baghdad and executed the Abbasid Caliph in 1258. So there was the twin decapitation of the Nizari polity and the Abbasid dynasty. In terms of the role of Juwayni's father was part of the administration of the Western Mongol occupation of Western regions. So what would that be? That would be Afghanistan and parts of Iran, right? So from the time of Genghis Khan's conquest in 1219 to 1221. So Juwayni's father was a high-level official who administered these territories for the Mongols. And Juwayni, at a very young age, became a official in the administration, and over time rose up higher and higher. So in 1256, as the battlements were being dismantled at Alamut, he asked for permission from Hulagu, saying, "Can I go into the library?" And according to his own account, he goes in there and finds a ton of scientific instruments. He finds many, many copies of the Quran. And he says that they had mixed up their false doctrines with the Holy Quran. And he took some of those things. And one of the texts that he took is the Sarguzasht Sayyidina, the biography of Hasan as-Sabah, but I think it's a much larger text, not just the biography of Hasan as-Sabah, and has various different materials in there. So Juvaini was an official. There's no issue of insider, outsider here. He was official of the invading army. And I hope that that clarifies and answers the question.
Thank you. And while you're here, Dr. Hajiani, I'm just going to ask you another question that popped in the Q&A. And it's from Norm. It says, the tendency for violence in the case of self-defense is allowed and understood. However, the assassins were driven by a different mindset, not consistent with the ever same creational teaching of all the prophets. Well, I guess it's more of a comment but if you want to sort of historically address this sort of dialogue, that would be great too, so that there's some clarification on.
Can I ask you to repeat, because you were coming in and
Sure.
out?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The tendency for violence in the case of self-defense is allowed and understood. However, the assassins were driven by a different mindset, not consistent with the ever same creational teaching of all the prophets. I'm sorry. I might not be, yeah. But if you want to clarify a little bit, that might be helpful for Norm.
I guess Norm is suggesting that the assassins or the Nizari assassination practices was not in self-defense.
Right.
Yeah, I think the data shows otherwise. The data shows, and I have a chart developed out of that narratological analysis, where you go and look at battle, assassination, battle, assassination. And the schema is almost systematically that. What it is that here was a community that was trying to establish its own footing, and there was a xenocracy, right? The Seljuks were a foreign nomadic military force that was now trying to occupy. It was sedentarizing and occupying this region. And there was a clash here. The Nizaris were trying to establish a polity, and this is a much wider thing. You know, there's a Fatimid connection, but we don't have time to discuss this pincer that I've described in my writing. But the issue here is that this was a small force of people that were trying to establish themselves, and they had to resort to asymmetric warfare. And the first victim that's claimed is Nizam al-Mulk. And there is writing already by al-Dhahabi in the 1400s that the Ismailis weren't really responsible for the killing of Nizam al-Mulk. And that there was much greater intrigue involved in this, and perhaps it was the Seljuk court that was involved. And so it's a complex issue, but empires don't grow out of being peaceful. The Prophet also established a very large polity by the time he died. And so we have to understand that the premise of the question I understand, but you need to understand that there is politics, there is empire building that goes on, and these are different norms. Where do we get this notion that the prophets were only defensive? Right? That's a construction. It's a narrative construction that we put together or is presented to us in the text.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Again, I think, so we have about 3 more minutes before we have to sum up and move to the next panel, which I hope everyone will continue and join. I think I'll try to balance it again with discussions about warfare and with another question for Taha. And this is from Tazim Kassam. Dr. Kassam has sort of asked Taha if you could elaborate on perhaps ethical and aesthetic underpinnings of happiness, if articulated at all in Fatimid sources, perhaps a relation of some sort of instances of I guess happiness in terms of ethical and aesthetic underpinnings at all, if you've come across anything in Fatimid sources.
Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by underpinnings of happiness? Do you mean to say that it's establishing a base for happiness, or it's
Well, I suppose I really should clarify a little bit, and that is that I was trying to see the relationship between, say, just governance. And you talk about ornamentation, which relates, I suppose, to aesthetics. And I just wondered whether the Fatimids had something going on there when, their intention was just governance, and you talk about habitus, and this may not be immediately like connected, but I was thinking about habits of the heart. So, in terms of the population that the Fatimids had to deal with, whether it was not just simply ornamentation or aesthetics, but there was an underlying ethical foundation for whatever actions they took, and also whatever they might have communicated to the local, to the population. So I was wondering whether in any of the texts that you've read, whether there is such an articulation of, say, ethical underpinnings. So it's not just governance, but there's a further development of that concept. I don't know if that clarifies it.
I think maybe I can give you an example that might answer your question. So if you take the Kutama Berber, for example, so originally before the Fatimid society, and you wouldn't, their concepts of happiness may have been limited, but then as you read something, a source like Iftitah Dawa, or you read a source like, for example, if you follow how happiness is portrayed in Uyun al-Akhbar, and the where it comes up as where the terms come up, so you see this cultivation of concepts within the Kutama Berber as well. So these the ideals are set in these in the sources that we can read now. But if you see the change in the Kutama Berber from the start point of the Fatimid Empire, as opposed to what you see in Majalis wal Musayarat, you see them saying that we are happy in the happiness of Imam, or we are happy, or our happiness is when you accept us or you pray for us. So you see this change. So essentially, if the Fatimid society is cultivating these foundations within the Kutama Berber, and you can see this through in these comparison of the sources, or if you follow happiness through these sources. I'm not sure if does this answer your question?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
And on that note, I know there's a few questions in the chat, but I think I promised Khalil that we would finish at 45 on the hour. So I want to thank all the participants and presenters here. Thank you for a wonderful, fruitful panel, and for indulging in these questions and answers. And thank you for leaving us enlightened and happy and informed. And we shall, I guess, move on to the next panel, which I hope many of you will attend. And for those of you on whatever side of the world you are, have a great day or a great evening, and we'll see you in the next panel. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alîdâs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're actually going to begin the next panel right away. So a quick little roll call as I co-host people. So let me just take a minute to do that and co-host everyone who's on the next panel. So those of you who are on the next panel, you're going to be promoted to co-host, and then we'll just get started. Okay, quick roll call. Musheg, you are here? You guys can just say yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Alexander Shepard,
Here.
Alex Matthews.
Present.
All right, and Ferris.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. All right, so we are ready to go. So it's my pleasure to introduce the last panel of today. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for taking part. This panel is on Fatimid Ismaili exegesis, and I signed up to chair the panel because I'm very interested in this subject. Was very intrigued by the papers and that we're going to get here. So we're going to begin with our first speaker, Dr. Perwaiz Hayat. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Who's let me just quickly introduce him. So Dr. Perwaiz Hayat is a research associate in the Shi'i Studies Unit of the Institute of Ismaili Studies. He specializes in Fatimid Ismailism and early Shi'ism. His PhD is in Arabic and Islamic Studies from École Pratique des Hautes Études. And the title of Dr. Hayat's paper is From Shi'i Tafsir to Ismaili Ta'wil, the Evolution of Personalized Commentary in Dawa Context. So Ferris, go ahead.
Thank you, Khalil. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for this wonderful conference and for the opportunity given to me to present my research. So let me just share my screen first. Can you see it?
Yep, it's just loading, but I'm sure there we go. Yep.
All right, thanks. So this presentation is an attempt to outline the anchorage of Ismailism in the broader Shi'i tradition and the way it developed the themes and hermeneutical methods that distinguish it from the other Shi'i trends. So on the one hand, Ismailism is clearly grounded in the Shi'i tradition, but on the other hand, it also builds a distinctive identity stemming from this Shi'i tradition. So this presentation will build on the research of mainly on two scholars of Shi'ism, Mir Barasher and Amir Moezi. Indeed, I will use Barasher's identifications of the main features of what he calls the Shi'i pre-Buwahid school of exegesis. So as you can see, I have written down here the main criteria identified by Barasher, and the one that interests me more here is the one that he labels extreme anti-Sunni tendency, which is very present also in early Ismaili texts, although it is not exclusively directed towards Sunni in Ismaili literature, but generally serves internal goals. What Barasher labeled the pre-Buwahid school of exegesis is actually a common exegetical pool from which various Shi'i traditions drew their interpretations they found useful, sometimes adapting them to their needs and specific orientations. As for Amir Moezi's work, I'm particularly interested here in his work on what he has called the personalized commentary with reference to al-Hibari's tafsir. So this hermeneutical technique consists in identifying elements of the Quran with various protagonists from the beginnings of its Islam, be they the imams, their companions, or their adversaries. So building on these two contributions to Shi'i studies, I will try to show how the pre-Buwahid Shi'i exegetical tradition was both adopted and adapted in early Ismailism. So this relation between pre-Buwahid Shi'ism as defined by Barasher and Ismailism, on the other hand, has only been occasionally noticed. So for instance, in Punawala's article on Ismaili Ta'wil. I will attempt here to outline the Shi'i roots of Ismailism. In that sense, my presentation is also related to the matter that was raised earlier today by Kumail Rajani and also by Paul Walker, namely the relation between Shi'ism and Ismailism and the Shi'i sources of Ismailism and Ismaili Hadith. Indeed, this pre-Buwayhid exegetical tradition is mainly transmitted as Hadith, as demonstrated by Barasher. However, I will not identify specific sources here to the Ismaili exegetical tradition. Rather, I will point to, well, first the existence of this exegetical tradition, its persistence in Ismailism, and its adaptation in Ismaili context. So this presentation is basically a series of 3 case studies, but I will try to be very quick on the first 2 cases so I can get to my main point, which is the third part of this presentation. So I will focus here on Quranic groups of 3 items and on their interpretation in the Shi'i, Nusayri, and Ismaili traditions. So first trio is al-Fahsha, al-Munkar, wal-Baghi, which is in Quran 1690. The second is Rafath, Fusuq, and Wajidal. And the last one is al-Mayyita, al-Dam, wa Lahm al-Khanzir. And I have given you here for each of these citations the Quranic reference. So let's start with my first example. So this example is a case of Ismaili conformity to pre-Buwayhid exegesis. So first we find in the Kitab al-Kashf, which is an Ismaili text of early Fatimid period, a commentary of these three terms, Fahsha, Munkar, wal-Baghi, and they are here identified to, while they're not named, but they're identified to Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman. So we find in the work of an external witness to Ismailism, the Zaidi author al-Dailami, he also reports that the Ismailis interpret these terms this way, and he gives here the name explicitly. So as it appears, this interpretation that al-Dailami finds so shocking and attributes to the Ismailis is actually not specific to the Ismailis. It is shared by several pre-Buwayhid Shi'i sources, although most of these sources are much more elusive than what we have here. So here are a few examples. I will try to be very quick here. So in Al-Kummi, they're identified with Fulan wa Fulan wa Fulan, which is a code, Fulan is a code word for the enemies of Ali. And in certain manuscripts, it is a bit more explicit. So it's either al-awwal wal-thani wal-thalith, so the first, the second, and the third, or these derogatory denominations that are given to the first three caliphs. We find similar traditions in al-Ayyashi, so other representative of this pre-Buwayhid Shi'i tradition. In one version he attributed to Ja'far al-Sadiq, and the other is attributed to Muhammad al-Baqir, and he says so. So in this here he only the first one he only mentions Fulan wa Fulan, which is obviously Abu Bakr wa Omar, and the third one is not explained. And in another tradition, he's slightly more explicit, identifying them with the first, the second, and the third. We find the same interpretation, although in an attenuated form, in al-Safar al-Kummi and al-Kulaini. So the Safar al-Kummi interprets these three terms as referring to the enemies of the prophets and their legatees, whom it is forbidden to love and obey to. And al-Kulaini only mentions men, rijal. It should also be noted that there is another occurrence of these two terms but without the third one in the Quran. And this verse is also interpreted in Ismaili sources, where it is clearly identified to Abu Bakr and Umar. And same thing in Nusayri source, the Kitab al-Ma'arif by al-Tabarani. So this is only to illustrate the anchorage of Ismaili Ta'wil in the pre-Buwayhid school of exegesis. And I could provide actually many other examples, but for now, this will suffice. The second case I will now present is taking from a quite long interpretation of Quran 2, 197, which is found in the 5th epistle of the Kitab al-Kashf. So I will focus here on the part of this interpretation that mentions these three terms: obscenity, libertinism, and dispute. So let's see what the Kashf says about. So yeah, just note, I have not found any the personalized interpretations of these three elements in other sources, but the Kashf gives, as we will see, several interpretations, one of which corresponds to the kind of exegesis that is common in pre-Buwayhid exegetical literature. So let's see first what is obscenity. Obscenity in the esoteric sense is a blameworthy persons. Here the term shakhs is key because it's a remote echo of the Ghulat speculations on this notion of shakhs. We can discuss this maybe after. It also has another meaning, says the text. Al-Hakim said it is to disclose the secrets of the family of Muhammad. So Al-Hakim here was identified by Madulung as the predecessor of Abdullah al-Mahdi at the head of the Dawah. So the last clandestine Imam before the foundation of the Fatimid Caliphate. So let's see then libertinism. Libertinism, so there's several interpretations here again. So there's a literal interpretation. Libertinism is fornication, and it is not allowed for a believer to indulge in libertinism. And the second, there are two other interpretations given here. One is, again, to unveil the secrets or to someone without permission. And the other, again attributed to Al-Hakim, is to slander another believer. And here believer is a technical term. It means a member of the Dawah. It's not just any believer. And as for Jidal, it is what the believers do. So I'm quoting the text. It is what the believers do when they gather from various Ismaili communities. And one of them says, my father is better than your father, and my community is better than your community. And in spite of the fact that all the fathers all summon to God. So here father, of course, means the master or initiator. So this is all about discipline within the Dawah, right? These are instructions given to the Ismaili believers. So at the end of the section on these three terms in the Kitab al-Kashf, a short concluding paragraph presents yet another interpretation, one that is in line with the typical pre-Buwayhid personalized approach, since it identifies them respectively with Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. Here I have underlined these because in the Kashf they appear in a secret alphabet. As you can see, the text seems to be corrupted, since I think this is from the manuscript transmission, since Uthman does not appear while he is mentioned just a few lines before. Now, if we sum up all these interpretations, here is what we get. So first, we can identify here several layers. One is the layer of personalized commentary. So we find for each of these terms a person that is attributed. I mean, each of these terms is identified with a person. Another layer is what I call the Dawah instructions. So two of these Dawah instructions are explicitly attributed to Al-Hakim by the text. And as you can see, this is most of these instructions are clearly to prevent dissension within the dawah, to promote solidarity and discipline within among the members of the dawah. And now we have two other elements. This literal interpretation of fornication is clearly in line with the Fatimid anti-Ghulad concern and its refutation of antinomianism, while the second interpretation of libertinism, that is to unveil the secret of someone or someone without permission, is an expression of the initiatory symbolism that we find in several other Ismaili Fatimid texts, and as well as in Nusayri literature. So now to my last point. The example of blood carrion on swine flesh, or sorry, carrion blood on swine flesh. So this third case concerns a trio that appears in the Quran in 4 Quranic verses. In one of these verses, the list of prohibited animals is much longer. So I will return to this verse. In this case, we do find a personalized commentary of carrion blood and swine flesh in Shi'i and Nusayri sources, or at least traces indicated that such an interpretation existed. So first, in al-Safar al-Kummi's Basair al-Darajat, in the context of a letter attributed to Ja'far al-Sadiq by to his disciple Mufaddal, in this text, the antinomian consequences of the personalized approach to religion are rejected. It is therefore an interesting source as for the elements that were subject to this kind of personalized interpretations in Shi'i circles. According to Safar al-Kummi, these 3 terms are a man, or among certain Shi'i groups, these three terms, al-dam wal-mayyita wa-lahm al-khanzir, are a man, but it is not specified who this man might be. Al-Tabarani doesn't show that much pudor, since he explicitly says that these are the first, the second, and Na'thal, that is Abu Bakr, Umar, and Osman. So this interpretation exists. This is what I need for the sake of my arguments. However, I have not found this personalized interpretation in Ismaili sources. Rather, it seems that the Ismailis did not adopt this personalized commentary that was most likely spread among Ghulat groups. Rather, they developed their own interpretation of these 3 blameworthy foods. So far, I have found this specifically Ismaili interpretation attested in 4 sources. So one is al-Dailami, which we have met earlier, which is this Zaidi author, and 2 works by are attributed to Ja'far ibn Mansur al-Yaman, and Mafatih al-Ni'ma, which was a recently published Fatimid text, which was recently published by Wilfred Marlung and Paul Walker, and attributed to Abu Abdullah Shi'i's brother, Abu Abbas, although this attribution might be discussed. Whatever the case may be, the interpretations in all these sources slightly differ from one to another.
5 minutes
yes?
remaining.
Okay, that's great. So they may slightly differ from one source to another, but it is clear, nevertheless, that we're dealing with variations of the same exegetical tradition. One of these sources, the Ridda fil Batin, delivers this exegesis in relation to Quran Surah 6, verse 145, while the 3 others, including Al-Dailami, report a full exegesis of Quran 5, 3, Al-Ma'idah, verse 3, which enumerates several other forbidden foods. So let us start with the Ridda. The verse is interpreted as referring to initiation. Therefore, the forbidden foods are in fact categories of people to whom it is forbidden to disclose the esoteric Ismaili teaching. So by dead, the Rida, unlike the other sources, only deals with the trio carrion, blood, and swine flesh, or like carrion is al-Mayyita in Arabic, so dead. So by dead, he means the people of exotericism, the Ahl al-Zahir, because he is dead and does not access life through knowledge of the esoteric. Now, by blood, he means doubt. The Arabic term here is shak, or whoever manifests doubt and skepticism towards the true order of God, which is the sacred station of the Master of Truth, so the Imam. And swine flesh, so lahm al-khanzir, is like the hypocrite, because it is a creed, the swine are intermediate between livestock and predators, and similarly, the hypocrite is intermediate between the infidels and the believers, because he's among the believers in the exoteric sense, but inside, really, he's an infidel. So now in al-Daylami, well, more it's I will not deal with all the various foods here. I will just speak about the first three. So al-Daylami presents exactly the same interpretation as the Rida fil Batin, but he doesn't quote it from the Rida fil Batin, although he knew this text. He quotes it from an otherwise unknown al-Ilm al-Maknoon wal-Satr al-Makhsoon that he ascribes to Sijistani. So in spite of common features, the two other sources present slightly different interpretations, as we can see here in the case of the Shawahid wal-Bayan. So the general idea is always the same. These forbidden foods are actually categories of people that one is not allowed to initiate. So in the case of the Shawahid, the dead is always Ahl al-Zahir. It always means the same thing. Blood is also al-Shak. But as we can see here, there's a difference for the interpretation of swine flesh, which becomes the Ahl al-Zimma, so Christians and Jews.
Or 1 minute left.
Or I'm almost done. Or someone who turned away from the path of believers. So almost the same thing in the case of the Mafatih al-Na'ma, but I will wrap this up now. So coming to my conclusion, these examples that I have presented lead me to conclude with a tentative definition of early Ismaili Ta'wil, or at least a major part of Ismaili Ta'wil, as dawah-related or dawah-oriented personalized commentary, where Quranic verses are interpreted as referring to either members of the dawah hierarchy, or enemies of the dawah. So the Ismailis did not abandon the method of personalized commentary. Instead, they refashioned it, adapted it to fit their own orientations. In some cases, they preserved the pre-Buyyid personalized commentary based on the implicit notion that the enemies of Ali had counterparts in every era and every age, fi kulli asrin wa zaman, just like the Ismaili Imams are successive counterparts of Ali. In other cases, they replaced the historical protagonists of the beginnings of Islam, which were the focal point of the classical personalized commentaries, with functions and grades of the dawah, thus contributing to a dehistoricization of ta'wil. We can thus suggest an evolution towards the formation of a specifically Ismaili personalized commentary through an intermediary stage, that of the ashkhas of the ghulat tradition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guion. Very great way to start this panel. We're getting right into it. It's very graphic, though, if I may say. We're now going to go to our next speaker. So we now have Dr. Musheg Asatrian. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Dr. Asatrian has his PhD from Yale University, and he is currently Associate Professor of Arabic and Muslim Cultures at the University of Calgary. His work explores the history of Muslim sectarianism, Muslim construction of orthodoxy and heresy, and religious polemics in the Abbasid Empire. He has written a monograph titled Controversies in Formative Shi'i Islam. And the title of Dr. Asatrian's paper is How to Read Muslim Heresiology, an Ismaili man of letters, and his classification of Muslim sects. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Khalil, and thank you, Faris, for opening our panel with this thought-provoking paper. I have a couple of comments for the discussion part. My talk moves a bit away from the Fatimids back to Baghdad, but it's about a time when the Fatimids were just beginning their mission in North Africa. So in that sense, it's related. And also the rise of the Fatimids in a way informed the way my author wrote. So I guess that's how I fit in this panel. Now, my paper is about methodological problems that have to do with reading Muslim heresiologies in general as a historical source and as literary artifact. And as many of you may have noticed, the title of my talk and the article that's going to be published soon borrows and modifies the title of the famous essay by Professor Avril Cameron, which discusses some of the methodological issues relating to Byzantine heresiology, and it has been a great inspiration for me when working on this subject. Now, I have chosen Abu Hatim al-Razi, an Ismaili author, because he provides a very interesting and intriguing case study of how to study Muslim heresiology, which I hope will help us better understand the ways of working with Muslim heresiologies in general. Now, many of you may be, I'm sure, are familiar with heresiographies, also called firaq works, but nonetheless, I will show the structure of a typical Muslim heresiography. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's just loading. I'm sure it'll show in a minute. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so usually a typical Muslim heresiology divides Islam into 4, sometimes 5 branches. The main, as Van Es calls it, the mother sects. And then each of them is divided further into subsects. And then usually the heresiographers will discuss them, will tell about their beliefs, and often, but not always, will say that most of them are damned heretics, or they have gone astray to various degrees, and that usually only one sect among them is right, and that is the sect of the author. But that's not always the case, or not always very easy to detect. So let's see what Abu Hatim al-Razi's text teaches us about how to deal with this material. Al-Razi hailed from the Iranian city of Rai, as his name tells us, and he spent his young years in Baghdad, rubbing shoulders with the cultural elites of the Abbasid capital. And sometime in the early 900s, he wrote a book entitled Kitab al-Zina, or the Book of Ornaments. It is composed in the best traditions of Adab, Arabic fine letters, and was aimed, as the author professes, to earn its author notoriety in the intellectual and writerly circles of Baghdad. Now, Kitab al-Zina discusses a broad selection of topics. It begins with a chapter that praises the Arabic language as superior to all others, then proceeds to discuss a number of related subjects. Then follow 321 sections, each focusing on a separate topic, including the meanings of various Quranic words, God's names. Sorry to interrupt. Do you actually see my PowerPoint, or is it?
We're seeing the slides, but not in slideshow mode.
Okay. Sorry.
That's better. Yeah.
Now I got it. So then followed 321 sections, each focusing on a separate topic, including the meanings of various Quranic words, God's names, political terminology, the Islamic rituals, and so forth. And in the best traditions of elegant prose, the author abundantly illustrates his points with poetic verses and peppers his text with quotations from hadith, lexica, prose, and works of Arabic grammar. At the beginning of his introduction, he notes that the knowledge of his book's contents is needed by jurists, fuqaha, literateurs, udaba, and that there is in their knowledge, quote, vast usefulness and great adornment, zina, for anyone who possesses religion and ethics, and that anyone who knows its contents becomes adorned, yatazayyan, in gatherings. So ostensibly then, this text betrays no theological or sectarian agenda and is aimed to be a literary bestseller. Or does it? Now, Kitab al-Zina's author is largely known to scholarship for his activity as an Ismaili missionary and theologian, and the author of two polemical theological treatises, A'lam al-Nubuwwa and Kitab al-Islah. His work as a literateur has remained unnoticed, perhaps because his Kitab al-Zina was published in its entirety just a few years ago. And here's a screenshot of the full publication of Kitab al-Zina in 2 volumes, a wonderful edition by Said al-Ghanimi. Now, it is not my goal to explore the rather abrupt career change that Abu Hatim went through. Rather, I want to focus on the first part of his life, when he was an aspiring writer. I would like to explore whether and how he engages in theology and polemics in his Kitab al-Zina, because appearances notwithstanding, Kitab al-Zina is actually full of polemics against any and all Muslim groups and the vindication of the Ismailis as the only true Muslims. All of this, however, is carefully hidden, and the casual reader will see no trace of Ismailism in the text. This, I argue, is informed by Abu Hatim's position as an Ismaili man in Baghdad during a time when various Ismaili groups, the Qarmatis, the Fatimids, were becoming politically active while following an openly anti-Abbasid line. Now, let us look at how Abu Hatim goes about doing what he does. The part of Kitab al-Zina that is of particular interest here is the middle section, which reads rather like a regular heresiology, like al-Nabakhti's, Qummi's, or al-Baghdadi's Firaq works. At the same time, it forms an integral part of the book and does not stand out on first reading. It is situated right in the middle and comprises about 1/10 of the entire text. So it's about 100 pages. The whole text is about 950 pages in this edition. Thematically, it is well integrated, and as the author arrives at a discussion of Muslim sects, after surveying several semantically related notions, such as religion, deen, religious law, sect, millah, heresy, unbelief, Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and other religions. In order to assert the centrality of Ismailis as the only true Muslims, and to paint everyone else as liars and usurpers, Abu Hatim has to tread a fine line because he was an Ismaili living in Baghdad at a time when it was not very easy. I will discuss 2 main narrative strategies that he has used to achieve this. One is to redescribe commonly accepted terms, commonly used terms. The second is to classify the Muslim sects in such a way as to carefully pinpoint the Shi'ism as the only true path. To this end, Razi uses ambiguity, only gradually introducing his intended meaning and alternating between mainstream, and by mainstream I mean widely accepted meanings of terms, such as ones used by the Mutakallimun, the Mu'tazila, Ahl al-Hadith, etc., and his own personal or Ismaili definitions of these texts, utters half-truths, and arranges his materials in a way that deflects the reader's attention from the fine and inconvenient details of his classification. So I'm going to bring several examples. One of the crucial rhetorical operations Razi performs is to play with the meanings of 2 key expressions, both of which have a general meaning and a narrower or a sectarian one. One is Ahl al-Sunnah or Sunnah, and the second is Imam. Now, today, the word Sunni or Ahl al-Sunnah denotes the majority of Muslims living in the world, perceived as a distinct group or sect, if you will. Before it would take on this narrow meaning, during the 8th and 9th century, the term Sunnah broadly included the notion of following the pious example of the ancestors. From the 9th century onward, it came to refer to the pious example of the Prophet in particular, and sometimes that of the 4 rightly guided caliphs, who ruled the Muslim state after the Prophet's death. And there is a very detailed discussion about the evolution of this term in Joseph von Ess's latest work, Der eine und das andere. The expression of Ahl al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah initially designated the righteous community and was used by individuals with vastly different religio-political orientations, each to refer to his own community, of course. Around the time Abu Hatim al-Razi was writing, however, Ahl al-Sunnah began to be used to refer to a particular group known as Ahl al-Hadith, which comprises those who, broadly speaking, shunned theological disputation or speculation and viewed the words and deeds of the Prophet Muhammad recorded in Hadith as the only true source of knowledge which was not to be disputed or discussed. Now for the term Imam. For most of Islam's history, it has had a rather narrow technical meaning, but it has broader uses as well. In general usage, it may refer to an exemplar, an example. It also means a leader, both a military, religious, and other, or an intellectual leader, the imam of this or that intellectual school. And the narrower sectarian meaning of the term, used to this day, of course, refers to the divinely appointed and divinely guided leader of Shia communities, beginning with the Prophet's cousin, Ali ibn Abi Talib. A cursory reading of Abu Hatim's discussion of these terms reveals no special sectarian agenda, as his definitions seem to be in accord with the broad, non-sectarian usages. He begins by defining them in the most mainstream manner possible, then narrows down their meanings to fit his own political goals. All the while, he alternates between broad and narrow meanings of the terms so that the reader really gets lost. So at the beginning of the heresiographic section of the book, he writes, passion, hawa, is the opposite of opinion, ra'i. And if you speak in regards to religion, then passion is the opposite of tradition. Thus, someone who follows his position and does not rely on a precedent from the apostle of God, he does not settle on a firm foundation. So far, we are in mainstream territory, as the explanation of Sunnah in this chapter contains no hints of Ismailism or Shi'ism. Two chapters that follow continue treading the mainstream line, but sparsely introduce non-mainstream, that is, broadly Shi'i definitions and terms. Here, al-Razi introduces the term Imam, and as before, begins by using it in the most general manner possible, beginning with its meaning as exemplar, then moving on to leader, then using it in the more narrow Shi'i sense, pinpointing it as the only correct one. So here are a few examples. In his discussion of the term bid'ah, or innovation, which has a very openly negative meaning and denotes heretical innovations, which people make in religion, al-Razi writes, one who creates abda'a, a thing, with no prior imam, is a creator and a maker. And I realize my English translations are not ideal, mubtadi'. The word imam here is clearly used to denote an exemplar. In the few lines that follow, however, the term becomes more ambiguous, and in addition to the prior meaning, it becomes possible to read it as leader. Everything among religious matters that has had a prior tradition, sunnah, an imam, exemplar or reader, depending, and a model is called sunnah, whereas that which people invent without an imam or a model after God's apostle is a bid'ah. In the second instance, especially, imam may indicate both an exemplar and a leader, which brings us closer to Shi'i ideas of leadership. The chapter on bid'ah concludes with another mainstream definition of sunnah, perhaps to allay the reader's suspicions. The chapter that follows introduces Shi'i notions in a manner that is considerably bolder, if still circumspect. Razi introduces the notion of imam once again, but now more unequivocally, in the sense of leader. They say someone is among the sunnah and jama'ah when he holds on to the sunnah of the Prophet of God, abandons the inventions of the inventors, mubtadi'un, after him, is firmly with the people of jama'ah who have agreed upon an imam who guides them and holds them together. Now here he combines the mainstream definitions of sunnah with the notion of imam as a person rather than an exemplar.
5 minutes remaining.
Okay. as was in the previous cases. It is still not specifically Shi'i or Ismaili, not yet, but a bit later, Abu Hatim uses the semantic range of the word to frame Imam in the Ismaili terms. The Ahl Sunnah agree upon one Imam who is Mu'ayyad, who brings their matters together and brings them into a unified order, makes them harmoniously connected brothers in God, for an Imam among them plays the role of a thread that connects them. Nizam Navamah. The adjective mu'ayyad, which is applied here to the Imam in general usage, denoted someone who was aided, but it had also a very specifically Ismaili connotation, where it denoted the power, virtues, and special knowledge of the prophets and the Imams. So here we are moving to specifically Ismaili usage of the word. I'm going to skip forward a little bit since we're running out of time. Now, let me go to the second part of the presentation where, sorry. So let us look at what Abu Hatim has been doing so far. He pretends to engage in a broad philological and literary discussion of a number of terms. As elsewhere in his book, he peppers the text with poetic lines, grammatical observations, and otherwise demonstrates his philological prowess. Read in the broader context of other parts of Kitab al-Zina, these chapters do not strike as particularly sectarian, for their overall style is well integrated with the rest. A close reading, however, reveals that al-Razi has a polemical axe to grind. Thus, he takes up two terms, Sunnah and Imam, and begins to define them in a rather mainstream, that is non-Shi'i, non-Ismaili fashion. And as he moves through his discussion, he manipulates their meaning in such a way as to gradually narrow it, tailoring it to fit the Shi'is and to exclude everyone else. Now let us briefly look at Razi's strategies of classification. In classifying the Muslim sects, he performs two main operations: defining his own group and defining the other. And here I will only focus on how he defines his own group. As is common in heresiographic texts, Razi divides Islam into 5 major groups. Now, as you may notice, those who have worked with heresiographies, there is a seeming inconsistency. There are two groups, one of which is Shia, the other is Rafida, and usually they are the same group in other heresiographies. Why is this? Now, usually in the traditional Arabist philological tradition, this would be explained as sloppiness and lack of attention. But given the amount of work that al-Razi has put into his text and how careful it is crafted, this is hardly so. So let me quickly look at what the term Rafida has meant. Now, the term Rafida in general usage has been used in the sources in 4 different senses. The refusal to join Zayd ibn Ali's rebellion. Mughira ibn Sa'id called his followers Rafida for rejecting him. Then Shi'i authors themselves used it to apologetically show that they are Rafida because they yarfuduna, they reject evil. And the most common usage of the term polemically used against the Shi'is was their refusal to acknowledge Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. Now in Razi's text, we find all the definitions except the last one. So he acknowledges that all of these meanings are true, but he keeps silent about the last one. And then he divides Islam into 5 groups once again, several pages later. But now, Rafida and the Shia are the same. So basically, he's quietly pinpointing that the Rafida are the Shia, but only after showing that there is nothing bad actually about being Rafidi. Now, there is also a long discussion where he shows how the Ismailis among the Shia are the best, but I guess we don't have time for that. So I will conclude here with the final paragraph by saying that Razi's text teaches us how to read Muslim heresiologies in general, and I'm going to show one more slide here. And the questions that I aim to ask of heresiologies in general. It shows that to fully understand them, we have to keep in mind the social location and intention of their authors, as well as the position of the groups to which they belong. Because depending on the social context in which authors operated, on their intended audiences, and on the amount of influence and prestige held by their groups, they chose either to openly attack their opponents, for example, as the Sunni author al-Baghdadi did several decades after al-Razi, or like al-Razi, to hide their likes and dislikes and write between the lines. Consequently, a fruitful reading of heresiography amounts not just to sifting out reliable historical information from fiction, as has been usually done in study of Muslim heresiology, but parsing the logic behind the author's classification and description, even when, or especially when, these appear as illogical and incorrect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Asatrian. We're going to move to our third speaker now. So next up, we have Alex Matthews. Alex Matthews is a PhD candidate at the University of Chicago Divinity School. Her dissertation focuses on the Kitab al-Fatarat wal-Qiranat, and her academic work more broadly spans the occult sciences, Fatimid history, and Ta'wil. She was appointed a Marty Junior Fellow for 2001-2022. So welcome, and go ahead.
Thank you for that introduction, Khalil, and thank you to my fellow panelists. I'm really looking forward to the discussion that will follow. I feel like I'm kind of batting cleanup because I'm talking about the two figures who have already just been discussed, Abu Hatim al-Razi and also Ja'far bin Mansur al-Yaman. So let me get this started. Across a broad range of geographic contexts and ideological allegiances, the concept of fatra, or a time without an imam, is deployed in accordance with the larger intellectual project of the individual thinker deploying it. Abu Hatim al-Razi, in his Kitab al-Islah, for example, implicitly uses the concept of fatra to condemn what he perceives as the unjust power grab of the Fatimid Caliphate. The concept of fatra is also taken up by as-Sijistani, as well as the explicitly Fatimid thinkers Qāḍī al-Nuʿmān and Ja'far bin Mansur al-Yaman. Thus, fatra takes on different valences depending on who is talking about it. Consequently, the way any individual thinker discusses fatra can serve as a kind of window into the historical circumstances in which they operated, how they related to Fatimid hegemony, and what their particular opinion on the role of the imam was. These are things that are often discussed obliquely, but not always explicitly stated. Particularly with an ambiguous and difficult text like the Kitab al-Fatarat wal-Qiranat, where both dating and author are very much up for debate, such insights are invaluable. It is this latter text that forms the basis of my study today. The Kitab al-Fatarat wal-Qiranat has been traditionally attributed to Ja'far bin Mansur al-Yaman. However, scholars such as Paul Krauss and Heinz Halm, among others, have noted that there are portions of the text that refer to events after Ja'far's death. Thus, they believe the text is either entirely later or, at a minimum, was subject to revision after Ja'far's death. This theory gains traction when examining the text as a whole. Its roughly 170 folios span a dizzying range of topics from cosmology and metaphysics to philosophy to prophecy, ta'wil, and the science of the letters. Often the same topic is covered multiple times in mutually contradictory ways. It becomes easy to see these contradictions as the result of multiple authors over a long period of time. However, at least with regard to the section of fatra, which is likewise full of mutually incompatible theories, I would like to present a different theory. That these various accounts are not a problem to be solved, but rather an indication that the author was not concerned with presenting a unified theory. Rather, his priority was in crafting a collection of various opinions meant to demonstrate that the current era, that of Muhammad and the Fatimid Imams, is the peak of a prophetic lineage that has been trending upwards since the beginning of time. With regard to the section on Fatra in particular, it is here that we receive the most robust theorization of Fatra in medieval Ismaili literature. In this text, Jafar presents a variety of theories for the Fatra that I theorize are compiled from earlier sources. These theories vary widely in their account of how, why, and when a Fatra occurs, ranging from the practical to the metaphysical. Ultimately, however, Jafar declares that since the advent of Muhammad, there has not been a time without an imam, nor will there be one in the future. In this way, Jafar transforms a concept that al-Razi initially conceived to challenge Fatimid power into a means of demonstrating the unprecedented stability and sanctity of the Fatimid imams. For al-Razi, a Fatra is rather strictly defined as a period without an imam. He describes this as a ghaybat al-imam, or la yakun fi dhalika al-asri mutimun. Here he presents the Fatra as the necessary absence of the imam in two situations. First, in between the disappearance of the last imam of an era and the appearance of the speaker prophet or the natiq of the next. Second, in the middle of a cycle, following the disappearance of a completer imam or a mutim, prior to the maturity of the next imam. During the Fatra, the dawah is ruled by lawahik and mustadain, what we might translate for now as lieutenants and trustees. According to al-Razi, these lawahik or lieutenants are not alids. However, despite this, the lieutenants in al-Razi's scheme may be more capable governors of the dawah with more trusted followers than the imams that they stand in for. He gives the example of Noah, who did not have many followers, whereas Jonah, his imam, his lawahik, was more successful in comparison. Al-Razi makes clear that a Fatra, while a normal fact of cyclical existence, is nevertheless a dangerous power vacuum in which the unworthy can seize power. He states that only a few of the Ahadawa are saved during the Fatra. The hypocrites are victorious due to the weakness of the trustees' authority and the absence of the completer imams. Likewise, the Fatra prior to the appearance of Moses gave rise to the tyrannical Pharaoh, who al-Razi figures as a lahik who became too full of himself before considering himself to be the fourth natiq. He was stopped by Shuaib, who was a trustee. There can be little doubt that al-Razi was alluding to the unjust rule of the Fatimids, who he sees as having similarly grabbed power following the disappearance of Muhammad bin Ismail. Moving on to Jafar himself, Jafar opens by framing his discussion as an unveiling meant to clarify the Fatra that occur between prophetic cycles, in order to alleviate the doubt afflicting the intellects of the people. This doubt arises from the fact that any thinking person, when they consider that a cycle can be 1,500 years long, will realize that there is no way that the entire time can be filled by only 7 imams. If we divide 1,500 years by 7 imams, he says, the result is more than 100 years per imam. This is far outside the length of a human lifespan, he points out. Because, he continues, it is not possible to have more than 7 imams per cycle, nor is it possible to shorten the cycle itself to accommodate 7 imams. The only solution that remains is that there must be a Fatra, or a period of time where there is no imam. Here, Jafar is more or less in line with al-Razi, albeit more explicit. Whereas al-Razi stopped short of saying that the Fatra was the result of the death of an imam, but rather framed it as an absence, Jafar makes clear that the Fatra is the result of the lifespans of the 7 imams not filling the full length of the prophetic cycle. However, Jafar then deviates from this relatively straightforward accounting of things. He introduces an etymology for Fatra. He says it comes from the same root as futur, or a languishing or a tepidity, as one might say of water that was once hot, but has since cooled down and lost some of its heat. This languishing or tepidity then afflicts the particular souls in the corporeal realm, such that they are no longer able to receive the divine aid, until such a time as a pure soul appears who has a connection with the divine aid, or the ta'id. This pure soul then lifts the period of Fatra. This, he says, is the meaning of Fatra. Not the death of an imam, as he just stated, but rather a collective ennui that leads to the cutting off of the divine aid. I want to briefly preempt the observation that some of you will inevitably have that this is extremely similar to as-Sijistani's accounting of the Fatra in his Ithbat an-Nubuwat. Jafar next offers a number of causes of the Fatra. The first is that the particular resembles the universal. The second is the necessity of vengeance upon those who disobey and who are haughty towards the messengers of God. And the third is that the affairs of the world are always seeking equilibrium. Let's examine them one by one. The first cause of the fatra is that the particular resembles the universal, that the situation of the imams, who are the particular, resembles that of the speaker prophets or the nautics, who are the universals. Because the speaker prophets do not come in continuous, uninterrupted succession, neither do the imams. The difference, says Jafar, is that the cutting off or inqita of the imamate is shorter than the cutting off of the nauticate. He also adds that although the imams are the particulars of the nautics, who are the universal, the lawahik are not the particulars of the imams. Rather, he says, they are the houses in which the imamate dwells and in which creation seeks shelter. Here we can see yet another similarity with al-Razi. The lawahik who function in the absence of imam and the nautic are not themselves part of the same fractal-like divine entity. Rather, they are a source of refuge for the dawah during this time of fatra. The second cause is the necessity of vengeance upon those erring communities who disobey the messengers of God. He states that God ordains the cutting off of the imamate during the cycles so that the souls are, by its cutting off, wretched, lost, ruined, and despicable. This, Jafar says, is like when God inflicts drought and famine upon the world by cutting off the blessing of rain. Again, very similar to Sijistani. However, Jafar here takes yet another sharp deviation from what he said only a few lines earlier, that God at times cuts off the imamate and that the imams do not come in continuous succession. When the communities deviate away from the asas and the imam of their age and incline towards the adversaries, God ordains the cutting off or the inqita of the imamate by means of isolating, infirad, that imam from the world and silencing him, such that the divine aid ceases to flow to them from him. Here we have kind of a hybrid position. The fatra is both the cessation of the flow of ta'id from imam to dawah and the deliberate cutting off of the imamate. But rather than the death or absence of the imam, Jafar here conceives of the fatra as a time when the imam is isolated and unable to guide the da'wah. This isolation has negative ramifications for the da'wah, as Jafar outlines. This absence causes a domino effect of confusion that flows from the lawahik to the lower da'wah ranks, who then stray away from the da'wah. At that time, the da'wah falls into the hands of the enemies. We can again point out a similarity with al-Razi. Here, Jafar also points out the negative consequences of the fatra. When the imam is unable to be in direct contact with the dawah, the ensuing confusion and weakness creates a power vacuum that allows the enemies of the dawah to gain control. Finally, the third cause of the fatra is that the affairs of the world are always seeking equilibrium. Thus, famine always follows abundant harvest, floods always follow drought, and extremely hot weather always follows extremely cold weather. Thus, when an imam has reached the highest station of what he calls nautiqiyya, it is necessary, in accordance with this equilibrium, that the imam should be absent from the world for a period of time. It is not immediately apparent what he means by this highest station of nautiqiyya. Perhaps we can speculate in the discussion. But to briefly summarize, we now have no fewer than 5 disparate accounts of what a fatra is and why it happens. First is the lifespan issue. The second is the afflictive weakness that cuts off access to ta'id. The third is that because the nutikhat do not come in continuous succession, neither do the imams. The fourth is that God ordains the cutting off of the imamate to punish erring communities. And the fifth is that a period of fatra necessarily follows on the heels of great missionary success due to the equilibrium of all worldly affairs. I would argue that Jafar has compiled these accounts from al-Razi as well as al-Sijistani, among others that perhaps are not presently extant and who may never be identified. But thus I would argue that Jafar's personal view on the fatra is what follows. At the end of this lengthy discussion, Jafar then states that while there had been periods of fatra in all prior prophetic cycles, the fatra ceased with the advent of the cycle of Muhammad. Thus, the cycle of Noah had 4 fatras, the cycle of Abraham had 3, the cycle of Moses 2, and the cycle of Jesus only 1. Since the advent of Muhammad's prophethood, the imamate has been continuously connected to his descendants one after another. As the cycle of Muhammad, from Jafar's perspective, has not yet come to an end, we must understand this continuous connection to extend through the Fatimid era. Consequently, the cycle of Muhammad, and indeed also the Fatimids, represents the peak of an upward trend in prophetic history, in which we may implicitly understand from Ja'far's text the corruption and disobedience and languishing which afflicted prior generations and led to fatras is no longer present. As I stated earlier, I'm not going to attempt to harmonize Ja'far's various theorizations of the fatra, but instead take these apparent contradictions as an indication of his priority in compiling this text. Let us now examine again in more detail the ideological commitments of al-Razi and Ja'far, which will then illuminate the role that the concept of fatra plays in their wider thought. While al-Razi and Ja'far were nearly contemporaries, their ideological commitments were vastly different. Al-Razi considers himself to live in an era of fatra since his Imam Muhammad bin Ismail is absent from the world, though he will reappear. As Wilfred Madelung presents in his article Das Imamat, al-Razi introduces the concept of fatra to explain this absence. It is possible that his emphasis on the role of the lahiq in handing over the imamate to the next natik was meant to aggrandize the position of non-alids during the fatra. Perhaps, as has been hypothesized by Heinz Helm as well as David Hollenberg, al-Razi considered himself to be the lahiq who held the imamate until the reappearance of Muhammad bin Ismail. Ja'far, on the other hand, is operating as an agent for the Fatimid Caliphate itself. His interest is in upholding the position of the Fatimid Imam. For Ja'far, as well as for the other Fatimid Ismailis at the time of al-Mu'izz, the question of when the Qa'im Mahdi will arrive and begin the seventh and final prophetic cycle has been indefinitely tabled. From Ja'far's perspective, there has not been a fatra since the advent of Muhammad, and as Muhammad's descendants hold the imamate in continuous succession, there will not be a fatra for the foreseeable future. This discussion of the fatra, then, might be considered a historical accounting of how fatras have played out in prior prophetic cycles, rather than a justification of present circumstances, as in al-Razi. What appears as a series of contradictory accounts of how and why a fatra occurs may in fact be a sort of time-lapse picture of how the doctrine of fatra evolved over a relatively short period of time, without any investment on Ja'far's part in arguing for one conception over another. It is apparent that he was aware of at least the accounts of al-Razi and as-Sijistani, and although he does not mention them by name, traces of their thought are quite evident in this text. In other words, rather than attempt to harmonize these various incompatible accounts of the fatra, I will instead regard the inherent contradictions as an indication of the priorities of an author unconcerned with presenting a unified doctrine. Each cycle brought fewer and fewer fatras. This brings to mind the image of a steadily increasing stability that peaks with the reign of the Fatimids. From this position of stability and confidence, Ja'far and his audience look forward to the continued prospering of both da'wah and dawla until the arrival of the Qa'im Mahdi. With regard to the question of how this account can inform us about the context in which Kitab al-Faturat wa Qiranat was written, which remains a very open question and about which I have formed no firm conclusions, I want to briefly conclude by saying that this distinctly pro-Fatimid account seems to indicate that Ja'far was the architect of this text. This does not itself rule out the possibility of later additions or emendations, but the fact that he wants to emphasize the unique stability and sanctity of the Fatimid rule indicates to me that the work certainly comes from a Fatimid context, and perhaps even the era of al-Mu'izz, and not later as has been suggested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're actually well within time, so thank you for that. We'll now go to our fourth and final presenter on this panel. We have Alexander Shepard. Alexander is a doctoral candidate at Indiana University's Middle Eastern Languages and Cultures program. He also received his MA from the University of Indiana in 2017. And the title of Alexander's paper is Ismailism and Judaism, Polemics, Apologetics, and Synthesis. And let me just say, Alex, I've known Alexander for some time. We're old Facebook and conference friends, so I'm really glad to see you at our conference. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Andani, for hosting this conference, and thank you to everyone else who has spoken and who's helped organize this wonderful conference. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with all of you. And so my paper now, it's that deals with the issues of Jewish and Ismaili relations, specifically Jewish counter polemics against Ismaili and other forms of Islamic esoteric polemics against Judaism. Now, the medieval Muslim world was a time of fertile religious exchange in Andalusia, North Africa, and Baghdad. Andalusia especially was a thriving intercultural center where Muslims, Christians, and Jews exchanged ideas. There were many instances of cooperation and religious exchange, and a very extensive exchange involved Ismaili missionaries and Jewish rabbis. In this paper, I examined several prominent Jewish polymaths who were profoundly influenced by Ismaili theology. In a rather ingenious way, these scholars were able to turn Ismaili polemics as a way to defend the Jewish faith from Islamic missionary efforts. Two individuals who are showcased here include Abraham Maimonides, the son of the famed Moses Maimonides, and Baha ibn Bakuta, even though they were separated by centuries and kilometers. Their challenge was to defend Judaism from polemical attacks, as well as to create a mystical alternative within Judaism to the attractiveness of Ismailism and Sufism. Ismailism and other forms of Islamic mysticism pose this challenge because of the strong arguments brought forth by Ismaili missionaries to try to convert Jews, as well as the rich mystical literature and concepts which permeated Ismailism and Sufism. These Ismaili and Sufi concepts included the speculative as well as the practical. This included a science of letters, which was used to deduce knowledge of the innate and the esoteric. A notion of spiritual leadership, or the imamate, was said to have had a basis in Old Testament prophets, and even other popular symbolisms, such as the symbolism of the cloak, popular in Shiite and Sufi sources, was utilized by Abraham Maimonides. Cosmologically and ontologically speaking, Jewish mystics were profoundly influenced by Ismaili neoplatonic structure in the world, in particular Baha ibn Bakuta. Additionally, the asceticism of various Ismailis and Sufi authors was also heavily utilized. Now, to address one point here is talking about Ismailism as well as Sufism. While this paper is focused on the interplay between Ismailism and Judaism, it will also be discussing some various other Sufi concepts as well who influenced Jewish theologians. Because this is because, as many prominent authors have noted, including many who are with us today, that oftentimes it's rather difficult to tell the difference between an Ismaili and a Sufi in Islamic history. Scholars such as Sayyid Hussein Nasr, Henry Corben, Leonard Lisson, Paul Fenton, Michael Epstein, Farhad Daftari, and many others have pointed out the similarity between Sufi and Islamic doctrines, as well as the ambiguity to either Sufi or Ismaili identity of various Islamic intellectuals. Indeed, in certain areas of the Islamic world, such as Seljuk Persia, it was often difficult to discern who was an Ismaili and who was a Sufi. Daftari writes in his article on Ismaili-Sufi relations in post-Alamat Persia, quote, between Persian Sufism and Nizari Ismailism, which represent two independent esoteric traditions in Islam, it is owing to this Ismaili-Sufi coalescence, still even less understood from the Sufi side, that it is often difficult to ascertain whether a certain post-Alamat Persian treatise was written by a Nizari author influenced by Sufism, or whether it was produced in Sufi milieus exposed to Ismailism, end quote. So with regards to the nature of the Ismailis and their ecumenical and polemical nature, Bernard Lewis notes in his book, The Origins of Ismailism, that Ismailism often was an ecumenical faith and stressed the commonality of religious traditions under the same esoteric banner, especially through as an imam passing through generations. As a key point of Ismaili arguments, Ismaili stressed how biblical prophets were the esoteric imams in their traditions. As part of their arguments to target Jews for conversion, Ismailis argued that Jews should in turn follow the advice of Hebrew prophets and embrace Ismailism. And to quote Lewis directly, quote, "There was a certain appreciation for all faiths, each of which was thought to have had a prophet who gave a law suitable for his community, with all the laws, i.e. all the religions, seen as valid expressions of the one universal truth," end quote. The Ismailis in their arguments emphasized how the Quran mandated a messenger. The Quran stresses that one must obey God and his messenger. So with the passage of the prophets, there must in turn be someone on earth who represents the prophet to carry out his will. This dependence on a messenger had a direct connection with the esoteric message, for they believed, contrary to various Sufis like Ghazali and Ibn Tufayl, there must be a representative of God on earth to deliver esoteric knowledge. Ismailis also stressed the importance of rational inquiry alongside spiritual elevation. The missionaries often learned and internalized the beliefs of those whom they proselytized to in order to base the conversion on common ground. They stressed how the authority was constantly passed down along hereditary lines, and how the Hebrew prophets, just like the Ismaili imams, possessed this initiatic chain of authority. And Ismaili cosmology. Now, of course, what I'm going to say next is a very gross oversimplification, and I know that there's many in the audience who have written about this in far greater detail. But just as the very short summary of Ismaili cosmology, Ismaili cosmology stressed the Neoplatonic idea of God and the universe. God is the source of all being, and through the Logos is neither created nor uncreated. The universe was brought into being. This view, developed by pre-Islamic philosopher Plotinus, was seemingly at odds with the Islamic notion of creation, which at the literal level believes in creation ex nihilo. According to scholar Michael Epstein, in his article, quote, "The Word of God and the Divine Will, Ismaili Traces in Andalusian Mysticism." Ismailis developed a way to reconcile this apparent contradiction. Classical Neoplatonic structures generally posited a one beyond being, followed by universal intellect, then a universal soul, and finally nature, the realm of man. Ismailis raised the status of kalima, or the words of God, beyond the level of universal intellect. Specifically, it is the words of God which imprint themselves on nature and lead everything to their proper spiritual place. Quote Epstein directly, quote, "It seems that this doctrine was motivated by two main theological considerations. First, placing the divine word and will between God and the intellect was meant to solve the contradiction between the concept of creation ex nihilo, shared by Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, on the other hand, and on the original Neoplatonic notion of emanation on the other," end quote. Epstein goes on to say that this also solves the vexing problem which plagues all theologians in the Abrahamic tradition of reconciling a one beyond being with who is impersonal with a creator God who is personal. Now, to focus on the showcase on the first Jewish intellectual influence by Ismailism, to focus on Baha ibn Bakuta, developed a concrete and extensive ontological system that largely mirrors Ismailism and other forms of Islamic esotericism. Bakuta believed that reason was the pinnacle of the intellect, and discursive and intuitive philosophy could be utilized to decipher the secrets of the cosmos. There are a number of interesting similarities between Ismailism and Baha ibn Bakuta. For Pakuta approaches the questions of God's oneness through a series of intellectual stages. The individual who is capable of learning realizes the unity of God through various intellectual progressions. His writings display an acquaintance with the philosophical tradition of the Ismailis. As we shall see, for the Ismailis completely utilize the Hebrew Bible and stress its mystical aspects. To quote from scholar Paul Fenton in his article, Judaism and Sufism, quote, in an effort to remedy this ritual formalism and religious desiccation of his fellow Jews, Baha devised an individualistic inward itinerary, guiding the soul through contemplation and love to union with the supernatural light based on progressive spiritual stages of the path as set out in Sufi pietistic manuals, end quote. Pakuda stressed that the duties of the heart are an intellectual exercise distinct from the practices of exoteric Judaism. God created us in the form of body and the soul. Bodily care is to be demonstrated through the performance of prayer, observing Passover, resting on the Sabbath, etc. Inward duties, on the other hand, are concerned with the soul's inner spiritual purification. Pakuda stresses that there are 4 levels of intellectual awareness that the believer goes through. The first stage is what even a child can comprehend. It is simply pronouncing the unity of God with one's words and not one's mind. The second level is typical of most lay believers who comprehend the unity of God from traditions alone. This is not sufficient because there is no reason to believe something just because it comes from tradition, according to Pakuta, and indeed according to many Islamic esotericists as well. The next level is the new and dabbling philosopher who understands the concept of unity, but cannot differentiate between an actual unity and an implied unity. The highest station of the believer is that of the one who has actually contemplated the unity of God and understands what real unity means. Now, to quote from Pakuda directly, and this is the Edward Collins translation, quote, the faith of the believer is not complete unless he knows the meaning and the reasons of his belief. And this knowledge that enables one to fulfill the duties of the heart is the hidden wisdom that is the light of the hearts and the bright effulgence of souls. And concerning it, Scripture says, and now Pakuda quotes from the Psalms, behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts of the hidden. Thou wilt make me know wisdom. End full quote. Pakuda's duties of the heart contains 3 proofs for God's existence that have a striking parallel with Ismailism and Sufi philosophy. These arguments roughly correspond to the teleological argument, cosmological, and ontological argument. He argues that the Bible says that there are clear natural boundaries put in place. He utilizes the argument from causation, arguing that everything must have a cause. However, and with his ontological argument, he argues, his basic argument is that everything that exists in multiple forms. However, oneness is the basis for all reality. The number 2 and above cannot exist without the number 1. So the world that exists in a state of multiplicity cannot exist unless there's so number 2, number 3, number 4. None of these numbers are possible without number 1. And number 1, and the oneness truly cannot be found anywhere in the world, because at the end of the day, oneness is a mental construct. Now, to quote from Pakuda directly again, from his duties of the heart, quote, what does it mean to say that God is one? The term one has many different senses. One can mean unique, distinctive, or singular. It can point to a single individual among many. It can mean integrated and whole. One can signal completeness. It can refer to the integration of many parts, end quote. And so for this argument, then, there must be a transcendent one, which exists outside of the world of multiplicity. Now, in terms of looking at the esoteric, showing an influence of Ismaili esotericism, Pakuda uses the book of Isaiah to insist that polytheism is more than just the naked worship of idols, but also having distractions in the mind that prevent the proper performance of prayer and contemplation of the divine. This bears a striking similarity with many Sufi stories of spiritual transcendence. Sufi authors often saw their journey to spiritual annihilation as represented as a microcosmic expression of the Prophet Muhammad's conquest of Mecca and the destruction of the idols. And so it once again shows that Pakuda was impressed with the Ismaili and Sufi narratives of his contemporaries and allowed him to create a basis for a mystical Judaism. Now, the second Jewish author I'd like to focus on, as long as time permits me to, is the case of Abraham Maimonides, the son of the famed Moses Maimonides, who also reflects a very strong Sufi and Ismaili influence to the point where he praises Sufis multiple times.
You have about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll make this brief. Abraham Maimonides' work seemingly borrowed from Ismaili portrayals of the Hebrew prophets, repeating many of their motifs in his work. He makes several explicit references to the fact that he views Sufism, both its practice and its theology, as something that has come from Muslims as a result of Jewish transgressions. His writings are punctuated with high praise to Sufis and frequent allegations of how Sufism began with the Hebrew prophets and then was in turn appropriated by Muslims. It is one interesting attempt that shows a clear method of borrowing from Sufi and Shiite motifs is Abraham Maimonides' use of the symbolism of the cloak to articulate the designating the prophet of the Imam. For the mysticism of the cloak is something to be held in the utmost significance in Shia Islam and every form of Sufism. Abraham Maimonides quotes from the Bible, citing the story of Elijah and the story of Yaqub to indicate the symbolism of the cloak as a means of transmitting esoteric knowledge and significantly a mark of authority. And Abraham Maimonides also spends considerable time emphasizing the solitary nature of the mystic and how there's a necessity of practicing asceticism in order to achieve higher spiritual fruits of perfection. Now, to quote from Abraham Maimonides directly, quote, also do the Sufis of Islam practice solitude in dark places and isolate themselves in them until the sensitive part of the soul becomes atrophied so that it is not even able to see the light. This, however, requires a strong inner illumination wherewith the soul would be preoccupied so as to not be pained over extreme darkness. And so, on that note, actually, now there's one more thing I'll say, then I will conclude. Is that with Abraham Maimonides, stressing those in solitude, he makes it emphasize how one must soar through the spiritual heavens by doing so. He uses the terminology popular in Islamic terminology of becoming a allâha, or a friend of God. And most importantly, he again to quote Abraham Maimonides, quote, Sufis of Islam, among whom there is a prevalent because of the iniquities of Israel, of the ways of the early saints of Israel, which is not prevalent or little prevalent among our moderns, namely that a master attire the novice in the ragged coat as the latter is about to enter his course and pursue it. And so through the influence of Ismaili, prevalent Ismaili and Sufi doctrines, Maimonides and Pakuta were able to respond to the challenge posed to the Jewish community through Ismaili missionaries, and was able to create help create a mystical alternative for Jews. Thank you very much. I will end my talk there.
All right, thank you very much. We have time for questions and discussion. So for audience, you can put your question in the Q&A box. That's the best way to ensure that we see it if you're in the audience. If you're a presenter, you can put your question in the chat, or you can raise your hand and just ask your question. So Dr. Hollenberg, you had mentioned something in the chat. I would like to invite you to actually, like say your question live, if that's okay.
Sure. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Well, you can hear me, yes?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
I actually have two questions. Should I give them both or just the first?
It's up to you, whatever you want.
Okay, I'll do them both. So the first is for Professor Gilles. Let's see. First of all, totally fascinating paper. Basically, I was wondering if you could say more about the importance of the commonalities you're finding in these early Ismaili sources and Nusayri sources. And really, what I'm really asking is, are you heading in the direction of Daniel de Smet and seeing perhaps the field has overstated the difference of communal boundaries, or are you skeptical of that claim as I am? So that's the first question. The second question is for Alex, also a great paper. So yeah, I wrote this out, so let me see, because it'll be clear. So as you know well, one of the criteria for authenticating Fatimid sources in this period has been the absence of Neoplatonic language. And we have the Caliph al-Mu'izz, I think of the Majalis, as on record as rejecting what he calls what he used as this strange mix of kind of sciencey, philosophical material with Dawah doctrine. And so my question to you is, you seemed, well, I wrote this before I heard your last paragraph, but you seem quite firm that this is what you're analyzing was written by Ja'far, even though he probably almost certainly died, contemporary with al-Mu'izz. So are you then thinking that al-Mu'izz, given that Ja'far's ultimate patron is the Imam, did he change his mind? I mean, how do you make sense of that exchange? So that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Gian, is it Gia or Guillaume?
It's Gilon in French, so Gilon is fine.
Okay. So you can go ahead first.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Hollenberg, for your questions. Question which is very relevant and in line actually with what you presented yesterday, which I found very interesting. So I don't know if we can speak of a continuum between Nusayris and Ismailis, but I think there is something that we can call a broad set of exegeses, of doctrines, of vocabulary, and that each of these groups then pick what they need inside this pool of concepts and interpretations, and also by doing so, by picking, they're taking a position into a debate. So when the Ismailis are proposing their own interpretation of carrion blood and swine flesh, then they're implicitly replying to other interpretations, namely those by the Ghulat or by the Nusayris. So I think there are common roots to all these movements. And then sometime around the 10th century, which is when all these groups form and adopt distinctive identities, then they all break apart. I don't know if this answers your question.
Thank you.
If I may, while I have the floor, I also had a question for Alex Matthews, which is close to what Dr. Hollenberg was mentioning. I believe the analysis of the intentions of the Kitab al-Fatarat were is more than convincing. However, I will also raise the question of the authorship of this work, which is very tricky, and this is a rule for all Ja'far's works. I think. I mean, they're all clearly from the Fatimid period, but which part of this period? I think we can trace an evolution in the vocabulary and style of all these works attributed to Ja'far. And I personally think that there are at least two Ja'fars, if I may say so, or maybe two phases in Ja'far's career. But in any case, I think this matter of the authorship will not be resolved until we have more studies of this corpus, and starting with critical editions, which are currently lacking. Thank you.
Alex, did you want to respond to those? So again, it's basically about authorship and that sort of thing.
Yeah, thank you. Could I ask David, could you rephrase the question with respect to the Neoplatonic philosophy? Are you referring to some Neoplatonism that was present in the material that I presented, or
no, more broadly? I mean, so I guess what I'm wondering is, are you taking the Fatrat piece by piece and sort of saying, well, there's no Neoplatonica or nothing sort of troubling to me to place it under Al-Mu'izz in this micro portion, and thus I'm going to assume it comes from this period, despite the fact that 18 pages later we have a problem,
Right, yes, that is an excellent question. Yeah, so for the purposes of this paper, I am taking this section on its own. With regard to like the work as a whole, absolutely, like whether or not Ja'far wrote it, under the patronage of which Imam Ja'far wrote it, like these are all extremely open questions, and I wake up every day and I work on this and I change my mind 3 times before I go to bed about how to present all of this. And yeah, I think ultimately I have to agree with Faris that it's going to come down to getting more critical editions. And as people who've worked on this text know, we're not going to be able to probably create something that is a critical definition, or sorry, a critical edition in the true sense of a word, because all of the manuscripts come from the 18th and 19th century. So if I can borrow a line from one of my favorite Coen brothers films, we all have to just embrace the mystery.
All right, thank you. I have a comment about this, but I'll say it more at the end. We'll get to other questions for other speakers. So, Dr. Asatrian, you have your hand up. So, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you. My question is for Faris Gillon. Very interesting paper. Thank you so much. And I particularly am interested because I have a forthcoming article on similar interpretations of religious duties and prohibitions among the earlier Ghulat. Now, my question is the following. In the Ghulat literature and in the Nusayri literature, that sometimes borrows, sometimes copies Ghulat materials, this whole interpretation is two-sided. So both the prohibitions are certain names of certain bad guys, individuals, Abu Bakr, Umar, etc., but also the good things, the religious duties, or sometimes some religiously charged objects. For example, the Hajj, the Kaaba, are the names of good individuals, Ali, Fatima, the Prophet Muhammad, etc. So it's these two schemes mirror each other. It's a parallel universe. Do the Ismaili sources have a similar parallel thing where the bad guys are mirrored by the good guys, and yeah, where we have this parallelism?
Sorry. Yes, we absolutely. Thank you for your question. We absolutely do. However, I think the general trend in the Ismaili sources that I'm exploring is that is the one with which I concluded my presentation, which is dehistoricization. So names tend to be not as important as they are in Ghulat and Nusayri sources, whether they are good or bad names. And also, there's also always this implicit ta'wil that you have to make. So when these Ismaili sources give you a ta'wil, which is a general Shi'i ta'wil, so saying, for example, that this refers to Ali or this refers to his enemies, then you always have to have in mind the notion that actually the real intention of the text is not to talk about the succession of the Prophet. It's to talk about the Fatimid rule, the challenges it's meeting, and the enemies that are all from inside and from outside of the Fatimids.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question in the chat. Let me just get to it. So this is from, give me 2 minutes here. This is from Shiraz. Did you want to ask this question live? Shiraz?
Sorry, I'm having a bout of coughing, so bear with me. This question is Satarian. Yeah, and by the way, thank you all four of you for wonderful presentations. Adam Geiser examined the Bab al-Shaitan, the Kitab al-Zinnah, and the Milal al-Nihal, and his proposition was that the Ismailis, these texts avoid Ismaili opinions as a body of work, and this is kind of a norm and literally convention of Eastern Ismailism, right? So where do you stand on that one? But the second question that I would like to have a little bit more understanding of, if the Ismaili content is covert, what does that tell us about the audience? I mean, is it designed to proselytize? Is it designed to reinforce those people who might be reading this in their argumentation? So, you know, how do you perceive the audience? Who is the audience who's going to use this text?
Thank you so much, Shiraz, for the excellent questions. About Adam Geiser's article, I deliberately avoided using geographical explanations, although his insights are excellent and very convincing. But I decided to take Abu Hatim on his own, regardless of where he stands in the written tradition, and to look at his position as a human being sitting in Baghdad in the early 900s, an Ismaili trying to probably hide his identity from most people around him because of some political consideration, the Qarmatis, the rise of the Fatimids, etc. So that brings me, my explanation of his reluctance to talk about his beliefs is not that he was representative of an Eastern or a Western Ismaili written tradition or hagiographic tradition, but because he was an Ismaili, the representative of a minority writing for an unsympathetic majority who might find his ideas heretical or insulting. Now that brings me to your second question, and that is the audience, and it's precisely the audience that matters here. Indeed, we see his audience, what audience he has in mind. Unlike his other two texts, Alam al-Nubuwah and Kitab al-Islah, which are very openly theological and apologetic sources where he does not hide his Ismailism. Here he's writing for the likes of al-Jahiz, Ibn Qutayba, various poets, literateurs in Baghdad. He does not want to come across as an Ismaili. He wants to be seen as a as a man of letters, as a refined gentleman who is a man about town, and he knows his way around Arabic literature, and he in fact praises the Arabic language as superior to all else. So his Ismailism here is secondary in the sense that he just wants to be seen as a great writer. That's his goal, and first of all, that's why he hides his Ismailism, and secondly, because of political considerations, because most of his audience were not Ismailis, probably not even people interested so much in religion as, literateurs, writers, etc. So his goals here are completely different, and they completely inform how he wrote his treatise.
So
excellent question.
May I follow up?
Yeah.
If that's the case, and you're saying that there's some embedded Ismaili content in there, okay? So if I want to be recognized for my literary capacities, and I'm jousting with al-Jaḥiz, okay, why do I need to put the Ismaili content in there, embedded or not? Right? I mean, to your argument, right? That he's trying to fit in and have a very high standing there, but there is still this undertow that's in there, right? So, it's not incidental, it's purposive. So, I
understand your point. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I could only speculate why, because maybe he expected other Ismailis to read, and or maybe he still wanted to be, he didn't want to completely let down his co-religionists. But I can only speculate about this. But what I can see for sure is the desire, as you very well put it, to fit in, to be praised for his eloquence as a good writer and not as an Ismaili theologian, first of all. But, but the rest, I mean, we can speculate.
Thank you.
But great points. Thank you.
If I may, I propose a comment. Maybe this can also be a preaching technique, right? To disseminate these Ismaili ideas, but not in a direct way, because the audience is not sympathetic with Ismailis. But you can bring, discreetly some ideas, and then if someone is interested, then you bring some more ideas, and so on. And we know that this was the method of the Ismaili Dais. They don't bring the doctrine straightforwardly immediately. They give milk, and then you can eat meat. As
right. In fact, I think that's a very good point. The Milal wa Nihal, in its structure, I think has some embedding of this nature, because while there's this whole idea of the 73 sects, right? Shahrastani breaks up into 7 segments, where the 6th segment is the Shia, and the 7th segment is the Ismailis. And he speaks about the Fatimids and then the Nizaris. So, in the infrastructure of the text, maybe there's something there. Okay, so I agree that there may be some embedded coding that's going in there, but the point that I think intrigues me is who's going to read it, right? It's somebody who's attuned to it may find, oh yes, this is Ismaili, and we're reading these texts because we're looking for those indicators. If you were not, then what impact would it have to you? That's why I'm asking about the utility and reception. But thank you, guys. This makes a lot of sense.
We have a comment from Alexander.
Yes, thank you. I have a general question towards all my fellow panelists when talking about the issues of occultation and the issues of polemics, and also especially for you, Dr. Asatran, when you're talking about how your author, you mentioned how the Ismailis are the best Shiites. I'm wondering, did he make any kind of specific commentary about Twelvers? Did he criticize, Twelver theory, which about the occultation? And I know Alex Matthews, you touched on this too. About the arguments from those who argue for the occultation of Muhammad ibn Ismail? Do you think that influenced 12 occultation theories at all? But that's kind of my open question about how Ismaili responses to 12verism. Thank you.
I'll quickly answer and then I'll leave the floor to my co-panelists. He has a whole chapter about the Imamis where he does not say the Imamis are wrong, but he one by one refutes all of their positions that differ with the Ismailis. So he says the Imamis are wrong without saying so, in very much in keeping with the rest of his text. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other, let me see if there's now, we had some audience questions went into the chat, so I'll just quickly scroll up. There's a comment to you, Dr. Guion. This is from Amin Beg. He said, this was enlightening indeed. And he was wondering whether there's been a comparison of the sort of exegesis that you shared, exegesis of blood and flesh. If you've compared that to Sunni sources, I mean, that's a very broad category. I guess tafsir and other Bathini forms of exegesis and Sufism, if there's differences and similarities.
To be frank, I have not, but well, first of all, I'm not interested in legal texts, so all the legal interpretations of these terms are of no interest to this specific topic. Maybe in Sufis we might find something there, but I think the main reason why I compare the Ismaili tradition here and the broader Shi'i tradition is the notion of personalized commentary. I think this is the key issue and the key common and at the same time different feature between these two trends.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see any other audience questions about this, but I wanted to make a comment since I can. So regarding what Dr. Hollenberg mentioned, and everyone has sort of discussed this, and even relevant to what Alexander shared, right? So, there's this narrative that Imam Muiz, as reported by Qāḍī Nuʿmān, condemned, or disapproved of Neoplatonism. But correct me if I'm wrong, in the account that we are told from Qāḍī Nuʿmān, the precise sort of mix that al-Muiz disapproved of, it's not described in the actual majlis as that Neoplatonic doctrine at all. It's described, it's a really weird description. There's a guy who apparently says that we have 7 names or 7 bodies of the Imam. And al-Muiz hears this, and then he says, something like, this is completely wrong. It's neither religion nor philosophy. I don't know what this is.
I think the word falsafa is used. That's the key.
Right. So the thing is that the Ismaili Neoplatonists themselves, so Nasafi, Sijistani, Razi, and then when the Fatimid dies, start using it. They never called their Neoplatonic worldview falsafa. Right, falsafa has always been a pejorative term in the 900s. Even Nasser Khusro, who is more friendly toward falsafa, does not call his teaching falsafa. He says that he knows falsafa, he studied it. Sijistani in Kitab al-Iftikhar condemns the Abbasids for promoting falsafa. Sijistani does. He actually says they like dealt, this is atheism, or however you want to translate that term, right? So I guess my question is, why do we have the impression that al-Mu'iz, I agree he's condemning something, but why do we think it's this Ismaili Neoplatonism?
Because the person who came to him was an Ismaili, and he was saying things that sounded sort of vaguely like the Persian school. He wasn't saying, I'm teaching, falsafa. Mu'iz interpreted what he was saying as falsafa. So he's the one who impugned it. That's the way I read the source anyway. So sorry, Khalil.
Yeah, no, I get that, but the source itself, what the description of what al-Mu'iz condemned, as the text describes that doctrine, the doctrine is not actually what the Sijistani types are talking about. It seems something rather different, and it's not called falsafa like what Nasafi and co are doing. It's different, but it's not falsafa. And then of course what we also have is we have al-Mu'iz, and this text is going to come out. We're waiting for Dr. Nadia Ibu Jamal to do it. She's been very busy, but we're going to get Ta'wil al-Sharia soon. Maybe Ferris, maybe you've already seen it. But in there, al-Mu'iz from his own mouth is explaining doctrinal matters using this Neoplatonic worldview, right? And I wonder if by assuming at the outset that what al-Mu'iz had condemned was this Eastern Neoplatonism, we are sort of creating the problem to explain, right? Because then we need to explain, well, did he change his mind? Why was there this switch? So anyway, that's my comment just on that. I don't know what bearing whether that affects the dating, but my question about dating, this is for Dr. Guillaume, Alex and David, you've dealt with this already. There's all this stuff attributed to Ja'far bin Mansur, right? But then like Poonawala in his latest Handbook of Quranic Studies chapter, he even dated, Sarair wa Asrar an-Nutuka, he dated it to like 997 or something, like, way after Ja'far bin Mansur. So like, do we know like who's the author, who's the real author? Is it just on the authority of Ja'far bin Mansur that it was copied or something?
Yeah, well, these are very difficult and interesting questions. I'll start with just this report about al-Mu'iz's condemnation of philosophy. I mean, this is very surprising when we historians are witnessing the exact opposite, which is on the contrary, the emergence of a whole set of Fatimid Ismaili texts dating from al-Mu'iz's time, which includes, well, maybe not philosophical doctrines, but at least philosophical vocabulary. So al-aql, al-nafs, fil quwa, in potentiality and in actuality, bil quwa wal bil fi'l. Things like that, and also the distinctions between the gross body and the subtle soul, things like that. And these are terms that you don't find. I mean, this dichotomy between a Neoplatonic Ismailism and non-philosophical Ismailism is found actually in the corpus transmitted under Ja'far's name itself, because you have some of these texts that bear no philosophical terms whatsoever, and others which are on the contrary filled with it and based on it. So I mean, this is also why I think that there are at least two Ja'fars or two faces in his career. As for the Sara'ir, I'm a bit surprised by this late datation by Professor Poonawala, because I think the Sara'ir are written by the same author as the Ta'wil al-Zakat, because in both of these texts, the author mentions another of his works which seems to be lost, which is the something like Usul al-Din fi Ma'rifat al-Ta'wil or something like that. And both these texts, the author says, I have mentioned this topic in this other work of mine. So they must be by the same author. And the Ta'wil al-Zakat explicitly mentions al-Mu'izz, so it's likely to have been written under his reign. I don't know if this answers your question.
No, I'm grateful for the reply. So just in terms of when you say al-Mu'izz condemned certain terms, so the account that I've read via Stern, right, that what al-Mu'izz condemned as it's related, right, is that someone came, asked the Imam the name of his ancestor, Imam gave one of the names, and this Dai said, no, we have a different name. And then the Dai went on to say the Imam has 7 names: corporeal, nafsi, ruhani, this sort of thing. Like, so that particular doctrine, the Imam has 7 names, I don't think that's upheld by any of the Ismaili Neoplatonists, the Nasafi Sijistani. Like, they don't even believe that. So that is what al-Mu'izz condemned. And al-Mu'izz said this person failed to produce the falsafa according to the falasifa, nor did he failed to produce religion. Like, it was just, basically junk. So that doctrine, the Imam has 7 names or 7 bodies.
By the way, this is reminiscent not so much of Ismaili texts as it is of the corpus Michel Asadrian is working on, right?
Yes, yeah. So I guess I'm saying that if that's what he condemned, that is not the philosophical material that Jafar and these others are teaching, nor is it what Sijistani is teaching. Like, what the Imam has condemned is something else. It's not the Neoplatonic doctrine. I see, so we have Alex and then Dr. Hollenberg. Go ahead, Alex.
I think that you've raised a really excellent point with regard to the question of whether are we just creating a problem for ourselves by upholding this extremely strict designation of, like, primo is there's no Neoplatonism, and post this change of heart that always allegedly had, then there is Neoplatonism. And the great thing about this, like, scholarly argument is that it can be debated. And for a long time, I think that the field has accepted this premise as being historical fact. And if it is in fact only held up by this one anecdote that we have from the Majalis, then I think that we really need to be not taking that so much as a historical fact. And that's an idea that I'm playing with in my dissertation, but you've given me much more courage to pursue it with the enthusiasm of a dissertation. So thank you.
Dr. Hollenberg.
Yeah, just a couple on the dating of the surah. I understand why Professor Poonawala did that, and it's because in the second, first of all, the transmission and the manuscripts are a mess, and there's the second half of the work, which is almost certainly a later date than the first half by about a generation, and I can't reproduce the evidence for you right now as to why that is, but there's very good evidence that it was completed in a second stage. So he's just taking the final compilation. So in other words, the published thing that we have that's in publication, was finished in that latter date. For the second point, I'm starting to, first of all, I think you're reading very well and closely, Khalil, and that's always appreciated of that exchange. So what I would say, what it occurs to me is when I was reading the Majalis, and this was not a systematic reading, it was sort of background for when I was working on my book. It seemed to me that more often than not, the role of the Imam was constraining some ideas of the missionaries that were being brought forward. He was often in the role, they were pushing the boundaries, whatever the boundary was, and he was kind of walking them back a bit. So I can't help but think there might have been a little bit of a space between the what was actually being taught on the ground and the official doctrines, even after they were supposedly checked by the Imam. And I can't imagine he checked everything anyway. So that's just my last comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that on this, what you've raised is sort of what is the role of the Imam vis theology, right? And I've understood it, and I mean, I'm an Ismaili myself, so we sort of look at we see this playing out today, where historically speaking, even in the Fatimid era, you rarely see an imam like doing theology. Like very rarely does the imam systematize, these understandings. Sometimes the imam speaks and he evokes theology that's existing, but he evokes it. He doesn't tend to assert. So the way you've put it, so if the role of the imam in real life, it seems to me, is to basically draw borders, right, around the space, but then he seems to give the dais free reign within the borders he's drawn. So in that this majalis text that we're all talking about, there's one place where Imam Muiz hears that a dai is preaching reincarnation, right, in India, and he straight up condemns that. Like, no, stop it, right? He actually sends someone to replace him. And I think that dai, the renegade dai, died in a horse riding accident, or I mean, sort of suspicious, but okay, right? But the point is that like that crossed the line, so the imam like intervenes. And I feel that when you look at what Kirmani is doing, so Kirmani is dealing with the doctrines of Razi, Nasafi, Sijistani. Two of these people are not Fatimid Ismailis, right? And yet Kirmani canonizes them and filters through, and Kirmani comes up with his own take, right? And then you have dais contemporary to Kirmani. You have Naisaburi, who does not have Kirmani's 10 intellect model. In fact, none of the major Fatimid era dais followed Kirmani's 10 intellect model. Yet Kirmani was called to Cairo to defend the imama. So what I'm seeing as an intellectual historian is that the imam is not a dictator of theology. Doctrine and theology are not the same. So creed and theology are not the same. Creed is very minimalist. Creed is drawing boundaries, right? But then within those boundaries, you have theology. And that's why I think we have within Kirmani's era, at least two different theological cosmologies at work. And I think that because that creative freedom was allowed, some Fatimid dais, maybe the real Jafar or maybe his student, individually said, you know what, this Neoplatonic thing, we can use this. And David, I prefer your whole empire writes back. I think that's far more, I think it makes far more sense than the change of heart. Imam reversed his position, because I don't think we can even prove the Imam originally didn't like Neoplatonica. I think the Dawa at some level read it. They must have studied Nasafi or whoever they got. They liked it. They adopted it, right? And that's it. And there was no shift in policy in that sense. But anyway, we're sort of at the end. And of course, I brought all this up because tomorrow's panel, which begins at 8:30. Tomorrow we are talking about Ismaili philosophy, past and present. So you'll hear about classical Neoplatonism in the morning, and then there'll be a shift. I'm plugging myself. I will be making an argument for Ismaili Neoplatonism in the present, using contemporary philosophy of religion and this sort of thing. So it'll be a different sort of take. And the rest of tomorrow we'll have some constructive stuff, and then we'll have devotional literature. So thank you all for participating today. Thank you to all the presenters and others who are not presenting today, but who made this panel very vibrant. All the panels today were very vibrant, a lot of discussion. So I thank all of you for that. I know it's been a long day. So just a reminder, day 3, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. This is Eastern time. Same Zoom link. It'll be a different YouTube link, but the YouTube playlist has been emailed to everyone. It's in the reminder email. So thanks to all of you, especially those who presented today and those who helped organize today. We'll see all of you tomorrow for a much more sort of intellectual history, contemporary Ismaili thought kind of day.
Thank you, Khalil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.